todos! Sejam bem-vindos à Gamescom Latam 2026. Já aproveitando para vocês sintonizarem no número 2, tá? Esse aqui é o palco número 2, então se vocês quiserem já sintonizar para poder escutar, porque vai ser um painel em inglês, né? E, bom, primeiramente queria dizer que é um prazer estar aqui com vocês, um prazer conhecer todos vocês. Eu espero muito que vocês curtam demais todos esses dias de Gamescom. Terão painéis incríveis acontecendo não só aqui no palco Journey, mas no palco Connect, no palco Creators. Temos muitos palcos aqui pela feira. E prazer para quem não me conhece, né? Eu sou a Tauna, apresentadora, repórter de games e esportes. Faço streams também, né, de games, crio conteúdo. E agora eu vou estar chamando o primeiro painel aqui do nosso dia, que eu tenho certeza que vai ser incrível. Vai ser sobre um jogo indie muito interessante, vale muito a pena acompanhar esse primeiro painel. Foram quase 10 anos, uma parceria com a Atari e um lançamento no mesmo dia de Silksong. A trajetória do Adventure of Samsara, desenvolvido pela Ilex Games, é um estudo sobre persistência, adaptação e o que significa ressurgir no mercado indie global. Nesse painel, os próprios criadores abrem os bastidores para compartilhar os erros, os acertos e as lições que poucos teriam coragem de contar. Vamos receber então com muitas palmas, pessoal, o moderador desse papo, que eu tenho certeza que vai ser maravilhoso, Marcelo Rigon, da AC Jogos SP. Seja bem-vindo, tudo bem? Pode se sentar, você pode ficar aqui mesmo, né? Porque você vai mediar o papo, então você pode ficar aqui na ponta. E muitas palmas para Guilherme Gaspar e Rodrigo Morelli Cavalcante, da Ilex. Olá, sejam bem-vindos. Olá, tudo bem? E o Jason Polanski, da Atari. Seja bem-vindo, welcome to our stage. Pessoal, eu tenho certeza que esse papo vai ser maravilhoso, então vou deixar vocês aqui tocarem o barco.
Hello everyone, I'm Marcelo Rigon, the Creative Director for this title, Adventure of Samsara. And before we start speaking about the project here, I will ask you to see the trailer of this title. That produção, joga o trailer aí.
Eu trouxe um garrafão.
Well, here we go. We have been doing this Metroidvania for almost 2 years, and we have a new update to do here in Gamescom Latam. So that's not the end of the story. That will be the new upcomes. That will be on the end of the talk. We start with the far past with Guilherme Gaspar, the one that make the first vision for this title 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's a kind of funny story because the project started in my garage. I was recently graduated, trying to get myself into the business. I even tried kickstarting and all that stuff. Eventually, I had myself with just the prototype and no developers to help me out, and suddenly I met with Marcelo that allowed me to get into the company and bring in the IP so we can finally finishing up.
Yeah, and then when I entered, because we started showing the game everywhere to try to get some funding because we had like a good team in Helix Games, but we didn't have the money. So after a few years, like going around GDC, Gamescom, we finally like got the attention of Atari, and like that's when we started to changing for like Tower of Samsara to Adventure of Samsara. But that was not a changing name. Like we really like go over like the project, and it was like such an honor for us to be carrying like the new vision for adventure with them. So we worked a lot together to make that real. So please talk a little to us about how you saw that when on your side.
Yeah, you kind of like skipped a couple, or you glossed over a bunch of steps. Went really quickly, but because that GDC room, never heard of the game before. It was me, it was Ethan Stearns, our VP of games, and we met you guys, and you showed us the trailer, and I just remember a jaw dropped. Like we were like, this is gorgeous. This is crazy how good it looks. You guys are super passionate about the game. It looked awesome. We were so taken by it, and we basically fought like hell to really try to publish it because of how much we loved what you guys were doing. And that room, by the way, a pitch can be made anywhere because that was in this little tiny dinky hotel room with like a rundown bed and a desk that you'd find in an elementary school that I think we were sitting at. And that was kind of how we first got introduced to the game. So even in that setting, the game shined brightly. And as we were going through it and we were trying to get it through the approval process, it was more like, well, how do we get this approved? What can we do? And one of the questions was, well, can we make it an Atari game? Like, how does it become an Atari game? And at that point, we were using a lot of our IPs. So it was Wade, our CEO, that said, how about adventure? He's like, I could see adventure in this game. And it wasn't a strong arm thing, I don't think. But when we asked you guys, you said, hey, what do you think about adventure? And all of a sudden you said, yes, we love it. And then they made this whole thing. And I remember, and then I'll end it here, is that it was Gamescom, Germany. And we went to a room. I pulled Wade into the room. And Marcelo had this crazy map of everything he wanted to do with the story. And it was like 99% of it is still very much what you guys were doing as Tower of Adventure. And he said, here's the adventure part. And I'm looking at this like, oh no, this is overwhelming. This is so much stuff. I don't know what Wade is gonna say. He never holds back. And all I remember him saying, I love this. I love this. And then we were off to the races. And then they killed it.
Yeah, and then like the real production began. And then we had to meet all the schedules that we have agreed with them. And it was not all like, it was not all easy. And so let's talk like, Rodrigo can talk a little about the production.
Yeah. At this point, we were so excited. We were finally going to do the game. We had a good partnership, but we gotta clean the house as well. Yeah, it's not working.
Let's go. todos, sejam bem-vindos à Gamescom Latam 2026. Já aproveitando para vocês sintonizarem no número 2, tá? Esse aqui é o palco número 2, então se vocês quiserem já sintonizar para poder escutar, porque vai ser um painel em inglês, né? E, bom, primeiramente queria dizer que é um prazer estar aqui com vocês, um prazer conhecer todos vocês. Eu espero muito que vocês curtam demais todos esses dias de Gamescom. Terão painéis incríveis acontecendo não só aqui no palco Journey, mas no palco Connect, no palco Creators. Temos muitos palcos aqui pela feira. E prazer para quem não me conhece, né? Eu sou a Tauna, apresentadora, repórter de games e esportes. Faço streams também, né, de games, crio conteúdo. E agora eu vou estar chamando o primeiro painel aqui do nosso dia, que eu tenho certeza que vai ser incrível. Vai ser sobre um jogo indie muito interessante, vale muito a pena acompanhar esse primeiro painel. Foram quase 10 anos, uma parceria com a Atari e um lançamento no mesmo dia de Silksong. A trajetória do Adventure of Samsara, desenvolvido pela Ilex Games, é um estudo sobre persistência, adaptação e o que significa ressurgir no mercado indie global. Nesse painel, os próprios criadores abrem os bastidores para compartilhar os erros, os acertos e as lições que poucos teriam coragem de contar. Vamos receber então com muitas palmas, pessoal, o moderador desse papo, que eu tenho certeza que vai ser maravilhoso, Marcelo Rigon, da AC Jogos SP. Seja bem-vindo, tudo bem? Pode se sentar, você pode ficar aqui mesmo, né, porque você vai mediar o papo, então você pode ficar aqui na ponta. E muitas palmas para Guilherme Gaspar e Rodrigo Morelli Cavalcante, da Ilex. Olá, sejam bem-vindos. Olá, tudo bem? E o Jason Polanski, da Atari. Seja bem-vindo, welcome to our stage. Pessoal, eu tenho certeza que esse papo vai ser maravilhoso, então vou deixar vocês aqui tocarem o barco.
Hello everyone, I'm Marcelo Rigon, the creative director for this title, Adventure of Samsara. And before we start speaking about the project here, I will ask you to see the trailer of this title. That produção, joga o trailer aí.
Eu trouxe um garrafão.
Well, here we go. We have been doing this Metroidvania for almost 2 years, and we have a new update to do here in Gamescom Latam. So that's not the end of the story. That will be the new upcomes. That will be on the end of the talk. We start with the far past with Guilherme Gaspar, the one that make the first vision for this title 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's a kind of funny story because the project started in my garage. I was recently graduated, trying to get myself into the business. I even tried kickstarting and all that stuff. Eventually, I had myself with just the prototype and no developers to help me out. And suddenly I met with Marcelo that allowed me to get into the company and bring in the IP so we can finally finishing up.
Yeah, and then when I entered, because we started showing the game everywhere to try to get some funding because we had like a good team in Helix Games, but we didn't have the money. So after a few years, like going around GDC, Gamescom, we finally like got the attention of Atari, and like that's when we started to changing for like Tower of Samsara to Adventure of Samsara. But that was not a changing name. Like we really like go over like the project, and it was like such an honor for us to be carrying like the new vision for adventure with them. So we worked a lot together to make that real. So please talk a little to us about how you saw that when on your side.
Yeah, you kind of like skipped a couple, or you glossed over a bunch of steps. It went really quickly, but because that GDC room, never heard of the game before. It was me, it was Ethan Stearns, our VP of games, and we met you guys, and you showed us the trailer, and I just remember a jaw dropped. Like we were like, this is gorgeous. This is crazy how good it looks. You guys are super passionate about the game. It looked awesome. We were so taken by it, and we basically fought like hell to really try to publish it because of how much we loved what you guys were doing. And that room, by the way, a pitch can be made anywhere, because that was in this little tiny dinky hotel room with like a rundown bed and a desk that you'd find in an elementary school that I think we were sitting at. And that was kind of how we first got introduced to the game. So even in that setting, the game shined brightly. And as we were going through it, and we were trying to get it through the approval process, it was more like, well, how do we get this approved? What can we do? And one of the questions was, well, can we make it an Atari game? Like, how does it become an Atari game? And at that point, we were using a lot of our IPs. So it was Wade, our CEO, that said, how about adventure? He's like, I could see adventure in this game. And it wasn't a strong arm thing, I don't think. But when we asked you guys, you said, hey, what do you think about adventure? And all of a sudden you said, yes, we love it. And then they made this whole thing. And I remember, and then I'll end it here, is that it was Gamescom, Germany. And we went to a room. I pulled Wade into the room, and Marcelo had this crazy map of everything he wanted to do with the story. And it was like 99% of it is still very much what you guys are doing as Tower of Adventure. And he said, and here's the adventure part. And I'm looking at this like, oh no, this is overwhelming. This is so much stuff. I don't know what Wade is going to say. He never holds back. And all I remember him saying, I love this. I love this. And then we were off to the races. And then they killed it.
Yeah, and then like the real production began. And then we had to meet all the schedules that we have agreed with them. And it was not all like, it was not all easy. And so let's talk like, Rodrigo can talk a little about the production.
Yeah. At this point, we were so excited. We were finally going to do the game. We had a good partnership, but we gotta clean the house as well. Yeah, it's not working. Oh, speak closer. It's good now? All right. So we were so excited at that time, and we were finally going to do the game, but we had to clean the house. We started a new project in Unity, start to import the old stuff from the older project, so we have better organization. We had to speed up a lot of our pipelines. We didn't want to lose aesthetics quality because Atari saw good in that. We didn't want to lose that, but we gotta do things faster. So, for example, the way we were making levels took too long to iterate, to do new levels. And if we wanted to do everything we wanted to, we had to jump to tiling systems, but we also didn't want it to be too repetitive or to look too tiled. So we had to jump back and forth from technical art to art direction until for a month, I suppose, a little bit more, so we could like get it right. We also changed how we do coloring of the levels, the lighting, the post-processing, so everything could be streamlined. We had to let loose a few things too. Like we had a fourth weapon that we had cut. A few bosses had been cut. The astral realm was so different from what it is now, right? But at that point, we would have to do all the levels twice, so that was not possible to do within a year. Marcela would remember more about this, the astral feature.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, like the astral feature was some of the core, the unique selling points for the title in the beginning, because the idea was that you could switch to the astral realm at any time, and some bosses would have some dynamics that will be on the physical or the astral realm, and some enemies would be different. But the problem was, we had like, as you could enter in astral, like it would be like anywhere, anytime. Every level had to be revisited, because it would not be interesting if like you learn a new ability and everyone you tried that ability was like the same, like no novelty. But we would make the map like twice, and we already had like 10 hours of gameplay. So we decided, okay, like we talked, because Mark was our producer, and then we talked about that with him and said, okay, let's like change this and make some other things like to compensate. So, and we got to a deal, but it was impossible. It's something that if we did it, like we still be doing the game.
And also there is the thing about this feature that we kind of had to let go, that not only we had to create the levels twice, but to not make the things boring, we would need to make specific enemies for that kind of feature. And for myself, animating pretty much everything would be just too overwhelming.
Yeah. And like when we're like near like the beta phase, that's why like Jason for some time he was our producer to took over for Mark because he had to leave for some time, and we had a problem because I played like Adventure of Samsara like 600 hours until like the launch. So it was hard for me to get the difficulties of the game. So like every boss I would beat them like on first try. So like that's when we started asking people from Atari, because before entering like the official QA, said, please guys, can you test more like the bosses, the major enemies, like so we can have more parameter. And like he loved some of the enemies.
Yeah, the best example of that is the first boss. The first boss in the game, you could parry. And you were always able to parry. But then at one point I was playing the game and you couldn't parry anymore. You couldn't parry the boss anymore. And I said, hang on a second. I definitely remember being able to parry this. And I said, why did you take out that feature? And your answer was, oh, it was too easy. I said, yeah, too easy for you. Too easy for all of you who've been playing the game for 600 hours, as opposed to someone like me who, you know, I was like substitute producer while Mark Perloff, shout out to him, the lead producer on this one, he was on paternity leave. So then I jumped in and you got my wrath, I guess, whatever that was. It wasn't that bad. But that was just one of those instances where I said, yeah. And you got to check yourself, right, anytime you're making a game, because it's not unique to you guys. Like, I've had that instance before. I've released many games that are supposedly stereotypically hard. And then I said, oh my God, this game's too easy. People are going to just finish it in like an hour and then it's going to be done. And then all the reviews say, it's like one of the hardest games I've ever played. And I was like, oh, okay, great. Well, I guess it's not too bad then.
And there is like your beloved Frozen Ghoul, the guy with the spear.
Oh, that guy's the worst. I remember, I always love telling this. This is I remember going through the game and writing up all this feedback for the game. And then there's a screenshot of this enemy, not even a boss, just a little guy walking around with a spear through his chest. And all it said was, it was a screenshot of him and with the words, I hate this man. That was it. That was my feedback on that
He's
guy.
easier now.
And that was
Still hate him. Still hate him, but I hate him less. It's like PTSD at this point.
Yeah, and then the first time like he told like he hates this guy, it was very important because as a matter of fact, it was a bug in the game because as this guy like make a forward attack, a forward dash, the thing is you could only like block in front of you. So in some of the frames, the guy would like go through you and then he'll hit you from behind. So it was impossible to block the guy, and it should be like for the game design.
You couldn't parry him either. There was no he's not parryable either.
But he's blockable. Like you could be able like to stop him, and it wasn't possible. So after like he told us that, because I use too much like the dash. I don't use so much the parry and the block. So like I didn't see that, and then like a lot of enemies had the same problem. So it was very important to have someone outside of the team to looking at these things and bringing this to us. And let me. Do you? There was like the finalization for the levels. Like it was a problem, especially for the enemies, because we had like all the cutout versions of the enemies, and like it was a lot of iterations from you, right, Gaspar? Like to go over, like, and every so often there was like some enemy that missed something that.
Yeah, like I mean, just to not hold back the pipeline, we kind of did a thing that we would implement the creatures in a rough state, like sketchy state, so the guys who could just to test it out, and just after it's all good, I would just to pass it over and polish everything. So it's quite an interesting process. We kind of learn a lot out of it.
And because of the cut of the astral helm, there was a few mechanics that we had to add to compensate like our like agreement. So that's when we started doing like the grappling hook and the double jump, because there was no double jump and there was no grappling hook in the beginning of our project. It was like it would be more a grounded game. Because we want to be closer to original Prince of Persia, so that was not like features that was over there. So, and it was like very nice, like, and I think like, it was our suggestion, right, Gaspar? Like the grappling hook.
What else?
You were the one that brought it up, right? Or.
Eu não entendi, Ben.
Você que trouxe a ideia do grappling hook.
See, yes. I don't. Yeah, because. There's a lot of reference in the game that you're probably gonna check it out. That is Super Metroid, and we were like trying to find out more features to add to the game, and I just like tossed to the guys the idea about the grappling hook, because I know initially I thought about trying something more like Samus in Super Metroid. But it kind of ended up to something much more interesting that I think compared to Super Metroid.
Yeah, and to going like to the wrap up, like we'll talk a little about the new update that we are releasing in gamescom latam. Because after the launch, there was a few like, more critical bug fix. So like we sorted out as soon as we could, but there was a lot of. There was a list of updates that we thought like it was very important for the quality of life of the game. So like bestiary, because a lot of people were like, oh, how is the name of this guy? Like it's looking interesting, or the person wanted like to know, like you mentioned, some NPC would mention about like, you have to go to Merc Pipeworks, but you didn't know the name of the areas looking at the map. So there was a lot of features like the remapping of the control. So we talked with Atari again, and we asked them like, oh, please, like, what do you think about we doing a big update, especially because like we had the problem of launching the game on the same day of Silksong, so it was like a visibility problem for us.
Hold up.
Like,
Silksong launched on our date,
That's true.
not the other way around. Let's be clear.
yeah, exactly. Like they came later, rushing in and said, "Oh, fuck you!" Like, oh, sorry. So sorry, guys.
I didn't say that. Nobody said that. We love those guys. They're very good. They're very talented.
And then like we got a lot of updates and got with people from Atari and make a plan for release. And we are doing that here in gamescom latam. The update for who has already the game like is already live, I think. But we in the indie area we have the game to play test over there as well, like in the big starter games. And don't you talk a little about like what we decided to do? Or...
Sorry, what? I couldn't hear.
Quer falar pouco do que a gente está fazendo do lançamento, assim, de algumas das features que a gente escolheu para lançar?
Oh, about the update. About the update. Oh man, this update is so cool because we launched it and we got so much feedback on the game. I would say for me, my favorite change is regarding controls, how we do the input buffering, because I mean, I'm a hardcore Adventure of Samsara's player, and I could do some tricks that had like one frame to press a button to do it. And right now you have a bigger window so people could do fun stuff without being so hardcore. And for me, that's so good. Let me think. Oh, the new secrets are good as well. We realized that we had secrets, but we could have more. Like by the end of the game, we had few, so we did a little bit more. And we had time with our good pipeline to make more spells as well. Wasn't on the plan, but we could do it. That was good as well.
There is also the new boss, because after
true.
we finished the game in the first cycle, there was an area in the game which had no boss, because we just didn't have time to do it. And with this new update, we could manage to squeeze it in and do this new boss, and now everything is like we planned it to.
And I need to speak as Mark's proxy here, because he pointed out, I mean, the podcast that's coming out in a couple weeks, like he was saying, like, one of the biggest things that he really liked about this new update is the bestiary. Like adding more lore or richness to it, and actually giving a name to the spearman, which I will not give the dignity of naming. But everything else, including that thing, has a name and a description about how they fit into the world itself. So that was a really cool addition in fleshing out this awesome and interesting world that you guys created.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like builds that you could make, like with the items that we equip on the game, that would make the game so easy, and we didn't anticipate that, so we made a rebalance for like all bosses in the game. And like about the input buffering, like we had some kind of input buffering, but there was like, and it was something that Jason and Mark, like from Atari, always like complain about, but I was not understanding, like, and I couldn't, like, I didn't implement that because I was not understanding. But when I saw like people like playing on the live streams, I talked with a lot of the people that was doing live stream after launch, and I finally like understand, oh, like this is what they want. So like it was like very easy to do, but I was not like seeing. So after this time of like being able to see players like doing the game live, it was very important for us to like revisit some of the core mechanics and do it more smoothly and with a better quality now. I think that's it. Do you have some last words?
I don't think so.
That's it,
No.
yeah.
You guys did a killer job. The game's awesome. If you played Silk Song instead of Adventure of Samsara the day it came out, we won't fault you for it, but fix your mistakes and go play it now.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Corre no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Eu já arrumo, eu não tô ouvindo. Não sei, deu pau. Mas ele já sabe que eu não tô ouvindo, só tô tirando as cadeiras.
Tá. Oi. Não, mas tava ouvindo agora há pouco. Eu vou ver. Aqui. Peraí que ele vai pôr. Pode deixar que eu arrumo. Show! Muito bom, porque a gente tem mais um painel incrível nessa manhã para a gente falar sobre jogos de navegador. Pois é, vocês sabiam que eles ainda estão aqui? E são uma das maiores formas mais poderosas e mais negligenciadas de alcançar a geração alfa e o público global. Nessa sessão, nós vamos compartilhar as melhores práticas para construir jogos webs rápido, sem atrito, que realmente conversam com as expectativas dos jogadores modernos. Tudo isso criando oportunidades de monetização escaláveis. Então, para a gente aquecer esse palco, vamos receber com muitas palmas ela, Romy Halfwig, da Poki. Welcome to our stage. Yeah, you can take a seat, please.
Hello, hello. Good morning. Good to see you all. Thank you for coming to my talk. Just for me to know, who of you plays web games? Show some hands. Okay, I see some people in the audience. That's nice. Yeah. Maybe some people online as well. So today I want to talk about Generation Alpha is setting the bar. Are your web games ready? So I kind of want to talk about what kind of players can you expect to be playing on web right now, and also what kind of games they are expecting. So if you are considering making a web game yourself, what can you keep in mind to make sure you have like the best chance of success? So with that, let's get started. A little bit about me. I'm Romy. I am a business developer at Poki, which is a web games platform and also like a publisher on their own platform. And I'm also a web game developer myself. I create dress-up games with my partner. And that's how I got into web games a couple of years ago before I started at Poki. So what is Poki for those who don't know? It's the leading web games platform. We are 70 people. We are based in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We are building the ultimate web games platform since 2014. Before that, Poki already existed, but it was a lot of separate Flash game websites. And then in 2014, we decided to move to one brand, Poki.com, Poki.br, Poki.nl, and also change all our Flash games to HTML5, which was a really good choice, seeing the Flash apocalypse happened a few years after. And we are partnering with the global game community of developers. We have over 500 developers creating games for Poki, and that really ranges from a lot of like solo indie developers, hobbyists, smaller teams, 2-3 people, and also some bigger studios that have like a separate web games team within their studio, like Cybo with Subway Surfers. So what I'm going to share with you today is a combination of some quantitative insights and some qualitative insights, but I want to make sure that you are aware that we don't have that much data to go on because we actually do not collect a lot of data from our players. The things we do collect are their country or their region, and we also collect what device they're on and what browser they're playing in. But things that we don't know for sure is their age, their gender, or other personal data, because it's not something we ask from our players. So all of this data is coming from qualitative insights that are basically user interviews that we conduct with our player base, and also based on like patterns that we recognize. Talking about the quantitative insights though, what we know from our platform about the players that we have is that there's over 1 billion monthly gameplays. So that's a lot of games being played on the web. And that's just on Poki. Of course, there's multiple other web platforms out there like Crazy Games, Yandex, YouTube Playables. So in total, it's a lot more than this. On Poki, we have 90 million monthly players, and the divide is about 45% of those are playing on desktop, like a Chromebook or a laptop or a PC, and 55% are playing on mobile or on tablet. So it's truly cross-platform, and we also think that that's kind of like the power of web, that you can play anywhere. Like you can also play on your Samsung fridge if you want. As long as it has Wi-Fi, you can play a web game. And yeah, what we also see is that there's a lot of gameplay growth. So there seems to be a massive surge of players going to the web. You see the growth on Poki specifically over there. And you really notice that more and more players are finding that the web is like one of the platforms where they like to play games at. And yeah, we think that there are several reasons for that, but I'll get into that. So a bit more about the qualitative insights. So this is coming from interviews mostly with users. Like I said, we do interviews with players to kind of know who our players are and understand what they expect from us. And it's not that all our players are Generation Alpha, but from doing interviews and looking at the patterns, we know that it's a significant size of the audience on web is within this age range. So the insights from this talk are coming from interviews with Rufus, Amaya, Connor, Ayla, Tamsin, Inara, Micah, and Briella, and they're all between age 9 and 12. And what they share with us is that they play games on Roblox, on Minecraft, on Fortnite, and on Poki. And how they usually do that is if they have less than 30 minutes, they play a game on the web, they play a game on Poki. And if they have more than 30 minutes, they go to these bigger games and play experiences there. So for most players, it's not really that they play on web or on Roblox or on console or wherever. It is really it's like a place where they go if they have a little bit of time. So other signifiers that show us that our audience is largely a part Generation Alpha is trends on TikTok. Also our trends usually on Poki. So we have a lot of 6-7 games now. We had Brainworld Characters last year. K-pop Demon Hunters was pretty popular on both. We also see that games with mechanics similar to popular Roblox games usually perform pretty good on Poki as well. So Steel Brainworld or Dress to Impress, games like that. There are similarities in some games you have on Poki, like Fortella's Dress Up. And that kind of signifies that the players are similar and looking for a similar experience. And we also have several advertising partners that consistently come back to us to do advertisements on Poki that are targeting this Generation Alpha, and they know they can find them on Poki. So these are like insights that we know that this is just a big part of our audience. Oh yeah, one of the things that is interesting, I think, that Ayla said, is that Poki is kind of like Roblox, but Roblox just has a different name. And when we asked a bit more about that, what she meant is that there's just a lot of different games that you can play on Poki, but they don't really see that as, I'm playing this game. They just say, I'm playing Poki game. So why is Generation Alpha so interested in web games right now? So we think that it's because they are looking for quick, low commitment and instant fun. And web games just fit in any moment during the day. Like you can do it on your commute or during your break. It is very easy accessible. And they also need a very low friction to play games. So because web games work so seamlessly across phones and laptops, you can like play a game on your phone and continue on your Chromebook when you're home. And that really works for them. They're very used to this access to everything always. It also works really well on lower end or shared devices because you don't need an account or anything like that. And also if you get like a phone from your parents, it's not like the latest generation, but web games still play really well on it because they are so small in size. And of course there's no downloads and no payments to play a web game. So for somebody that doesn't have access to a credit card yet, it also makes sense to look at web if they just want to play a game real quickly and don't want to ask for their parents to help them buy the game or something like that. And finally, they also use games as a social experience, and this is really something we get more and more out of these interviews as well. Games are really a shared space for them, like a third space they like to hang out in, and it works really well with web games because it's so easily shareable. Like if they are playing a game and like, oh, you should really try out it, they just share the link, and literally within seconds, their friends can also be in the same lobby playing the game with them because there's no install or anything that needs to be done. They can just share the link and play. So this really works pretty well for the Generation Alpha as like gaming in a way like this, and the web fits with that. Anyway, about their preferences on web. So if you want to make a web game and you know that a large part of the audience is Generation Alpha, then what works for them? Like what are they looking for in a web game? There's not really a genre preference. I think the most important thing is what we see is that continuous gameplay really is the key. So meaning that you kind of don't want to have a lull in like how they're playing. There needs to be constant action. A good example is here in Blumgy Merge. If you see the top bar, you see the slime moving over the road kind of. And that's really the level that you're in. So this game, when you complete a level, you can see the process in the top bar, but you don't get like a level completed screen or anything like that. It just continues automatically to the next level. And that really helps for preventing like a big drop-off the moment a level is completed and they feel like, oh, okay, now I'm done, let's try something else. Instead, they are like motivated to keep playing. Also, we know that they are really expecting more multiplayer experiences. That's not to say that a single-player game cannot have success on web. It just really helps if there are some social features as well, and that is automatically there with multiplayer games. So if you can do a multiplayer game, I think it's good to also look into if that's something that you want to do. What else? So visual preference. They really like very bright colors, smooth visuals, chunky voxels, and it's pretty difficult to stand out if you use a muted color palette or like a more retro aesthetic. If they see a retro aesthetic like pixel art, what we get from interviews is that they say, oh yeah, no, that game is for old people. This is not a game for me, that's a game for old people, even if it's a new game. So it's pretty difficult to stand out with that. It's not impossible, but you just make it a bit more difficult for yourself than when you're using these more bright and colorful visuals. I always say it's kind of like an arcade where you come into the arcade and you see all of these machines and flickering lights and bright colors, and you're like a bit overwhelmed with the options that you have. If your machine looks a bit drab, they're probably not going to go walk to it first because it just doesn't grab the attention. So to grab attention, it's pretty important to really focus on this very upbeat, fun color palettes. So regarding monetization, it's a little bit different than on mobile from what we see and what we know and what we get also from the interviews. They really, really much prefer rewarded ads over interstitials. Of course, we still have some interstitials for players that never watch any rewarded ads, but most of the revenue on web is coming from rewarded ads. So that's things like an extra life or a temporary boost or customization options work really well. Basically, if they have to watch an ad, but they know what they're going to get for it, and they feel like that is like a balanced value, they're really okay with watching an ad, and they don't really complain like, oh, this game has too much ads, because they can also choose not to watch them if they don't think the ad brings them any value. So basically, as long as the ad brings value to the gameplay, they're very much okay with it. And also, simple economics work better than complex systems, and by that is what I mean is kind of like secondary currencies, for example. They are really hard to make work on web. If you do coins and gems, things like that, that's not really what they're there for. If they see a mechanic like that, they're immediately worried that the game is going to be complex or going to take a lot of time, and they're just there to have some quick fun, so they might bounce because of that. It's better to just stick with the simple like one currency system and some rewarded ads and not make it too complicated. Another thing that is good to know is that instant gameplay is super, super, super important. Cannot say this enough. You really want to focus on pick up and play controls and very clear visual onboarding. So good example here in a Monkey Tag. When you start the game for the first time, you go through this very short stage, basically, where you just learn the controls by doing, so that when you enter the game, you know for sure that the player knows how to jump, how to climb, and how to move. And it's all visual, though there's no textual like a tutorial that first says, oh yeah, these are the controls you need to use. It's all prompted on the screen as you play. So yeah, no tutorials or narrative setup because they're there to just play and they just want to start playing as soon as they can. So it's really important to focus on that. Another thing is quick gameplay loops, and it's a combination why that's important because it's for the player motivation, why they're playing on web, but also for your monetization because usually you start monetizing after a gameplay loop. So to make money with web games, you also need to keep this in mind. Keep in mind that one gameplay session for a player is on average 30 minutes. So meaning that if they go to Poki to play a game, they are on the website for about 30 minutes. And within that time, they play average 3 to 4 games in that session. And we call it a gameplay if they play for more than a minute. Like literally they play maybe 30 games actually in that session because they hop between a lot of different games. Stay there for a few seconds, see if it's something for them. If not, they just bounce to something else. But the games that they actually are playing, they play about 3 or 4 in this time. So that means that games on average are played for 6 to 10 minutes. So that's something that you have to keep in mind also when designing your game. That means that you want to aim for like a 3-minute gameplay loop so that they can do at least 2 gameplay loops before they stop playing or come back later to play another gameplay loop. A good example here is Stickman Hook. So one level in Stickman Hook takes about 30 seconds to a minute to complete. And then if you have completed about 4 or 5 levels, you earn the next character, you unlock the next character. So every 3 to 6 minutes you unlock a new character and the player knows like what they're working for to get to that point and they don't bounce earlier on because they know that they're almost there. Also really important, cross-device functionality. Because the web is playable everywhere, they also expect the game to be like nice to play everywhere. So you really want to make sure that it feels great, like both on desktop with a mouse or a keyboard or both, but also on mobile with touch. And ideally you have ratio responsive UI for portrait and landscape. That's of course not really feasible for every game. A lot of games you can only really make in landscape because it doesn't make sense for the gameplay to be in portrait mode. But if it does make sense, I would highly really advise you to do consider adding portrait mode as well because players really do not like to turn their screen. When they get that prompt, very often they just bounce. They really prefer playing in portrait mode on mobile. So if you can do it, I would try to do it. And also another really important thing is to keep the game very small. You kind of want to aim for a build that's under 20 megabytes. I know that's super, super small, but this really helps with super fast loading and making sure that there is a lot of players that actually get into the game and don't drop off before they even try it because it takes more than 7 seconds to load for them and they don't have patience for that. Well, that was kind of like super quick things that you have to keep in mind to make a good web game or a web game that can succeed. And there's a lot more to share. So if you have more questions, please sign up or reach out to me. You can also sign up using this QR code and playtest web games if you're already doing web games. And if you have any questions, well, I wish I could say I want to hang around the stage for a bit, but I have some meetings to go to. But if you see me around, please come and say hi, and I'd love to tell you more. Thank you so much for your time. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions. Checking with the host. Do we have time for questions? We don't have time for questions, so I'm sorry about that. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you've learned something and, well, have fun playing some web games, I guess.
Thank you very much. Amazing. Me avisa quando eu posso entrar com a tapa.
Incrível nessa manhã. Lembrando vocês de sintonizarem no Radinho 2, tá? Porque temos 2 palcos, né? Temos o Journey 1 e o Journey 2. Então sintonizem no Radinho 2 para poder participar, poder ouvir esse próximo painel, que eu tenho certeza que também será incrível. A nossa programação tá recheadíssima de coisas boas. E inclusive esse próximo painel será em inglês, tá, pessoal? Então, aqui no telão vocês têm as informações aqui, né? Vocês têm a tradução, né, disponível para vocês e as informações também que aparecem aqui na tela. Pessoal, Games são o ponto de partida, mas não o ponto final. Esses universos podem e devem se expandir para filmes, livros, produtos. E é assim que uma IP ganha longevidade de verdade, cresce e gera receita para além da tela. Universos expandidos, negócio que não para, é agora aqui nesse palco. Então, muitas palmas para ele, o Jim Hensey da Playful Rebels.
Hey.
Welcome to our
Thank
stage.
you. Thank you, thank you. Is it on? Hey?
Yeah, it's all yours.
Good. Hi,
Woohoo!
I'm Jim. I'm a storyteller from Norway. I've been working in the film industry for 20 years. Done a lot of feature films and TV series. Some of them sold to Netflix and HBO. And had a good festival run at Sundance and Cannes and all the festivals. The problem is that however successful one single film is, the relationship with the audience stops at the minute the end credits, it's over. So for me that was sort of a challenge that I wanted to solve. So 10 years ago I wanted to shift into making games and tell my stories through games. So my dream was to start a game studio. I thought that would be simple, it wasn't. I don't know how to program, so what I did was every time I did a TV or film project, I would use the money I earned to build a prototype. That started 10 years ago. Not so easy as I thought. So, but the last TV job I did was actually a documentary about death penalty. Quite sinister, quite dark. It was during COVID, and my day-to-day job was actually to watch executions and read about torture, and it was grim. And then one day something happened that would change my life and change my career. I was walking to the shop and was buying some beer and potato chip. That was my diet in those days. And on the way to the shop, I passed a kindergarten. And it had been raining the day before, so there was puddles all over. And I see a mother picking up her daughter. She's about 4 or 5 years old. And the daughter looks at the puddle and then looks at the mother. And the mother says, "Don't even think about it." 2 seconds later, she of course jumps in, make a big splash, laughing a lot. I'm laughing, and for 2 weeks I'm in a good mood. No death penalty work could ever sort of get me out of the good mood she brought up that day. So after that experience, I made a decision. When I finished the TV series, I would quit the TV job and I would go all in on the game studio. And I will also change the name and the logo. So our company is Playful Rebels. Good. And Playful Rebels is a transmedia company. We make games, but we also do films and books and toys and merchandise and more. And our ambition is to make more children and grown-ups nurture their curiosity and jump in puddles and have more fun. And we are very lucky to have an IP that's actually my own childhood hero. He's a talking police car. He's from 1984. I'm here with the creator, Åge Magnussen. So when I was a kid, I grew up watching TV series about this talking Fusca police car. I'm going to show you a little clip on how it was in the 90s.
Du har vel kanskje sett en politibil og møtt.
That was the entertainment we had back then, and we loved it. And Pelle Politibil is his name. Pelle, the police car. He has been very popular in Norway for almost 40 years. some TV series and live action films, and also 2 animated feature films. And around 2014, I got the gaming rights. That was when I started to build on this prototype. But the problem was that all the rights were spread across different companies. So I had the gaming rights, some other had the film rights, some other had the book rights, and after 2014, Pelle was sadly about to fade away. And then, after many years of not giving up on my game company and doing this TV series, I actually managed to get all the rights for Pelle. He's a national hero, so it was quite an achievement. And this is how we see Pelle today. We want to make him an international hero, of course. And last year in November, we finally launched the mobile game that I've been working for so long. And actually it was nominated for Game of the Year. That was kind of cool. Thank you. I'm going to show you a little clip from that. It's been very popular in Norway, and now we are looking for partners to localize it and get it out in the world. And we are also making a Nintendo Switch game that we got funding for, so stay tuned for that. And also, we launched a book that I actually wrote. We launched it before the mobile game. That was a bit strategic, actually, to build trust with the parents, not go for the mobile game first. And it worked really good. The first book sold out in 2 weeks. And this week, actually, we're launching book number 2. And, of course, some toy cars. If anyone in the audience have a kid, 4, 5, 6-year-old, let me know afterwards. We have some toy cars there. Or if you just want a toy car, that's fine, too. But here is a very interesting fact for us when we have all the rights, because we can develop characters and we can test them. We can test them in our YouTube channel or in our book. So for instance, we have the wolf here. He's created by a character designer from Spain. His name is Daniel Fernandez Casas, really talented guy. Made characters for Minions and Super Mario Bros. The movie and Robot Dreams. He was Oscar winning for that. And we had the idea to make the Pelle universe a bit more scary, but still fun. And this character, the wolf in the pink suit, is an important part of the Nintendo Switch game. Spoiler alert. But it's a really nice way to test him in the book form to see how scary is it, how far can we push it. So that's been a really good advantage of having all the rights, that we can develop things from the scratch. So we are doing all. We're doing the feature film, early development now, but feature films is what I actually know how to do, so that's coming along well. And of course we want to do more merch and toys. We have audiobooks and activity books. And also we want to try out Roblox. And we already have been approached by national traffic security companies that want to make him a part of learning kids how to be safe in traffic, which is a cool way. And of course, all these verticals help draw attention to each other, and we can adjust when we go into different markets. For instance, we can go into one market and just give the mobile game away for free to get attention to sell the books. Or we could give the books away almost for free to bring eyeballs to the IP and sell more toys. So that's the idea behind our company and how we bring IPs. We have 2 more IPs that we're doing the same. We're building an ecosystem around the IP. Quite ambitious. Sounds like we are a big team doing this, but actually we are only 3 full-time employees. So if we can do it, so can you. And what we do is we partner up. We find the right partners. We don't do a book just to market the game. We do the book properly, and we find the right partners. We have a really good book publisher in Norway. They take a lot of the revenue and the profit, but for us that's fine. We are learning, and we know that they are the right partner. And the same we are doing in other verticals. So find the right partner and share generously with the revenue. Then you can do quite a lot on a small team. So what I want to encourage you as game developers and publishers is to reimagine and grow the player journey. Imagine not the journey only being in the game, but also through different verticals. This is a good time to take a picture if you want. I'm not going to go through all the text there. Yeah. So, like I said, we also have more IPs. And I'm thinking that in the time of AI, IP is king. So protect your work, protect your hard work, and see if there's room to find more verticals to get your stories and your universe out. One good question that we ask is, there's actually two questions that we ask when we try to find partners. One is, what's the core of our IP? Why do our audience care? And for the Talking Police car, it's actually that he's quite rebellious. When I grew up, he was funny because he's supposed to be the lawmaker and safe, and he is safe, but he's also rebellious. So there's something to have like a big brother there that pushing the limit, and then you learn from that. That's a core, one of the cores in the IP. Also, it's community building and safety. And then the next question is, who are talking to the same audience as you, and who believes in the same values? For instance, we have a B2B deal with Volkswagen because they are our family, they want to be family safe car, and our character in the universe is family safe and friendly. So the deal was quite easy. So I encourage you to find out what's the core and value of your IP and your game, and search who are addressing the same audience. The other IP that we have is based on a comic book called The Urban Legend. We are developing a PC and console game with a Japanese studio on this, and set to launch in 2028. If there's any comic book fans here, I have a bunch of comic books also, if you want. That was it. Feel free to reach out, Jim at Play for Rebels, if there's anything you want advice on, if you want to collaborate, or just want any advice for your holiday in Norway, let me know. And thank you very much. Tack. Tack.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Estamos de volta com mais uma programação aqui no palco Journey 2 da Gamescom Latam 2026, galera. E agora a gente vai falar sobre D2C. Pois é, o mundo do D2C mudou de novo e muda rápido, tá? Após o crescimento forte que a gente viu em 2025, Apple e Google reestruturaram as suas taxas em 2026. A taxa única foi de 30% reduzida e dividida entre serviços e cobrança, pessoal. E nessa sessão, quem vem para descomplicar tudo é o Chip Thurston, da Fast Spring. Ele vai explicar o novo modelo passo a passo e mostrar como estúdios estão adaptando as suas estratégias de D2C para esse novo cenário. Então, quem quiser acompanhar, é só sintonizar o radinho no número 2. Só lembrando vocês que estamos aqui no palco 2. Ao lado temos o palco 1. Então, quando vocês quiserem ouvir o outro palco, é só ir para lá e sintonizar o radinho no palco 1. Vocês terão todas as informações aqui no telão. E para receber ele, vamos receber com muitas palmas então, pessoal, o Chip Thurston da Fast Spring. Please welcome to our stage. Take a seat. Imagina. Tá.
Hello. Thank you for coming to this talk today. I'll be talking to you about direct-to-consumer revenue, web stores, how you can drive web store growth, some of the new changes that are coming and some of the policies announced from Apple and Google, and ultimately some actionable takeaways. So I'll leave you with some things you can do to learn more about growing web stores this year and beyond. First, a little bit about me. So I'm Chip. I'm the head of gaming at FastSpring. At FastSpring, we are a payment provider for web stores, right? So we have over 3,000 customers, and we work with some of the biggest names in gaming, from Rovio to Gameloft and many others. And we have been around for over 20 years. And so we focus on bringing a lot of that expertise forward to help our customers grow in web stores. So for me personally, I'm leveraging over a decade of industry experience. I've worked at studios most recently like Scopely. Before that, I worked at SciPlay. And I wore a number of hats across that time, from marketing to monetization, to user acquisition, to community management, to live ops. But most recently, I was focused on web stores, on direct-to-consumer growth, and helping players migrate from the game into the web store and maximizing the revenue we could drive through our web stores. And so at FastSpring, I'm focused on taking that experience and helping our customers, and really the industry, to market and monetize direct-to-consumer, understanding policies and how we can grow revenue being driven through web stores. I'm based out of Austin, Texas, up in the States. I am our honorary D2C captain, meaning our boat party series that we use to just have a great time at gaming events. We recently have one at GDC in San Francisco. We have one coming up in Los Angeles in May, and so be on the lookout for more of these boat parties. If you want to go, just let me know. And of course, father to one awesome 8-year-old kiddo who loves games, and I'm trying to find the right swag here for him. So I'm going to break this down into 5 key questions that I'll try to answer for you. I'm going to talk through how did we get here, right? A little bit of history on direct-to-consumer, what led us to this point, and why this year is really redefining what's possible in direct-to-consumer. We'll talk a little bit about the current state of play, just where things stand today under the current rulings. A little bit about platform fees, because that's the direction things are going, and then why those fees are good for direct-to-consumer. And then ultimately I'll close with some actionable takeaways, some key insights, and a little bit about what you should do moving forward. But first, how did we get here, right? A little bit of history, because by understanding the past, we can understand where we're going. And so when I think about how we got here, I want to start with last year, because last year was really transformational for what is possible in D2C. You see a number of the headlines here, right? We saw these big rulings come through, like Epic versus Apple. We were on podcasts like with 2.5 Gamers and talking about the transformational nature of these rulings. But more than just the qualitative side of it and understanding really what was happening on the regulation side, we wanted to quantify this. So we ran a survey last summer. So in July, August last year, we did a survey to over 100 key decision makers at game developers across North America and Europe. And these were studios with games generating over $1 million in revenue to really qualify and say, these are successful games, and how are they perceiving direct-to-consumer, and what's influencing their behavior? And we asked them dozens of questions about web stores. So one of the first things we asked them was, do you currently have a web store? And we saw 57% of respondents say, yes, we currently have a web store. 43% said no. And again, this is 8 months ago, so August last year. So at that point, we split the survey in two. So if they said, yes, we have a web store, we asked them some questions. If they said, no, we don't have a web store, we asked them different questions. So if they said, no, we do not have a web store, we asked them, okay, are you planning to make use of a web store? And that was where we saw 96% of respondents say, yes, they are planning to make use of a web store. So the takeaway from these two charts is that basically everybody we surveyed either had a web store or was planning to have a web store. Right? We're seeing this tremendous adoption. And this is August 2025. I'm sure it's even increased since then in terms of who actually has launched a web store by this time. So if everybody either has a web store or is planning to have a web store, what's driving that behavior? So we asked a little bit about that. So for those that did have a web store, we asked them, has this recent Epic versus Apple ruling caused you to increase your investment in D2C, in web stores? And there, we saw, again, 95% say yes. So it's pretty clear that what's driving a lot of the adoption are the recent regulations, right? Which makes sense, but this really validates that assumption, right? We knew that these regulations were impactful, but this is really demonstrating how impactful those regulations have been. And as a reminder, this Epic versus Apple ruling in the United States is what allows publishers to migrate players from the mobile game directly into the web store without fees, meaning Apple cannot charge a fee on that revenue. So you can drive this web store revenue at a much, much lower rate than what you would have to pay on mobile. And what was so transformative about this ruling is that there was no fee from Apple and that it immediately went into effect. There was no grace period. Other rulings have had weeks or even months before they take effect. This ruling went into effect immediately last April, and it changed the game for D2C and caused this increase in investment. But the other chart here says, okay, if you have a web store, has your D2C revenue increased in the last 12 months? And there, interestingly, we saw 70% say it had increased, right? You see the 65%, and then there's a 5% greatly increased at the top there. So 70% together, but that means there's a gap, right? We saw 95% say they increased their investment, but only 70% said they increased the revenue they were driving through the web store. And so in that sense, when I think about 2025, it was this year of investment, and that was with the expectation that it would continue to grow in 2026 and beyond. And so when I think about last year overall, I think it was this year of tremendous adoption for web stores and investment in web stores and growth in web stores, but a lot of that growth is still yet to come. And that's what we'll see in 2026 and beyond. But if we zoom out further and think about how we got here, I think it's important to understand that web stores didn't just come into become a best practice overnight in 2025. The ruling happened in 2025 overnight, but web stores go back to 2020. So in August 2020 is when Epic Games put Fortnite, they drove off-platform revenue in Fortnite, right? They said if you want to make a purchase in Fortnite on Android or iOS, you have to go to our web store to make that purchase. And again, this is August 2020. And in doing so, Apple and Google did not like that, and so they pulled Fortnite from the store. They said, you can't do this. If you're going to transact on Fortnite, you need to do it inside the app. And so when they pulled Fortnite from the store, that was what prompted Epic Games to pursue litigation against Apple and Google, right? They said, this is anti-competitive behavior. This is monopolistic behavior. So we're going to pursue this litigation that we should be able to drive revenue outside of the platforms. And again, this started August 2020, but that's what really kicked this off was this Epic Games litigation. And then beyond that, in 2020, that's also the year that the Digital Markets Act was proposed in the European Union. So this is an act saying very similar things. It's saying that Apple and Google have been pursuing this anti-competitive behavior, and that is a monopoly, and we need to regulate that, we being the European Union. And so they proposed this act in 2020. So go to 2021, and that's when I think we started to see web stores launch. We started to see direct-to-consumer launch for some of these top publishers. And when I say top publishers, I mean some of the early adopters in this space, like Scopely and others, launch web stores at this time. Because web stores were allowed, what was challenged was the marketing of the web store. How you got players from the mobile game into the web store was regulated heavily by Apple and Google, but you could still have a web store, right? So they launch in 2021, but they aren't really a proven concept yet. They're not growing. 2022, the Digital Markets Act gets adopted, meaning the European Union says we're going to put this into effect, and it will go into effect in the future, and we will regulate these companies, Apple and Google. It's also when what I think of as creative steering begins. And this is something I was working on when I was working on web stores. But when I say creative steering, I mean kind of indirect linking. So we could not link directly from the mobile game into the web store, but we could link from the mobile game into the website to a different page, and then from that page into the web store. And that was this kind of creative steering concept because we were thinking about how we could grow web stores while accommodating the regulations, even as they were as draconian as they were. And so we started doing this, seeing if it would work. Right? We didn't know, and we'll see this bear out in a couple of years. But then in 2023, the Digital Market Act goes into effect. It starts being enforced, and it says Apple and Google have to allow off-platform payments in Europe, which is very significant. It was a significant ruling, but it was not impactful, and I'll explain why in a moment. 2024, that was when I would say we saw creative steering really prove the potential of web stores. We saw games in the industry driving over half of their revenue through web stores, even with this indirect linking, right? This creative steering, going from the game into the homepage and the homepage into the store, or the game into the support page or an events page, and then from there into the store, right? And even with that roundabout path, web stores were able to grow. And that was when the adoption really started to pick up, even before these rulings had come into effect. But then last year, as I talked about, these very impactful rulings came into effect. And that was also when the DMA fines started getting issued. So like I said, the Digital Markets Act went into effect in 2023. That's when it was enforced. But Apple and Google complied with it maliciously, so they allowed off-platform payments, but they charged a prohibitive fee on that, a very high fee. And so because that was not in the spirit of the regulation, they were fined. Those fines have not been impactful, and so that's why Europe is kind of lagging behind in web store growth. I think this context is important because it shows two things. One, it takes a very strict ruling to have an effect like we saw in the United States. And two, these things move really slowly. It took 5 years to go from proposal to enforcement to fine to still not having an impact, right? And so these things do take a while to take shape. But that's also why this year is exciting, because in 2026, we have this new Epic Google settlement, which I'll walk through, but that's going to redefine what's possible in D2C. So I want to go through a little bit more, now that I've talked about the past, a little bit about where things are today. What's the current state of play? And if you take nothing else away from what I talk about today, let it be that you can link to your web store without fees in the United States today. That is still possible today. I'll talk a lot about the other rulings and how things are changing, but for now, you can link to your store without fees today. And that's what at FastSpring, I'm telling the publishers that work with us. I'm saying, please, take advantage of this. Act with urgency because this window will close in the near future. And so migrate your players from the game into the web store so you can get as much growth as you can today. Create those direct-to-consumer customers because it's a window that's going to be closing in the near future. So you can do that because of two rulings. I talked a little bit about Epic versus Apple. This went into effect in April of last year. There's also Epic versus Google. There's a very identical ruling that went into effect in October of last year. And so between these two, we have both platforms. They're only in the United States, but because of these, you can link from the game into the web store, and Apple and Google cannot charge a fee yet on those payments. Interestingly, in Japan last year, there was something called the Mobile Software Competition Act that went into effect. This is also known as the Smartphone Act. This impacts both Apple and Google, and it allows linking into the web store with fees. So this says Apple and Google can charge a fee, but they have to allow linking into the web store. And I mentioned this one because I think it sets an interesting precedent, right? I haven't seen a lot of adoption in Japan for direct-to-consumer growth yet, but I think by complying with this, Apple and Google have kind of tipped their hand. They've shown how they will comply with rulings in other countries and a little bit about what the future will look like, which I'll talk through. So with that, there's also calls for regulation, like in the wonderful country of Brazil, but also in places like Spain, the UK, Colombia. We're seeing all sorts of countries come forward and say, you know what? These behaviors are anti-competitive from Apple and Google. They are monopolistic from Apple and Google, and so we need to regulate that. And so we're seeing this momentum globally. And so that's why I'm also very confident in the future of web stores and the future growth there, because it's not just the United States that's driving this forward. It really is globally. Even like I talked about in Europe, they've been working on this for 6 years now, and we're waiting for that to be impactful, but it still shows this momentum going in that direction. Now, what's pending are two things. The Epic Google settlement, which is global-ish, and I'll talk through what I mean by that. But there's also the Apple appeal. Apple continues to appeal this ruling from April of last year in the United States. Now, they've appealed multiple times up until now. Those appeals have not been successful, but they're still appealing further. So we'll see. That's the caveat I need to give, is that these things could change at any time, right? That's another reason to act with urgency on the current rulings, because things can change at any time. So I think what we know today is you can link without fees in the United States, and these other rulings are coming. So I want to really talk about the Epic Google settlement for the next several slides, because this is what is proposed by Google, and it should really change what's possible in D2C. So the first thing to know about it is that it will settle litigation between Epic Games and Google. This is Epic and Google going forward to the court and saying, we both agree to this. Up until now, they have not done that. It has been very antagonistic between them, and any ruling has been agreed to by one side, but not the other. Well, with this new settlement, both of them are moving forward and saying, with this, we settle litigation, meaning this introduces certainty. This introduces a new set of rules that will be established moving forward, because there will no longer be litigation between the two parties. But the other thing is that it's not yet in effect. Even though Google and Epic proposed this late last year, it's not yet in effect because the court is a little doing due diligence, we'll say, really understanding how this settlement came to be and that it's good for the industry. And so it's possible this changes. Everything I talk about from here with this settlement will be under the current terms of the settlement, but bear in mind, that could change, right? The court could come in and make some decision that changes some aspect of the settlement. So grain of salt with the settlement moving forward, but I'll talk about it under its current proposal. So what's in this settlement is that first, it permits alternative in-app billing systems. Up until now, if you transacted inside the app on Google Play, you have to use Google Play billing, right? That's true today. Any in-app transaction has to use Google Play to process that. With this settlement, that will no longer be the case. You can use an alternative provider like FastSpring to power payments inside the app. And so now, would you want to, right? There's still value in Google Play. So I think that's a separate question. But what's really important is that this settlement will allow that for the first time. Secondarily, it will introduce what we'll call platform fees, which will be separate from billing fees. And I'm going to unpack this on the next slide to really say what are these platform fees. So I'll pause on that one. But the other thing to know is it allows alternative app stores. So Epic Games cares deeply about this one, right? They have the Epic Games Store, and they've wanted to have that on mobile, but Apple and Google have not allowed that up until now. They've said if you want apps on our platform, you have to use our store, the Google Play Store or the App Store on iOS. Well, with this settlement, Google Play will allow alternative stores like the Epic Games Store to exist for the first time. So pretty significant changes. When it's rolling out, well, they've said by June 30th, this will be in effect in the United States and Europe. That's just 2 months away, right? That's pretty soon. By the end of September, Australia. By the end of December, Korea and Japan. And then by September of next year, it'll be global. Big asterisk on this one is that approval will vary by country. So this is Google's planned rollout schedule. But that doesn't mean that every country globally will accept this policy. And we've seen that so far, right? We've seen different countries have different appetites for the regulation that Google and Apple have established. And so I do expect there to be some variability. This is just the currently proposed rollout timeline for the settlement. Also, it's not approved in the United States yet. If it doesn't get approved in the next 2 months, it will not go into effect by June 30th. Same for Europe. And so this is just the plan, but the plan is definitely subject to change. But if it goes according to the schedule, it will be in effect very soon. So I kind of glossed over platform fees, but I think it's really important to understand this because this is what the future of direct-to-consumer will look like. So when I say platform fees, the way I define that is the percentage of revenue paid to Apple or Google for in-app purchase made on their platform, right? So if I think about it for the last decades, like the mobile store up until now, you've paid 30% of revenue to Apple and Google for using their platform, right? That's just the way we've operated since the stores came to be. And that 30% has included a lot of things, right? It includes the billing. You transact through Google Play or Apple Pay for billing. It includes distribution of your app, updates for your app, any risk management for payments. Like all that gets bundled up into the 30%. We don't even really think about it. And we've just accepted that for in-app transactions. Well, moving forward, they're breaking that 30% into two different fees. And so there will be a billing fee and then a platform fee. So the billing fee is to process payments inside the app through that billing partner. Meaning, if you transact on Google Play and use Google Play billing, there's a fee for that, which they've said in the United States will be 5%. So if you transact through Google Play as you are today, pay 5% to Google Play and they'll handle the currency conversion, taxes, risk management, all that stuff. But what's separate is the platform fee, which is what includes everything else. So that's the fee for just using the platform. Regardless of what billing solution you use, you pay this platform fee. And the platform fee is where things get very convoluted. I'm going to try to walk through these numbers, so bear with me. The platform fee will be 20 to 25% for an in-app purchase. So it's either 20 or 25% depending on the date of install. So if it's before June 30th, under the current proposal, it would be 25%, meaning any install today that you have inside your game will pay 25% as a platform fee for that in-app payment. And then if you use Google Play for billing, that's 5% on top, so you're paying 30%. So it doesn't change, right? For any historic install, if you use Google Play for billing, you're still paying 30%. If it's after June 30th, interestingly, it becomes 20%. So moving forward, installs will actually have a lower rate. And so you'll have this interesting difference of the rate that you're paying to Google based on the date of install for your players. Also, they're introducing a fee on linked payments. So linked payments or steered payments means a payment on your web store linked directly from your game. So if you link from your game into the store and they make a purchase, you now will be paying a percentage of that revenue to Google, right? 20%, a pretty substantial percentage. And that's what Google has said they're going to establish moving forward is the fee for these linked payments. So if you use, say, FastSpring for your store and you have a rate of around 5% for your web store payments with FastSpring, well, now you're paying 20% to Google and 5% to FastSpring. That's like 25%. That's a pretty high rate for web stores, right? But I'll talk through some of this and why I think that's still really good for growth of web stores because they're very limited in scope for when you'll actually pay that 20%. The other thing to know is that the rate can be lower. It's lower for subscriptions. It's only 10%. For your first $1 million in revenue each year, it's only 10%. So you'll have these windows where you can pay a lower rate. And the other thing is, this asterisk down here, there is a discount available of 5%. You can lower that rate by 5 percentage points if you enroll in some of Google's programs called the Games Level Up program, the App Experiences program. These require you to integrate a lot of Google technology, but you can get a lower rate if you pursue them. So I encourage you to read up on those programs if you're curious. Something else to consider with this new policy. But again, I'm going to circle back to one key point I made. The other thing to know about platform fees is that they are 0% today. So again, you do not have to pay a fee today in the United States when linking from your game into your store, your web store, and so you should be pursuing that. So that was a lot of numbers. I'm going to try to simplify all that with a visual here. So today, if you transact inside the app, you pay 30% to Google, right? That's what we all know. Let's say you go to the web store. Whether you directly link that payment or not, you only pay your merchant of record a fee. You don't pay any fee to Google for your web store revenue. And so if that's, say, 5% to FastSpring, that's much more profitable, right? That's great. But in the future, under this settlement, under the current terms of the settlement, which again could change, but under these current terms, let's say it's 25% inside the game. So this would be an install after June 30th, transacting inside the app, using Google Play for billing. Simplify all that, you're paying 25% to Google. Or if you link them into the store, you pay 20% to Google and 5% to FastSpring. So again, 25%, those are equal, right? But importantly, there's still this bucket down here where you only pay 5% to FastSpring. And that's when they get to your web store without being linked. And I'll explain what I mean by that and how this bucket, to me, is the key for growth for direct-to-consumer moving forward. So I think how platform fees work is also really important to understand because they show how we can be more strategic in driving that growth. So one, they're tracked via an API. So moving forward, Google has an API that they'll require you to use, and that will track payments linked from your game made in your web store. And this is how they'll establish an attribution window. So there's actually going to be a 24-hour attribution window, as proposed in the current settlement, for any payments made on the web store. Meaning if you link from your game into your web store, any purchases made over the next 24 hours would have this 20% fee applied to them. So you have to pay 20% of that revenue. And again, all tracked via API. But importantly, these are only on linked payments. And so I think back to when I was working on web stores and I had something I wanted to promote. Maybe I just wanted to promote the web store. I would think about all the different vehicles I could use to communicate with our players, which is everything mapped out here, right? It's in-app communication, so like a pop-up inside the game, or maybe a banner in the mobile store. But it's also direct communication, so ways we would talk directly with our players, like our blog or an email campaign. It's also game-managed channels like social media and community forums. It's also community-managed channels like Twitch and Discord and Reddit, TikTok. All these places that we could talk to players and promote the web store inside of our game. And when I think about these linked payments, the only vehicle they apply to is in-app communication. That's the only place you have a link that goes directly from the game into the store. If a player goes from social media into the web store, There's no Google fee, no platform fee on that. If they go from Twitch into the web store, there's not a fee. If they go from email into the store, there's not a fee. So these are all the ways you grow inside that much lower percentage bucket. That bucket where you're only paying FastSpring, you're not also paying Google a fee. And so moving forward, we'll need to think about how we as publishers can drive growth using these other channels as opposed to only in-app communication. The other piece is, I didn't even list non-link text. So if you just say, go to our web store inside your game, or go to store.fastspring.com to make a purchase, well, there's no click, so there's no link, so there's no tracking, and so there's no fee, right? You're just promoting the store inside your game, but you're still not paying a fee to Google. The other piece is direct load traffic. Once a player makes a purchase in your web store, they are inherently stickier. They know about the increased value from making a purchase there. They know that they can trust your web store with their payment information. They're just aware of your web store to begin with. And so because of that, the next time they make a purchase, they know to go back into the web store. And so organically, you will get some repeat traffic in there. So why are these good for direct-to-consumer? I've talked about some of this, so I'll be quick. But one, they have limited scope, right? They only apply to the linked payments there. You have all these other vehicles you can use to drive web store growth. Two, they introduce certainty. So this is where, up until now, there have been these lingering appeals, ongoing litigation. Well, with this, the litigation ends. We have an idea of how things will operate moving forward for web stores. So this is going to increase adoption because many conversations I have here often end with, well, I don't want to make that investment in a web store if things could change, if that could be made useless in the future. Well, now we know that this is what the state of play will be moving forward. They also legitimize steering, and I think this part is really important because up until now, it's been these kind of cloak and dagger tactics to drive web store growth, ways of trying to grow your web store without upsetting Apple and Google, right? Saying, I don't want to damage my relationship with them. Well, now we know how they want us to drive web store growth, and so we'll comply with those rulings and have a much healthier relationship with them moving forward. And the other piece is that it includes them. It includes them in the revenue. It cuts them in, and we'll share revenue with them. And so it's a way to really have a healthy relationship with Apple and Google while also driving web store growth. So I want to close with what you should do about this, some key takeaways. First, if it's not clear, invest in a web store. A web store will be key to this future strategy. You need a place for players to go to make those purchases, to decide what they want. So step one, invest in a web store if you have not already. Step two, strategize when to incur these fees, these platform fees specifically, versus when to avoid them to maximize growth. And I'll break down a strategy on this on the final slide here, one idea of how to do this. But my point with this is it won't be as simple as saying, there's no fee, let's funnel all of our players from the game into the web store. We'll have to think about when do we want to directly link them versus when do we want to try to use other methods. So just being more strategic. And third is to continue to monitor updates. Like I said, this settlement introduces certainty if it does get approved and if it does go into effect, but changes could still happen. It could be on a country-by-country basis. It could be the percentage of revenue changes in a certain country. That's what one country might regulate. It could be the attribution window differs in one country to the next. And we still don't know how Apple will comply with this too. This settlement is only proposed by Google right now. So continue to monitor these updates because things will still continue to settle even if we have a much clearer idea of the direction things are going with the way this settlement is structured. So I have one idea I mapped out here I want to leave you with of how to comply with platform fees. And so the concept here is you have two segments of players. One segment is non-D2C customers or players who have never purchased on your web store before. And for those customers, you promote your web store at every opportunity, right? They go inside your game and there's a pop-up that talks about the web store. They open the mobile store inside your game, and in that mobile store, there's a big banner for your web store. Like you are blasting them with communication for your web store because there's no fee for marketing. You don't have to pay anything to promote your web store. The only time you pay that fee is when they make a purchase. And so you're marketing your web store inside your game, and eventually they make a purchase. And so when they make that purchase, okay, well, you linked to them, right? They clicked on that banner or that pop-up. So you do have to pay this fee to Google. So you pay 20% to Google and then say 5% to FastSpring. But very importantly, when they make this purchase, they migrate into the other bucket. The other segment is people who have made a purchase on your web store at any time. And for those players, you do not promote your web store at all. There's no pop-up that talks about the web store. There is no banner in your mobile store that talks about the web store. There's nothing there. And you're relying on those other vehicles I talked about earlier to drive them back, to drive those repeat purchases. You're relying on the organic stickiness of your web store and an email campaign or social media or Twitch or Discord, other channels to get them back into the web store. And when they make that purchase, there's no fee you pay Google now. You only pay the fee to your merchant of record like FastSpring, and it's a much more profitable channel. So in this way, you're kind of treating this linked payment fee as a one-time fee to create this recurring revenue stream on your web store, right? You're driving these recurring payments now on web store. So you're creating web store customers. And the real nuance to this, I think where this will evolve is to think about when a player churns from that bucket back into the first bucket, right? So this is kind of level 2, but it's saying, at what point do I want to start promoting the web store again? Maybe a player purchased on the web store and then stopped, and they made purchases on mobile for 3 months. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll start linking them again. And if they make another purchase, I'll have to pay that fee to Google, but I'm really trying to get them back into the web store. So there's a data science component to this of finding when is the right time to then start promoting the web store again inside of your game. But this is what I mean when I say we'll have to be more strategic in how we drive growth, but there's still a very clear opportunity to me to drive growth for web stores, even in a world where there is this 20% fee for Google, because it only applies to those linked payments. So that's all. I'll leave you with 5 key takeaways, trying to summarize what I talked about here. First, you should steer without fees in the United States today. I've said this multiple times, but I'm going to reiterate it one more time. Link to your web store today. That window will close maybe in the next 2 months. And so there's a window today that will not be open much longer, and it's a great opportunity to drive web store growth. 2, the Epic Google settlement is coming soon, probably. I can't say this with certainty, but it seems like everything is moving in that direction, and once the courts approve it, it will go into effect in the near future. And because the Epic Google settlement is coming soon, platform fees will be coming soon. That's a key part of the settlement. And so platform fees will be good for D2C growth, but they will introduce an extra layer of complexity. And so it's important that you understand how these fees are structured so you know how you can strategize how to grow your web store. And lastly, the 3 action items: invest in a web store if you haven't already, strategize how to grow your web store under this new policy, and continue to monitor regulations. I hope this was helpful. We are here on the show floor over on the B2B side. You can also find me on LinkedIn. Always happy to chat. I'll be lingering around after this, but thank you for coming.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Tem o som que vem da rua, Tem cinema no sertão, tem criança no ginásio com talento de montão. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil em ação.
O governo do Brasil está do lado da cultura, do esporte, do meio ambiente, da ciência, da educação, da inclusão e do povo brasileiro. É assim que o desenvolvimento chega, a oportunidade vira realidade e o nosso país avança. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil.
No Journey 1, aliás, Journey 2, porque o 1 tá aqui desse lado, tá rolando o painel também. E, galera, o desenvolvimento de jogos tá cada vez mais complexo, vocês não acham? Mas tem uma coisa que muita gente ainda faz errado: deixar a otimização para a etapa final. Isso não cola mais. A otimização precisa ser estratégica, estratégia central de produção desde o primeiro polígono. Só assim se reduz o risco, ganha performance e o fluxo de trabalho anda. Nessa sessão vamos explorar como integrar a otimização nos pipelines 3D desde o começo. E mais, como preparar esses pipelines para assets gerados por IA e por usuários. Um detalhe muito importante: em múltiplas plataformas. Então, com a gente no palco da Microsoft Xbox Games Studios e Simplicon Studios, para falar sobre otimização estratégica e performance de verdade, ele, Jason Air. Muitas palmas! Welcome to our stage. You can take a seat, please. Or you, yeah, it's up to you. Obrigada, pessoal.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to the business of optimization. It's a little bit of a surreal environment. I can't hear any noise from the crowd, but yeah, we'll do what we can here. So I know this isn't really the most exciting subject in game development to talk about. You know, it's something that's always kind of left to the end. We forget about it a little bit, but I think we're at a kind of a critical point now where we have to bring this up as a discussion. I think the way games are going now, they're more like living content platforms than anything else. So I don't know which button is which here. Seems to have skipped a slide. It's a skipped slide 2. No? Anyway, I'll just go on. All right, we'll no, back. All right, we'll just leave it there for now and carry on. So a little bit about myself. I've worked across game development for about 20 years. I've worked mostly in production pipelines, so anything from production management to workflow, right through content creation at a company called Quixel Megascans, and then 3D content strategy at Epic Games. And then at Simplicon now, I've been focused very much on optimization. I feel like optimization is something that I really enjoy because it has such a critical impact on the studios. A few things that I'd like to walk through here, and we don't have the slide for it, but kind of the content arc for this. what we basically want to look at is how content has evolved over this time. Maybe now we can go to that slide. So over the last 20 years, we've focused a lot on hardware, rendering. We wanted the most beautiful games. We focused on performance, and we focused on engines. But the content side has been something, or the optimization side of it has been something that has suffered quite a bit. And with the scale that we're bringing in content now, we need to have a better plan for how we get that content into games. The numbers speak for themselves. If we're looking at things like mobile, which is a very relevant market for this, we have to worry a lot about file size and how we're going to get that out to the market. UGC is creating quite a few problems. Everyone wants to be a creator. It's understandable. But we need pipelines for that, as things are not really standardized to get into games. We also have more and more targets or platforms that we have to hit. Particularly when it comes to mobile, there are so many variations of target performance and things that we have to hit. And over the next 10 years, there's going to be a lot more content coming in. It's set to grow at least 10 times. But content, it doesn't scale linearly. You can't say 5 times content equals 5 times the work. It multiplies. And it multiplies a lot. And it multiplies very, very quickly. With more content comes more QA passes, more targets that you have to hit. So we're not sure exactly. This is not a scientific figure that I've created. It's just kind of what I've seen over the years. But why does optimization always happen so late? It's not like it's something that we don't care about. It's not like we don't think about it at all. But the problem is that it is something we can shift right to the end. What we want to create is more of an automated platform where we don't have to think about these things. Because all of these things of pushing it right to the end has some direct impact into the business. There is a lot of things that will impact exactly how a studio can grow. It can impact how much we can iterate, and it can impact how much we can output. And executives care about these figures. They care about what this means to the bottom line of the studio. They care about what this means in terms of who we can hire. So the optimization part, while still manual, is creating knock-on effects into what can be invested into the studio. And then we have our new favorite toy, AI. We all think AI is great, and it is. It has a lot of benefits. We're able now to create much more content. And while it's not extremely widely used yet, it is being used somewhat, and it's creating a much bigger bottleneck than what we have anticipated. So the gap between content coming in and being able to optimize that to get it into a platform is becoming bigger and bigger and wider. Here we can see that the input for content coming in is just increasing all the time. And the hiring cannot keep up because they're always lagging behind what's coming. So optimization is becoming infrastructure. We've already had these kind of infrastructures in place in the past. We've done it with build systems, version control, cloud deployment. All these things happen automatically. And we need to move optimization into the same way. It needs to be something that's automatic, no one really sees. It's just there running, and the content is ready to go. So three basic pillars that we need to think about. We need to make sure that our engineers, our artists, and everyone is aligned. We need to set those targets early, and we need to stick by those. We need to make sure that we have automatic validation. We don't need queues of content waiting for someone to approve. Of course, hero assets are different. They need a special eye on them. But for the general content, we don't need to have queues. It needs to have specific targets that it automatically hits. And then we need to design better for scalable content and pipelines. So what does production grade optimization look like? So we need to have this basic pipeline that's hidden from everyone else. No one has to see it. It automatically flows, and it automatically flows to the different platforms that you're trying to target. Using those three pillars, we can easily maintain a system like this. And the huge amounts of content that are coming in, we can easily make sure that it's ready, set, and good to go. So this was basically the arc that informed the talk. Production pipeline systems. We have all those, they're a little bit scattered, but we need to put it into one place. We need to plan for industrial scale asset creation. If you're an indie and you have a big hit, you won't have 18 months to build this infrastructure at all. So the optimization infrastructure needs to be in place. So the studios that win in this regard are definitely not the ones with the most artists. They are the ones with the most scalable pipelines. And their studios can scale with that pipeline, with the ingestion of content, and they can go forward into making all the things that we need, and their artists can focus on creation and not fixing things towards the end. So from me, I think that's it. Short and sweet to get you the information. This really should be a week-long workshop, but that's all we have the time for here, really. So thank you.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
E aí, pessoal, já voltamos com mais um painel para vocês. Agora sobre jogos multiplayer. Quem é que gosta de jogo multiplayer aqui? Ó, tem uma galerinha, hein? Jogos multiplayer dominam, sim, os rankings globais. Isso todo mundo já sabe, né? Mas saber não é o bastante, pessoal. Ir do protótipo ao sucesso ao vivo, com gente de verdade jogando, exige muito mais do que um bom design. Exige estrutura, exige ferramenta e estratégia. Nessa palestra, a gente vai mostrar as práticas comprovadas para multiplayer. Considerações de plataforma, ferramentas que ajudam times a equilibrar a criatividade, desempenho e receita em diferentes caminhos de crescimento. Então, com a gente no palco, muitas palmas para ele, Mark Val. Ele é da Foto Multiplayer, escala e sucesso que sustenta aqui no palco da Gamescom. Welcome to our stage.
Hi, you hear me well, everyone? Yeah, good. So you don't hear? Or you do? Okay, all right.
Okay.
So yeah, today we're going to talk about multiplayer. But first, let's start with this. Did you know that for the last 30 years, internet has been growing by 10% every year? That growth, unfortunately, is slowing down. So we were at a 5% growth rate about 5 years ago, and now we're at 3% growth rate as we speak right now. So it means that we have less and less new users coming to the internet. One thing that is important to understand is that us at Photon, we've been doing multiplayer for a bit more than 20 years. We talk to developers every week, so I meet about 15 to 20 studios to learn about what they're trying to build. So we learn and we teach others how to succeed in multiplayer. We provide all the foundation and netcode so that you guys can succeed. But this talk is not about Photon. It's really about the trends and the creative pathways on how to make multiplayer games. And so let's start. So what you're seeing here, well, it might be a bit small for you, but it's the top mobile games, the top grossing, top downloads. And if we apply the multiplayer filter, everything that is in white are fully real-time multiplayer games. And so this year there was many new single-player game with new mechanic that got launched on mobile. So we passed from having 71% of the game being multiplayer to now being 64%. But that said, if you take the top 500 games revenue, now we're back at 71% of them that are multiplayer. So multiplayer games are all over the place in the mobile sector. And if you look at Minecraft, which is the #1 premium game, it's actually on position 72 in the grossing sector. And if we look at PC, well, it's exactly the same thing. In fact, it's even better. Most of the games are multiplayer. And there's many reasons behind that. And that's what I'm going to try to explain to you today. So, as I said earlier, most of the games now are multiplayer. And it's because players like to play multiplayer games. Now we're talking about 80% of the players play multiplayer game every month. And now we're talking about 71% of the players plays a multiplayer game every week. So that's very high ratio. So that is from 14,000 people all around the world. A very nice study. And then if we go for Brazil itself, no, not Brazil yet, but if we look at the usage of internet, of multiplayer games, why it is good, we can see very much that that the players like to play with their family, with their friends, and the social aspect of games changed, where people now go and meet in their multiplayer games to talk about their day, what they do, they meet their friends, and really it's a place to socialize, and this trend is really, really growing. So that's for Brazil, and really the important stat is on my right here, where 83% play online with others every month here in Brazil. And if we look at China, which is the reference, we're at 93%. So there's still like a growth of 20% of 10% to be reached here in Brazil. There's growth to be done in multiplayer in Brazil, just so you're aware. And then obviously like this trend of having more and more connected players, having players that use in-game voice communication is just growing and growing. And it's a trend that is really, really skyrocketing. So as we speak now, like the biggest games are actually on Fortnite and on Roblox. So obviously like these are the new distribution places, and as developers, it's super nice to have a platform where you can have multiplayer by default when you're building your gameplay. And the reach is astronomical. Now we're talking about 25.8 million players playing at the same time in one game. This has never been done before, so congrats to Roblox and the others to have a good sandbox to build games. But if we look at Battlefield, they try to make an engine so that everyone can build their own level, but it's not kicking off really. There's just like a few maps that are interesting. So even if you have like a AAA game, doesn't mean that having like a sandbox for developers to build games will give you success. So if we continue with voice itself, 72% of the players like to talk online and be with their friends, and the reasons behind it are very, very profound. It's really to connect and be to be with your friends, connect and share really about your day. And I don't see that going anywhere. Obviously, like Nintendo picked that up right away. So now with the Switch, you can have voice, you can talk with your friends, which is super cool. But also they integrate like video camera. So now you are able to actually see your friends in the game as you play, and this is available to all the developers on the Switch. And this relates even more to bringing players together as you play, and there's no coming back from that. And obviously the good thing is that when you are having voice, well, it creates like ton of good content, and when you have voice in the game, it's way more dynamic, it's way more interesting for the viewers. So obviously, like on YouTube and whatnot, this is what people like to look, and that's how players discover the games. And talking about all of the distribution channel, 27% of all of the YouTube content and the other channel, TikTok and Twitch, were about games. So we're talking about 8.1 billion hours just in one quarter. And most of these games all have voice and are all multiplayer. So obviously, if discovery is attached to a game that is fun and entertaining, that's how you should also create your game. And there's games, obviously, that made that very well. So now we have Repo. Anyone here played Repo? Raise your hand. Man? All right. So having voice in the lobby has never been as fun as before. You know? And I don't think this will go away anytime soon.
I look like shit, man. Great.
It just brings entertainment to another level. And then obviously, for those who don't know Repo, it's a game where you have to go with your friends and have to loot an area, getting some good items and bringing back to your base. So it's very a session-based, a session-based game where everything happens in one session, all your grinding and whatnot. So it's not something that you carry game over game. So it's very interesting again to look at as an example. And here's another example of how to use voice.
Good kid voice and dad.
What? That's perfect. So that's ugly though, because I'm just talking and I almost said it. I'm like this.
So playing with voice with filters add a lot of fun in the game. So it's beyond communication, obviously. And if we look at Repo, they had a tremendous success. They totally obliterated all of the free-to-play games that were out there in terms of downloads. So even if the game is a premium game, its low price really kicked it off. And the fact that everyone was playing on YouTube and on Twitch and were having fun with it, it just created a K factor of virality that was extremely high. Here's another game that followed the same path.
Come on, he's done. Go, get no! I got you! No!
So for those who didn't recognize, that is Peak. For those who didn't play Peak, you have to go with your friends, go up a mountain, and then you have fruits and objects that's going to help you in the session of the game to be able to advance. And Peak, again, voice is very important, and it's a good example. I say 5 million copies, but actually now there are 16 million copies sold, and probably higher than that. It's very amazing what they did. But again, like implementing voice with that these games are all session-based. And if we look at the different multiplayer type of economies, from having like a cosmetic or having like an auction, well, session is really something that is unique on its own. Because when you make a session multiplayer games, well, everything just got a lot easier because you don't need a full SQL database for currencies or for exchanges or for transactions. So your cost of running the game goes lower by quite a lot. And also in terms of integration, it's much easier as a developer to think about the game as only being a session rather than something that you have to carry from one level to another. And if we look at the traditional multiplayer versus peak or versus repo, well, we can see like there's a huge difference right away where the meta progression is very minimal because it's all about the session of who you are with and that you're enjoying the moment. So definitely it's something for you to look at. There was a cool game that launched this summer called Rematch. Anyone played Rematch? Okay, cool, awesome. So what is innovative with Rematch? It's really about how athletic you can move around with the controller. And this game had a super high peak during the summer, but unfortunately it had a few problems. So wait a minute, this is gonna start anytime. Oh, there you go. So, okay. So what I want to show here is, no, there was an issue, sorry. Let's see if I can go back and try to make it happen correctly. But I wanted to show you a bug, but it seems that it's not working. But what happened with this game is that when you were kicking somewhere and in your screen the ball was going a certain way, when the ball was going to the server, there was a lag compensation put on the server, and then your ball was going somewhere else. So more or less, as you were playing, the ball was all over the place except where you wanted. So unfortunately, what happened is that they had a huge peak, and then it really fell down. So having the proper netcode for your game is essential. If you're making a physics-based game, go deterministic. If you want to have like 400 players in your session, go states transfer. It's things that you have to know to be able to perform. You cannot trick the brain. The moment that the brain, there's something illogical that you see in your screen, you will not want to play that game anymore. You're gonna be, wow, this is so weird. So to help developers to understand this, we build a quadrant. So where we put like every single type of gameplay to the proper topology so that you guys can succeed. Some topologies, for example, if you want to make a racing game, you go fully deterministic. That's the way to do it. That way you can do predict rollback and really have an accurate racing pattern. And these topologies obviously are used by the successful games, and you too as well should know about these and succeed. So when you design for multiplayer, you really want to start your development from day one to be multiplayer. You don't add multiplayer later. You're gonna waste time. So the moment that you have like your loop, not hesitate to put it online and start to have players playing your game. So that way you will learn from them. And having a content pipeline comes later down the way, but really it helps to figure out what you have to build. So many people come to me and ask me, okay, well, what are you gonna do? What is AI about in multiplayer? So first, let's dissect a little bit about the current trend. So if we look at console gamers and core gamers, they are the peak users of polyballs and character AI. So it means that actually the players that like to play your game are very, very prone to and love to talk with AI characters and enjoy with it. So it's just a matter of time before you have NPC characters that follows you, and you can actually make them level up, and they remember who you are and who your friends are. And we're seeing the studios building that up right now. So if we look at the progression of all of these platforms through time, you can realize that really we are really at the beginning of the next wave with AR. And people don't understand the impact of how it is to be with other people. But we have a very good example of 12 years ago. There was a game called Pokemon Go that was available for everyone. And really, it attracted the crowds all around the world to move around. And if we look at the current situation with AR glasses, it's really going a good way. So this is with the MetaQuest But if you look at the quality that you can have now with understanding the topology of your surrounding, having multiplayer games that are in the real world is pretty much the next leg that's going to happen in the next 10 years. And obviously, Meta is investing a lot in terms of quality of the glasses, how they look. It's starting to be less and less like clunky. These are pretty much the biggest glasses there is now in AR. The new models are much smaller. So definitely it's something that you have to think about because the hardware is coming in very, very fast. And in terms of development, well, multiplayer has ton and ton and ton of service providers to help in any sector. What I mean by this giant chart here, both on distribution and all the other level, is that everyone understands multiplayers nowadays, whoever you're talking to, and there's a lot of the services that can help you out to succeed. So for us at Photon, we have 110 samples that are easy to download. They're all free, and we give you like the foundation, to build any kind of multiplayer games. We have like battle royale, we have platformers, we have top-down view, name it, racing games. So that way you can download it and see how it works and learn from it, and then build your game. And then it covers all the engines from Unity to Unreal to Godot, and very soon GameMaker and also Default. So to help you out, I've put some of the samples that we have in the quadrant I showed you earlier, so that way you can really pick the right topologies with the right sample so that you guys can succeed. So at Photon, we really specialize in bringing the best state transfer service for you. So now we're going to be in the Fab Store for Unreal in 3 weeks from now, so anyone can download it from the Fab Store, but it's already available from our website, so you guys can go there. And if you don't know anything about deterministic topologies and how to build deterministic game, have a look at Quantum. It's really gonna help you out to make really games that are ignoring latency, let's say it like this. Quantum can support up to 500 milliseconds of latency. So it means that if you're making a game that has 32 players at the same time, like the Scopely game, Stumble Guys, well, you can have players in Southeast Asia playing with players in Europe, and there's no lag, pretty much. So that way you can really have like a big match, big rounds, and really have fun. So I see I still have like a few minutes left. So I'm going to give you a few tips regarding like Stumble Guys. So Stumble Guys was made by Photon. So we made Stumble Guys and we sold it to Scopely in 2022. When we built that game on top of Quantum, well, we reached the #2 download in the world. Stumble Guys was the second most downloaded game of 2022, and how we succeed is the following. So the gameplay in Stumble Guys is an elimination system where you start with 32 players, then 16 players, then 8 players, then you have 1 player at the end. So it was very easy to build a tournament system. So we built a tournament system, which is pretty much like a CMS, and we gave the keys to the streamers. So any streamer could go in that CMS, make a tournament and invite all of their communities. So all of a sudden there was a tournament of 60,000, 70,000 players, and here in Brazil it went all over the place. So it was very successful. So the K factor was very high. So what I want to tell you regarding this story is that bundling your gameplay with viral elements is essential. So if you look at how Repo and Peak works in terms of content for YouTube, it's pretty much the same as we did regarding user acquisition with our K-factor and our tournament system. Another thing that happened that we found out is that since Quantum is very, very good with latency, well, for user acquisition, we went straight in Southeast Asia, which is the cheapest market to buy users. We're paying like 6 cents per user acquisition, which is ridiculously low. And what we found out is that everyone has friends around the world. They have friends in Europe, they have friends in America, so they started to invite their friends. And because there's no latency, they could play with them as well and have a butter smooth game. So the game went viral very, very fast. Because the brain was not seeing the lag, the game was playing right, and the players were enjoying it. So that way we reached a #2 download with the minimum amount of marketing and really having a clever way to bring streamers in the cycle. Okay, so So that was Mastering Multiplayer Trends and Creative Pathways. This presentation is a 3-hour presentation, which I've shrunk to 40 minutes and shrunk to 20 minutes now. So if you have questions regarding multiplayer, I'd be more than happy to help you out. Thank you so much.
Oi, tudo bem? Pode tirar uma foto comigo, por favor?
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil, tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão, faz pix por voz, aperta o botão, extrato multibanco. Aperta o botão...
A gente tem que ir.
Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, pra tudo que você imaginar.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro.
Pra galera que chegou agora, para vocês sintonizarem no radinho número 2, se vocês estiverem assistindo, acompanhando aqui o Journey Stage 2. E para quem quiser depois acompanhar o Stage 1, é só sintonizar no radinho número 1. A gente vai ter as informações do painel na tela aqui para vocês também. E, além do palco Journey, claro, temos outros palcos aqui pela Gamescom, então vale a pena explorar. A gente tem o palco Connect à minha direita, a gente tem o Arena Versus aqui no meio, o palco Creators à minha esquerda. Então, muitos palcos aí para vocês se divertirem. Certo? Bom, depois de anos de promessas, VR e AR podem estar finalmente chegando no ponto de inflexão. Sabe por quê? Por causa da IA. Por causa do hardware que finalmente amadureceu. e por causa das tendências de investimento que estão mudando o jogo. Nesta sessão, a gente vai trazer uma perspectiva real de mercado com um olhar de investidor sobre o que vem a seguir. Então, muitas palmas para a gente receber o nosso convidado, o Mário Vale, da Altered Ventures. Certinho?
É 20 minutinhos.
Tá.
Volta daqui 15.
Fechou.
Obrigado.
Nada.
Silicon Valley since 16 years ago, and it's been great to see the growth not only of the Latin American industry since 30 years ago that I started the experience and the work around video games, but specifically congratulations to the people that created big Brazil independent games, which evolutionized to this great event now. So thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. Let's jump in. I am going to talk to you about a great passion of me, which is VR, AR, XR, and the immersive future that we have in front of us. I believe that the next chapter that we are going to experience, not only in gaming, but in computing, it's going to be around specifically spatial computing, immersive computing, and the convergence, very important, the convergence between AI and VR and immersive worlds. Através Ventures, which is the fund that we have a VC fund in Silicon Valley. It's a fund that has been 10 years in the works. We are right now in Fund 2, and we are investing $5 million. We're small, but scrappy, and we're investing $5 million in entertainment, the future of immersive tech, game tech and game infra, and we are actually very active right now. We are deploying, we're meeting a lot of studios and a lot of people and entrepreneurs here. This is a little bit of the fund. That I'm going to skip this because we have not a lot of time to talk about the theme that I'm talking about today. I believe, as I told you about, that AI plus the immersive experience is going to be the next big chapter when it comes to the interaction between us and the computers, between us and the intelligent entities. It's not going to be a feature, it's going to be the substrate. It's going to be the most important part of the experience. And definitely, games is going to be an important part of this experience. All the experiences that right now we have been seeing around AI are mostly behind a chatbot, right? A text, a conversation. We ask a question, we get back a response. It's impressive, yes, but it's either that or some great images. I think that we are on the verge of seeing much, much more. And the growth economically and in revenue terms is going to be there as well. What has happening in the last 18 months? The last 18 months, what we call the content pipeline, the content bottleneck, has been changing so fast and so amazingly. The foundation models, the models of AI that are creating not only images and text and predicting with a lot of trillions of parameters, the great experiences that we live around AI are amazing, but little by little, we are discovering 3D world models, 3D AI world models that are going to rock the industry. They are going to completely shift the pipeline of creation of the game industry. And this is me trying to transfer the message that in Latin America, in Brazil, in Mexico, in Argentina, we are definitely in an advantage to creating at the same pace of Silicon Valley or Western Europe. Let me show you 3 and maybe 4 if we have some time. Reasons why I believe this is going to happen. three main reasons why I do believe that the pipeline of creation in game development and game distribution is going to shift forever. Number one, we're going to talk about generators. Number two, we're going to talk about what is going on these 3D models at scale. What happens with one model that can create a 3D experience. Number three, the capturing of this experience. And number four, the distribution future, which is not yet here. That I give you, definitely not here. There's not a lot of headsets out there, not a lot of glasses out there yet, but the distribution will come. Google DeepMind, I'm sure that you have heard about this company that Google bought many, many years ago. These guys were behind the Google the Go game, the tabletop game, ancient tabletop game, and it was an amazing growth of this company that actually was created by game developers. All the guys behind DeepMind were, or almost all the guys behind DeepMind were game developers, and they have created, since August 2025, they launched, and they have been little by little giving us something that you are going to see in the next video. Can we put a play on the video, please? Thank you. Since the beginning, perfect.
What you're seeing are not games or videos. They're worlds. Each one of these is an interactive environment generated by Genie 3, a new frontier for world models. With Genie 3, you can use natural language to generate a variety of worlds and explore them interactively, all with a single text prompt. Let's see what it's like to spend some time in a world. Genie 3 has real-time interactivity, meaning that the environment reacts to your movements and actions. You're not walking through a pre-built simulation. Everything you see here is being generated live as you explore it. And Genie 3 has world memory. That's why environments like this one stay consistent. World memory even carries over into your actions. For example, when I'm painting on this wall, my actions persist. I can look away and generate other parts of the world. But when I look back, the actions I took are still there. And Genie 3 enables promptable events, so you can add new events into your world on the fly. Something like another person, or transportation, or even something totally unexpected. You can use Genie to explore real-world physics and movement, and all kinds of unique environments. You can generate worlds with distinct geographies, historical settings, fictional environments, and even other characters. We're excited to see how Genie 3 can be used for next-generation gaming and entertainment. And that's just the beginning. Worlds can help with embodied research, training robotic agents before working in the real world.
We can pause the video
or
there.
simulating dangerous scenarios for disaster preparedness and emergency training.
It's about to end.
World models can open new pathways for learning, agriculture, manufacturing.
Perfect. I mean, some of you maybe saw this already. Some of you were aware about Google creating this model. This is coming. And at the hands of normal people without any development knowledge, one prompt is going to be enough to create micro experiences that are completely interactive, as you saw. From a photograph, from an image, from a smaller video, or just from text. Is this something that is bad news for the game industry? I believe it's not. I believe that these kind of technologies that are inevitable are going to enhance the people that has the creativity and the power of knowledge, of philosophy, of creativity, and of innovation to harness these new kind of technologies and improve what other people are going to do massively. It's like using ChatGPT or using Cloud Code, right? It's like using ChatGPT in a conversation for anything, like normal, and try to use AI to create something. It's kind of the same. There is other startup in Silicon Valley that was created by Fei-Fei Li. Fei-Fei Li is called the godmother of AI. It's a very well-known person in Silicon Valley, very famous, and she was at heart a researcher. First and foremost, a researcher. Now, she has launched this other experience that we're going to see. Can we play the video, please? And it's a short one. I'm going to talk a little bit about this because there's no voiceover in this video, but as you can see, it's a persistent 3D environments, again, from text, from images, from short videos, from 3D layout. This is actually the exporting process of meshes and video, completely either free or with paid tiers. This is a startup that has a valuation right now of $5 billion in Silicon Valley and has been backed by NVIDIA, by AMD, and Autodesk. Fei-Fei Li and her team began this as a research. Now it's a product that has been launched, and actually developers can experiment with this product right now. Genie 3 from Google is not yet available.
Thanks, everyone.
But
I think we
this
got
is,
it.
And you can embrace it right now,
reset to the
and
next
you can
world.
start doing experiments with this kind of technology. Let's move to the next one. I don't know if you were able to put pause. Let me just get back. No, put pause there. Thank you. Just pause. Pause the video there. Let's pause the video there. Thank you. Yes. My question is, the other one is paused. Yeah, let's pause that because if not, it's going to go on loop. So let's pause. Pause, stop it. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. Now click outside the video. Thank you. Great. Now we're ready for the next play. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure that you have heard about this other technology. This is not a company. This is a technology that now has been launched, open source, and is available for all 3D engines. If you are developing games and you are not familiar with Gaussian splatting, please correct the mistake. You need to know this technology because this technology is a capturing very, very cheap technology that you can embrace and you can harness and you can completely pour the output into engines like Unity or Unreal 5. Let's take a look to the video. Please play. Thank you. Immediate captures from your phone directly into your project. It is important to say that this is an open standard. Since February 2026, it's an open standard. So again, it's not a company behind it. And as you can see, obviously this is made and this is possible thank you to the AI revolution. But it doesn't mean anything if there is not a mind, a creative mind behind it. So yes, I can capture the whole scene, but if I don't create something meaningful about this space, it doesn't matter if this whole space was captured with my phone at cost zero, if I don't create a meaningful experience inside that world. Let's pause the video, please. Thank you. So, I want to be clear with you. Headsets are not the story. I'm not here to sell you headsets. I'm not here to cheer up Mark Zuckerberg. We have seen that part of the world fail and fail fast. That doesn't mean that we're not going to live in a different future. But so far, I mean, it's been years and there are less than 2 million headsets out there, at least from Meta. There are many other headsets, but maybe the other one, which is the Apple Vision Pro, as you know, it was super expensive, it was nice to have, but it was completely a failure. So this is not a story about headsets. This is a story of the future where our own phones, yes, when the time comes, our glasses, and yes, when the time comes, different hardware that we are already seeing, like the finger rings or the wristbands that can interchange or exchange interactivity with our movements, our world, our activity in not only apps for fitness. Fitness was the entry point, but we are on the verge of seeing a lot of hardware that can interact with the space around us. This is not only about the future of the glasses and the future of the immersive, VR and AR thing. Right now is the time to jump into this new dev stack. In 2008, I've been doing this for more than 25 years. In 2008, I was invited to a similar show in Mexico, only for devs, obviously not as big as this, but I was delivering a message there. A lot of people and a lot of game devs were completely focused on getting their hands into a dev kit of Xbox, of PlayStation, of Nintendo if they were lucky. And almost anyone were focused on the revolution in front of them. What was the revolution in front of them in 2008? These things. The message that I delivered in 2008 in Mexico to game devs was clear and simple. Get in fast. Get in completely. Start experimenting. And of course, the mobile revolution happened. This is going to be the same. And yes, I've met here and I met every single year and every single month, I've been meeting with game studios that hate AI, completely hate AI. They are not open for this new experience and this new tech. And that's fine. I respect that because they are artists and they are creative people, and definitely kind of like a crisis that a new technology comes, it's always difficult to embrace. It's always difficult to digest. But my message here is clear. The studios that are going to win are the studios and the game developers that will embrace this new technology and will advance with this new technology. The ones that are going to build infrastructure with the new pipeline in mind are the new studios that are going to win big. And the big news is that the asset pipeline is the only thing that is collapsing. I'm not talking about the game experiences. I'm not talking about the spirit behind the game. It's only the asset creation. The asset creation is going to be owned by AI and your creativity. But the hands creating that asset pipeline is not going to be human. We need to accept that. But the humans are going to be in charge of the narrative, of the taste. It's going to be an amazing time to go to, again, into the storytelling, etc., etc. For the first time, Latin America has the tools at hand at the same time as Silicon Valley. In 2008, we were late. Right now, we are not late. The message is clear. The choke point is no longer the amount of capital, because 2 persons, 3 persons can do what 10 or 15 people were doing 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So the message is focus on the new technology. This is where we are investing. This is what we are looking. This is where we believe the future will come. The next chapter starts now. Embrace the new technology, embrace AI, do it humanly, do it creatively and with innovation, and good luck to everybody. Thank you for your time.
Tá aqui. Oi, aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais do bebê seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho. E tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
Tem o som que vem da rua, tem cinema no sertão, tem criança no ginásio com talento de montão, tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil em ação.
O governo do Brasil está do lado da cultura, do esporte, do meio ambiente, da ciência, da educação, da inclusão e do povo brasileiro. É assim que o desenvolvimento chega, a oportunidade vira realidade e o nosso país avança. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil.
Você coloca assim, você faz uma... Menos o Faustão, né? O Faustão ele tinha aqueles papelzinhos rabiscados que ele ficava na mão dele.
Claro, vocês têm que... Você tem coisa... Eu não consigo ter coisa...
Decorar?
Não consigo. Se botar isso me atrapalha.
Um lembrete,
É uma colinha,
é uma
caso você
colinha.
esqueça. Tá? 3, 2, 1.
E aí, Gamescom Latam, prontos para mais um painel incrível aqui no palco Journey? Matheus Vivian, CEO da Hermit Crab, empresa com 10 anos de estrada em games e esporte, ao lado de grandes clubes europeus e brasileiros, recebe no palco executivas de 2 dos maiores clubes do Brasil. A conversa é retíssima. Como o futebol está entrando de vez no universo dos games para disputar a atenção da nova geração? Como falar a língua dos fãs? E onde eles realmente estão? E o mais importante, como transformar paixão em comunidade, relevância e novas fontes de receita? Então vamos receber com muitas palmas Luísa Tavares da Silva Felipe, do Vasco da Gama. Palmas, pessoal! Seja bem-vinda, pode se sentar. Fernanda Aguiar Vidon de Oliveira, também do Vasco da Gama. Palmas, pessoal! E para moderar esse papo que vai ser interessantíssimo, o Matheus Vivian da Hermit Crab. Muitas palmas para receber ele também, pessoal. Seja bem-vindo. Futebol, games e negócio de verdade aqui na Gamescom Latam. É com vocês.
Valeu, valeu. Obrigadão. Bom dia ou boa tarde para quem já almoçou. Prazerzão aí estar aqui com vocês, pessoal. Queria saber, primeiramente, aqui se tem gente aqui que gosta de futebol e de games. Então tá aí. Então se vocês estão no lugar certo, vieram no palco certo hoje, galera, porque nós vamos falar muito de games, vamos falar muito de futebol também aqui hoje. E como é que a gente está conectando aí esses dois universos que são as duas maiores indústrias de entretenimento do mundo hoje, galera. E eu tenho aqui hoje o prazer aqui de ter um dos maiores clubes de futebol comigo, representado por duas mulheres que estão assumindo toda a parte de comunicação, de marketing do Vasco da Gama. E eu já vou passar a bola para elas, obviamente, começando então pela Luísa. Luísa, eu gostaria, obviamente, primeiro que tu te apresentasse e dizer como é que o Vasco da Gama está olhando aí para esse universo de games, para esse mundão aí novo que está se abrindo.
Prazer, pessoal. Meu nome é Luísa, estou à frente do marketing do Vasco junto com a Fê. O universo de games surgiu pra gente a partir de um olhar muito cuidadoso que a gente teve com as novas gerações que estão consumindo futebol. Então a gente entende que hoje o futebol ele não é consumido só de uma única forma, né? Não é só o torcedor que está no estádio consumindo fisicamente ali. A gente tem outros tipos de torcedores e a gente entende que a gente não pode concentrar o nosso relacionamento com o torcedor só na relação física. Então a gente inclui os games e todas as iniciativas digitais que a gente vem tendo dentro de um ecossistema, né, de comunicação que a gente consegue criar experiências diversificadas para criar jornadas diferentes, para perfis diferentes, que também é interessante para a gente porque é um subterfúgio para a gente fugir um pouco dessa lógica do futebol que fica um pouco refém, né, ali da situação do campo. Então nos games a gente tem um pouco mais de liberdade para falar com esse outro torcedor. Então, no ano passado, a Hermit virou nossa parceira, então a gente começou essa jornada junto com eles. Para mim foi um grande aprendizado, porque eu não era uma pessoa muito gamer, e aí eu tive que aprender bastante coisa, aprendi muito com vocês. E hoje a gente já tem lançado 2 games, a gente já está dentro do Roblox, a gente está dentro do Fortnite e a gente continua aí implementando melhorias, analisando o comportamento dos nossos torcedores dentro dessas plataformas e a gente tem muita coisa ainda para vir pela frente.
Maravilha. Fernanda, agora tá também nessa parte de marketing aí, gerenciando, né, uma equipe também ali de um clube que vem sofrendo grandes transformações aí. Como é que tem sido justamente essa batalha, né, até dentro, internamente no clube aí, de trazer uma nova proposta de uma certa forma aí, de um canal de entretenimento, de comunicação, como a Luísa falou, né, para a torcida do Vasco?
Boa tarde, pessoal. Sou Fernanda, também toco o marketing do Vasco ao lado da Luísa. E aí, quando a gente fala de Vasco hoje, a gente está falando de um clube que está passando por uma transformação em todas as áreas. Então, geralmente, o que a gente mais vê na mídia falando sobre a recuperação judicial que a gente passou, e o Vasco, isso traz uma série de mudanças pra gente em diversos aspectos. E aí o momento que a gente vive hoje é justamente de ir atrás de uma expansão de receita para garantir um crescimento sustentável a longo prazo. Então, o que a gente enxerga muito hoje são essas plataformas como uma oportunidade para a gente se aproximar do público mais jovem, entender o que esse público está demandando e o que a gente pode oferecer de jornada do consumidor mais segmentada, entender como que a gente pode falar com esse público da maneira certa, no momento certo e no canal correto. Então é sempre um desafio a gente levar isso, como a Luísa falou, sair um pouco desse momento principal, que é o jogo, mas levar diversos outros momentos para o nosso torcedor, fazendo com que ele se sinta parte daquilo ali. Porque a gente sabe que, principalmente quando envolve paixão, todo mundo quer se sentir parte dessa comunidade, né? Então, às vezes, a gente também fala muito no Vasco sobre o torcedor off-Rio, que às vezes não tem a oportunidade de estar no estádio sempre, mas que ele consegue se sentir muito mais perto do Vasco quando a gente fala dessas plataformas.
Com certeza. Mas, pessoal, vamos ver na prática, né? O que realmente, de que forma o Vasco e outros clubes de futebol entraram nos games. Vamos ver aí um videozinho especial que a gente preparou para vocês. Pedir pra galera aí, ó, rodando na hora. Tá aí, galera. Eu falei pra vocês aí que vocês iam ver muito futebol e muito games, né? Então eu vou me apresentar também aí, porque eu já saí falando aqui. Sou o Matheus Vivian, eu sou um dos cofundadores e o CEO da Hermit Crab Game Studio, um estúdio brasileiro, então, que vive de esporte, que vive de futebol, né? Isso também porque confunde um pouco com a minha história pessoal. Eu sou um aposentado jogador de futebol profissional. Eu joguei profissionalmente durante 18 anos, durante 23 anos eu tive no futebol, 23 temporadas então jogando. Comecei com uns 12 anos nas categorias de base do Grêmio, atingi a seleção brasileira de base aí, tive a oportunidade de jogar numa geração muito vitoriosa e fui campeão do mundo sub-17, aí estamos falando de grandes nomes aí do futebol, Adriano, Thiago Mota, Maxwell, Kaká, Ronaldinho Gaúcho, pessoal contemporâneo, né? E acabei com 19 anos indo para a Europa, joguei em diversos clubes da Europa, Eintracht Frankfurt, Las Palmas da Espanha, na França joguei em 5 clubes, Nantes, Metz. E aos 35 anos de idade, então, acabou, gurias. Fecharam nesse palco aqui, né? Fecham-se as cortinas e começa-se uma nova vida. E eu fui descobrir o que eu queria fazer também e tentei muitas coisas. Trabalhei no meio do futebol, tive até programa de rádio na França, né? Segui morando lá. E dentre uma das brincadeiras, criamos a Hermit Crab. E que era com a ideia de fazer essa ponte. Como, na verdade, juntar esses dois universos, que eram minhas paixões também. Né? E que eu via que eram as paixões de tantas outras pessoas, de tantos torcedores de futebol, games e esporte. E a gente criou, então, a empresa criando jogos muito casuais com grandes marcas. Porque era a nossa forma, como estúdio brasileiro, de aparecer nesse mundo maluco, que hoje é o mundo do universo do entretenimento digital. Como criar, como aparecer, descobrir, né? Ser descoberto dentro de uma store de games ou dentro de um canal, né? E a gente utilizou muito bem isso aí para realmente alavancar e criar a nossa empresa. E fomos trabalhando com todas as marcas que vocês foram ver e entendemos que o mercado brasileiro, né? O que é curioso é que a Hermit durante 5, 6 anos só trabalhou com clubes europeus. E aí a gente enxergou, pós-pandemia, que houve uma mudança. E essa é a minha pergunta para vocês, né? Nós, do nosso lado, enxergamos uma profissionalização, Fernanda, do mundo do futebol, né? Enxergamos os clubes brasileiros mais, digamos, capazes de entender esse universo, de aceitar essa proposta do game como sendo um novo canal de mídia, né? Como é que no teu dia a dia, como é que tu enxerga justamente, né, até internamente em termos de estrutura, de que forma isso consegue ser relevante dentro do clube, né? Porque lá em cima, tudo que a galera quer saber do resultado do jogo, né? Tudo que a torcida quer saber. Tu falou de criar uma outra comunicação, né? Então, o que eu queria saber de ti é, qual é o espaço real hoje, a oportunidade que os games têm hoje de crescimento dentro de um clube de futebol?
Então, quando a gente fala de futebol, isso vai ser sempre um desafio, porque no final, o que mexe ali o ponteiro na paixão do torcedor é a bola dentro do gol, né? Mas o que a gente tem feito muito é é realmente começar a pensar como que a gente pode estar mais presente dentro da vida desse torcedor de uma maneira que converse com ele. E aí a gente precisa achar outras formas de trazer essa relevância que não envolvam só o resultado. Porque o resultado, ele nem sempre vai colaborar. Tem muitas coisas que são variáveis, que mudam, e a gente acaba usando dessa paixão, mas trazendo essa pessoa para dentro do nosso universo de diversas formas. E aí, uma coisa que a gente tem trabalhado muito, principalmente com as marcas parceiras, né, e patrocinadores, é que hoje o espaço, ele deixa de ser só o que está na camisa e passa a ser tudo o que acontece nas nossas redes. Então, a gente pensa muito em como transformar esses espaços em entregáveis para as nossas marcas. Então, um ponto que a gente estava até conversando aqui antes de subir aqui no palco para falar com vocês, de uma reformulação nas nossas propostas comerciais. Então, hoje, a gente já tem um desafio enorme com as nossas áreas de licenciamento e de inovação para trazer isso tudo dentro das nossas propostas e fazer com que as marcas enxerguem valor em tudo que acontece ali dentro. Porque a verdade é que a gente está se aproximando do nosso torcedor, a gente consegue cada vez mais saber o que esse torcedor quer viver, o que ele gosta de fazer antes de ir para o estádio, se ele vai para o estádio, o que ele prefere ali, onde é que ele prefere estar? Ou será que ele prefiro assistir o jogo em casa, prefiro assistir o jogo com os meus amigos, com a minha família. Então a gente consegue se aproximar desse torcedor, ver o que funciona para cada público. E aí, quando a gente fala das plataformas, a gente está falando muito de um público um pouco mais jovem, principalmente de pessoas entre 13 e 24 anos, e começa a entregar para as marcas que estão junto com a gente tanto oportunidades melhores dentro do nosso universo, quanto criar oportunidades mais personalizadas para cada uma dessas marcas, porque nem tudo que funciona para uma vai funcionar para outra. Então, acho que o nosso dia a dia hoje, ele, além da criatividade que a gente tem que ter, né, que é inerente ao marketing, da gente vir com a criatividade, a gente vem com uma parte de dados muito grande para complementar essa criatividade e para deixar ela mais envelopada, mais assertiva dentro do objetivo que a gente quer alcançar.
A Fernanda está falando, Luiz, ali justamente do hábito, né, do usuário, de conhecer esse usuário, né? E, cara, eu percebi nesses últimos anos a influência do game no futebol, né? As comemorações dos jogadores, muitas são justamente do game, né? E eu lembro quando eu estava no vestiário, um dos papos de manhã era quem é que tinha jogado à noite o futebol, o campeonato de FIFA. Pô, eu lembro uma vez que o treinador teve que fazer uma interferência porque era véspera de jogo, era 4 da manhã, a galera tava toda reunida no quarto jogando FIFA, né? Fazendo o campeonatinho. Então, entendo, claro, né, que o futebol, o game, ele já tem uma influência muito grande dentro do futebol. A gente pode ver um comportamento que acho que as pessoas nem se deram por conta, que agora as televisões, elas estão filmando o pênalti com uma câmera, né, de cima, atrás do jogador. Cara, essa câmera é do FIFA. Desculpa, da FIFA ou do Konami, tá? A EA ou o Konami me perdoem, tá, por favor. Não sei de quem é. Mas isso vem dos games, né? Então, a gente tem visto justamente esse formato de influenciar. O que eu queria entender, né, vocês dentro do marketing, existe esse desafio que tu falou de se conectar com essa nova geração, entendendo os hábitos deles, entendendo quem eles são e de que forma eles consomem futebol, né? Recentemente a La Liga largou uma estatística dizendo que a geração de hoje consome mais futebol, se interessa mais por futebol do que a nossa geração. Isso me surpreendeu, porque eu digo, cara, eu sou muito mais fanático por futebol do que o meu filho, que sabe o nome de todos os jogadores, mas não olha um jogo nenhum. Mas ele, na verdade, consome mais futebol do que eu. E aí é isso que eu queria entender. O game, os influenciadores, streamers, isso passa a ser, na verdade, também, tu falou, né, uma forma de interação, mas passa também a ser um canal de business também para o clube? Como é que vocês hoje estão olhando para esse lado?
Com certeza. Eu acho que a gente pega até o gancho do que a gente estava conversando aqui antes, né? Que o game, a gente pode falar com outros... a gente estava falando, né, do torcedor fanático ali, né? Que ele vai para o estádio, ele quer estar em São Januário, ele quer viver o pré-jogo. Mas a gente tem outro tipo de torcedor, que é o torcedor que não deixa de ser vascaíno, mas que para ele não é tão interessante ele estar no estádio, ele gosta de estar em casa, ele tem um ritual dele de ver o jogo em casa, ou então ele também tem uma lembrança afetiva porque o pai é vascaíno, o avô é vascaíno, e ele não deixa de ser vascaíno. Então, através dos games, a gente pode falar com dois públicos diferentes, e aí eu trago até um exemplo do nosso lançamento do Roblox. A gente fez uma campanha toda integrada. Enquanto a gente estava lançando a nossa camisa 3 fisicamente nas lojas, a gente estava fazendo a campanha para os torcedores comprarem, a gente também disponibilizou a camisa 3 dentro do Roblox. Então a gente conseguiu falar com os dois torcedores. Enquanto tem um torcedor que vai comprar a camisa e vai para o estádio mostrar a camisa nova, tem um torcedor que ele vai comprar a skin dele e ele vai mostrar que ele está de Vasco dentro do jogo. Então a gente consegue falar com esses dois tipos de torcedor e os dois amam o Vasco igual, só que eles têm formas diferentes de se relacionar com o clube. Até uma conversa que eu tive com a Débora, que infelizmente não está aqui, ela é responsável pelo marketing do Galo, mas a gente tem essa troca muito porque a Hermes também é parceira do Galo, e a Débora fala muito que no futebol a gente tem a tendência de ficar míope olhando só para o sócio torcedor. Então eu vou fazer toda a minha comunicação voltada para o sócio torcedor. E aí a gente acaba deixando até dinheiro na mesa, porque o torcedor que está em casa, às vezes ele quer gastar muito dinheiro dentro do Roblox, com Robux, quer gastar muito dinheiro no Fortnite, personalizando ali o jogo dele com a cara do Vasco, mas para ele não é interessante ele estar em São Januário porque não quer, porque não gosta ou porque mora longe. Então, quando a gente diversifica as experiências e a gente entra dentro do game, a gente, além de estar trazendo mais dinheiro para dentro de casa, né, para dentro do clube, a gente também está respeitando o modo de se relacionar com o clube de cada tipo de torcedor.
Perfeito. Um exemplo, pessoal, até acho para concretizar isso aqui, né, que a Luísa falou. Quando a gente lançou o Vasco no Roblox, o Vasco fez uma postagem super divertida, com uma linguagem que não é padrão em redes sociais de um clube de futebol. E foi o recorde de likes e shares em toda a rede social do Vasco, gente. Tivemos 400% mais de share do que postagens, do que a média de postagens do Vasco. Então, quer dizer, tem sim um público que quer consumir isso, que quer linkar a sua paixão com o clube, né? Justamente com uma outra paixão também, porque a gente está falando de um universo hoje cross-mídia. Realmente, o mesmo cara que gosta de futebol, ele gosta de games, ele consome mangá, ele tem hábitos de consumo que tu estava falando, né? Perfeitamente, Luísa. Fernanda, e aí eu vou te fazer uma pergunta, Fernanda, justamente... A gente percebeu também um movimento da torcida, do torcedor de hoje e dessa nova geração, que é também de virar fanático pelo atleta, né? Eu disse, cara, eu lembro, né, de pessoas que dizem, que time tu torce? Não, eu torço pro Neymar, eu torço pro Cristiano Ronaldo, eu torço pro Messi. Pra onde o cara vai, ele vai, né? Eu tive muita interação com o Paris Saint-Germain. E o diretor de comunicações do Paris Saint-Germain me disse que no dia que o Messi assinou, eles tiveram 17 milhões de pessoas a mais nas redes sociais do clube. 17 milhões de pessoas a mais. É a torcida Messi indo junto com ele. A gente recentemente, trazendo um pouco essa personalização do atleta, a gente integrou o Hulk dentro do Roblox, essa parceria com o Galo, né? Mas a gente ainda sente que os clubes também tem uma certa prudência, um certo cuidado, né? Porque o jogador é passageiro de uma certa forma, né? Como é que vocês hoje estão fazendo essa abordagem de trabalhar a imagem do atleta, né? Relacionado justamente ele também como propaganda, como imagem, como persona, né? Também ligado ao clube, porque o Vasco tem grandes personalidades históricas e atuais, né? E agora um treinador que o meu Grêmio, eu sou gremista, pessoal, o meu Grêmio conhece bem.
Precisa sempre existir um cuidado, né? A gente, quando fala de futebol, pelo fato de envolver a paixão, sempre precisa considerar essa sensibilidade. Então, eu acho que cabe muito a gente trazer esse conhecimento do que acontece fora desse universo da bola rolando, e fazer com que as pessoas entendam como isso é um meio de comunicação e de exposição que pode ser muito positivo, desde que a gente faça tudo com muito cuidado. E aí, acho que cabe a gente está sempre avaliando risco, avaliando o que pode ou não reverberar de alguma coisa. A gente também tem um time de comunicação que acompanha basicamente tudo que acontece relacionado a Vasco. Então, nas redes sociais, o que as pessoas comentam. E aí, claro, cabe sempre a prudência, mas é parte do nosso trabalho, meu e da Lu principalmente, sempre estar trazendo o que pode ser positivo e aí onde a gente pode perder, mas como que a gente pode perder ganhando também, porque quando a gente está falando de um novo universo, né, e de inovação, que é basicamente o que a gente está falando aqui, às vezes a gente vai perder, às vezes a gente vai errar, mas o importante é que a gente tenha muita consciência do que está fazendo, do porquê que está fazendo, de onde a gente quer chegar. E aí cabe arriscar também, porque se a gente não arrisca, a gente nunca vai descobrir o que pode acontecer disso ou não. Mas a questão...
Somando as audiências desses atletas também, a força de comunicação deles com a do clube também, né? Engajando eles em campanhas, né?
Exato. E a gente consegue trazer tanto o público que já tem esse carinho, esse cuidado, esse acompanhamento, esse engajamento no atleta, quanto as pessoas que têm isso mais pelo Vasco, né?
E foi muito legal, pessoal, porque falando de engajamento dos atletas, os atletas hoje de 3 clubes, dentre os clubes que a gente trabalha, de 3 clubes, né? O Atlético, o Galo, o Vasco e o Grêmio, engajaram, né, as suas equipes de marketing, as suas equipes de comunicação, engajaram também os seus atletas numa campanha muito legal, que a gente está lançando aqui em primeira mão, primeira vez que nós vamos rodar ela para vocês aqui, de um assunto muito importante que hoje com certeza aí acho que tá sendo um ponto de atenção aí para todo o universo do entretenimento digital. Eu vou pedir para rodar o vídeo aí, porque acho que o vídeo fala bem melhor do que eu.
No futebol, entender o jogo é tudo. E no digital também.
A gente sabe, às vezes é difícil acompanhar
a rotina, o trabalho, entender como a plataforma funciona.
Mas o mundo digital pode ser perigoso.
Por isso, nossos jogos são seguros.
sem chat aberto e sem estranhos.
Com moderação ativa e com conteúdo de qualidade.
E quando você entende o que eles jogam, tudo fica mais simples. Sua presença protege.
Jogue junto.
Entre em campo com o seu filho.
E entenda o que ele joga.
É isso, pega a visão.
Pessoal, essa campanha aí, para mim, primeiro é uma grande alegria, porque a Hermes Crab foi simplesmente o centralizador ali, né, desse conteúdo, dessa iniciativa que veio dos clubes, né, que estão olhando, sim, com cuidado e com carinho e com proteção, né, com zelo, digamos assim, do conteúdo, justamente como está falando, de que forma vão comunicar, do conteúdo que vão entregar para os seus fãs e de que forma a sua marca vai estar presente. Luiz, eu queria que tu comentasse um pouquinho justamente, né, de que forma vocês estão tratando, né, essas novas regulamentações que envolvem games, mas que envolvem, acho, toda a parte de comunicação, de proteção de dados, né? Quais são as precauções que vocês estão tomando e ao mesmo tempo, né, para a gente também ter uma comunicação que seja fluida também com o torcedor, né?
A gente sempre teve o cuidado, né, com essa temática. Pra gente é muito importante, a gente avalia internamente por compliance todas as empresas que a gente tem parceria. Então a Hermes sempre foi uma empresa que a gente tinha muita segurança de que a gente estava desenvolvendo um produto bastante confiável. Então, quando veio a ideia, né, a Débora nos procurou do Galo para falar no auge das polêmicas que explodiram, para a gente falar para o torcedor, para ele se sentir tranquilo, tranquilo de colocar o filho dele ali para entrar no jogo. E aí surgiu essa ideia da gente fazer esse vídeo, só que a gente não queria fazer uma coisa padrão, uma coisa engessada, a gente queria fazer uma coisa do nosso jeitinho, com a nossa linguagem do futebol. Então, a gente fez uma analogia, a gente pensou, se a gente tem a Hermes é a nossa comissão técnica. Então, no nosso vídeo, a gente tem que mostrar que o esquema tático ele já está completamente pronto. Então, você pode entrar ali, você pode deixar o seu filho brincar, porque a Hermes, que é a nossa comissão técnica, ela garante que está tudo certo. Então, a gente fez esse roteiro ali, todo mundo junto, todos os clubes, pensando muito em trazer essa linguagem do futebol, adaptar para a nossa realidade e garantir que os nossos jogos estão 100% seguros. Então, foi muito uma construção conjunta entre todos os clubes e, literalmente, para a gente explicar para o torcedor que a gente confia muito na nossa parceira e que tá tudo certo com os nossos jogos, que a gente está investindo a nossa energia.
Obrigadão. Na Hermit, né, pessoal, a gente trabalha, nós temos unidades de negócios diferentes, né? Então nós temos uma unidade que trabalha com justamente conteúdos UGC, que são, então, hoje Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, né? Esse tipo de conteúdo. A gente também tem outras áreas de casual games, né? Jogos mais premium também. Mas toda a nossa expertise de 10 anos vem sendo de trabalhar com integração de marcas, né? Trabalhar com... Isso é um outro olhar que a gente tem que ter para o game, né? Quando a gente está falando aqui com o pessoal que é da indústria, que conhece, né? É muito diferente a gente lançar uma experiência no Roblox, que a gente quer que dê hype, que um monte de gente vá lá e entre, do que lançar quando a gente está lançando com uma marca. É um cuidado, é óbvio que a gente está buscando audiência, a gente tem objetivos que são parecidos, né? De atingir o maior público possível, de gerar diversão, mas o cuidado que a gente tem que ter quando está trabalhando com uma marca é muito maior. Além de toda a parte visual, de cuidados, dos assets, né? E as marcas hoje de futebol, dos fornecedores esportivos, né? São bastante exigentes quanto ao respeito do seu logo, do seu uso de imagem, e com razão, né? Além desse cuidado, a gente tem que ter um cuidado justamente disso, de segurança, né? De que forma a gente não vai transformar algo que é para ser super positivo em algo que de repente acaba indo contra, né? A imagem do clube, né? Então, eu acho que existe para nós sempre o cuidado de balancear até que ponto a gente, sim, está falando de game, está falando de diversão, de entretenimento, quer gerar engajamento, mas não a qualquer custo, né? Acho que o a qualquer custo talvez tenha sido, Fernando, o que tu falou, né? Uma comunicação para ganhar audiência não é a qualquer custo que a gente pode fazer isso. Pessoal, nós temos um tempinho aqui, eu sei que nesse palco, a princípio, eu acho que nem é previsto isso, mas eu queria ver se alguém tem alguma pergunta pro pessoal, porque eu queria abrir o espaço também para vocês, tá só eu perguntando aqui. Eu não sei se alguém tem alguma pergunta para fazer, eu não sei nem se nesse palco a gente pode fazer o perguntas e respostas aqui, mas eu vou pedir para alguém levantar a mão, só talvez tenha que vir aqui só pegar o microfone, a gente empresta o microfone aqui para fazer a pergunta. Então, se alguém tem alguma perguntinha aí para nos fazer, ainda nós temos um pouquinho de tempo. Cara, só tu vai ter que vir aqui, viu? Por favor, vem aqui, pode deixar o teu fone. Olha aí, ó. Tem o Salvador, rapaz. Ai.
Eu só acho que eu não vou escutar vocês. Pode subir? Que isso, gente? Vou ficar com... beleza. Oi, prazer. Tudo bem? Eu sou o Jonas, sou da Gumi. O Matheus fez uma pergunta que ele comentou sobre transmídia e crossmídia também, né? Eu queria saber como que vocês do time, né, do Vasco no caso, estão conseguindo medir o impacto que o projeto de Roblox, de UGC, está fazendo em outras mídias, seja em rede social, seja em propaganda de televisão, em, sei lá, qualquer outra mídia que vocês tenham também, e vocês conseguem ver esse impacto direto ou indireto, enfim, desse projeto em específico com a Hermit.
A gente avalia as métricas padrões, né? Então, por exemplo, no nosso lançamento do Roblox, a gente lançou o game e no primeiro dia a gente já vendeu a skin da camisa 3, que a gente colocou disponível para venda, e a gente vendeu 124 camisas em 24 horas. Então, é um número bastante expressivo para times de futebol que estão ali dentro, né? Acho que hoje a gente já vendeu mais de 500 camisas, se eu não me engano. Então, a gente avalia essas métricas de produto, mas a gente avalia também todas as métricas que envolvem a divulgação da campanha como um todo, porque como a gente falou aqui, a gente faz uma campanha 360, a própria campanha do Roblox, a gente divulgou o conteúdo no telão do Maracanã, era um clássico Fluminense e Vasco, a gente teve um público de 54 mil pessoas, a gente teve o nosso post de lançamento no Roblox, que como o Matheus falou, foi assim, estrondoso.
Mais de 1,5 milhão de pessoas de visualizações, né?
Bizarro, então a gente acumula todas essas métricas, porque a gente faz... a gente precisa explorar a comunicação dos jogos em outras plataformas para impulsionar os nossos jogos. Então, a gente analisa todas essas métricas que compõem a nossa estratégia 360 para ter um resultado final.
E é uma via de mão dupla, no caso, né? Tipo, o jogo alimenta as redes e as redes também alimentam o jogo, né? O Roblox. Legal, muito massa.
A criação, a gente diz que a gente traz traz a marca, traz o futebol para dentro dos games, mas o que a gente cria depois, ele tem o direito e o dever, talvez, de ser exportado depois também, né? A criação de conteúdo hoje, de gerar conteúdo que possa ser um post ou que possa virar uma brincadeira no estádio, né? Isso tudo é conteúdo que é gerado e que conversa com uma geração que não é do hiperfã, do cara que quer saber a escalação, a transferência, né? Então, o nosso objetivo sempre como equipe, porque a gente realmente trabalha em conjunto nisso, vamos criar um conteúdo que seja relevante para o usuário. Porque o clube de futebol, o que ele vende para um patrocinador? Ele vende audiência. Ele é como um canal de televisão e eu vendo audiência. Então, quanto mais conteúdo legal eu criar, quanto mais eu engajar, melhor vai ser, obviamente, o retorno que eu posso ter, maior o ticket de entrada do meu patrocinador para poder monetizar, né?
A marca se torna mais valiosa como um todo, né?
E isso, cara, isso com certeza é o assunto hoje que a gente mais tem no mundo do futebol, que é o futebol brasileiro, ele está passando, né? Eu vou falar aqui do futebol, porque eu gosto de falar de futebol também, né? O futebol brasileiro está passando por um amadurecimento que o futebol europeu e, sobretudo, o futebol inglês passou, talvez há 10, 15 anos, que é de entender que o futebol, primeiro, é o entretenimento. A competição, ela é algo que gera esse entretenimento, mas ele é uma indústria de entretenimento. As pessoas, quando vão no estádio, a primeira razão não é esperando que seu time ganhe. A expectativa de gerar resultado é a quarta razão pela qual uma pessoa vai no estádio. Então, quando o clube só fala de resultado, cara, ele é muito limitado. Até porque dos 20 clubes do brasileiro, só 19 perdem o campeonato. Só um vai ganhar, né? Então só um vai sair feliz. Então, como é que a gente continua gerando e engajando uma audiência de fãs e novos fãs e simpatizantes, que talvez sejam, como a Luísa falou, até mais importante às vezes do que o hiperfã, né? Porque é isso que vai gerar monetização. E a monetização é o que vai fazer o clube ganhar. Porque, infelizmente, no futebol, quem ganha é o mais rico. Então, acho que a gente tem uma jornada aqui que, no final das contas, também é de buscar, através desses canais, uma via de monetização, realmente, né?
Obrigado, gente.
Mais uma pergunta. Ah, olha aqui, ó, vou dar um presentinho de participação. Agora eu vou incentivar o próximo a vir aqui, ó. Olha aqui, ó, um brinde, ó. Um brinde do Vasco de participação. Tem mais uma pergunta e tem a sacolinha de brinde ali, galera, ó. Quem é que vai querer? Dá uma corridinha aqui, ó. Nós ainda tempo para mais uma pergunta. Pô, não tem nenhum vascaíno aí para fazer uma pergunta aí, para ganhar um brinde, pô? Aí, ó. Ah, não veio na pergunta. Achei que ele veio na pergunta. Pô, não tem mais pergunta? Ninguém mais quer o brindezinho do Vasco? Então vou deixar a pergunta então aqui, né? O que esperamos como próximos passos aí? Como é que vamos ver o Vasco aí nesse universo dos games, Luísa?
A gente está investindo bastante nessa frente digital de games. A gente, como eu falei, a gente já tem o Roblox, o Fortnite. A gente tem o Vasco App, que a gente lançou no ano passado. Foi um lançamento a 6 mãos. Fomos nós do Vasco, a Hermit e a Fanbase. A gente lançou lá e agora... A gente lançou o nosso Vasco App e hoje a gente tem mais de 5.000 acessos diários dentro do nosso aplicativo. E a gente lançou o Gigante XP, que é um hub de relacionamentos. A ideia do Gigante XP é a gente ter... Quanto mais interação o torcedor faz dentro do Gigante XP, mais benefícios ele pode ter. Então ele pode trocar moedas por benefícios tanto digitais quanto no futuro por experiências reais. Então ele vai poder participar de um match day, ele vai poder resgatar uma visita para o CT. Então a gente está investindo bastante no Gigante XP. Na parada para a Copa, a gente vai reformular a cara do Gigante XP. A gente fez todo um estudo de UX para facilitar ali a experiência para o torcedor dentro do Gigante XP. E a gente vai lançar também uma funcionalidade muito legal, que é o Member Get Member, que é para transformar todo torcedor vascaíno, né, em um possível vendedor, né? Ele pode ter ali, pode receber por um cupom de desconto exclusivo que ele vai ter lá dentro. E, além disso, acho que não posso mais contar novidades. Eu acho que são essas novidades que a gente tem por enquanto.
O que é muito legal desse projeto, né, pessoal, é que encerrando aqui, que o nosso tempo já está fechando, é a gente perceber que o game, ele também é uma ferramenta. E eu acho que essa fica a mensagem. O game é uma ferramenta de engajamento, mas também é uma ferramenta de monetização para qualquer tipo de empresa, de marca, né? E esse canal aí que aproxima, que comunica com essa audiência, ele pode e deve ser usado não somente como um canal exclusivo, vamos montar um game específico daquela marca, mas também como metodologia, como ferramenta para a gente conectar com um programa de sócio. Vamos gamificar a jornada do torcedor, é disso que a gente está falando. Vamos gamificar a jornada de um cliente para uma marca. Vamos aproximar essa marca da vida dele através de ferramentas gamificadas, de ranking. A gente sabe o quanto a galera engaja quando tem isso, né? Quando tem uma competição, quando tem um sorteio, quando tem uma roleta, quando tem... E tudo isso, na verdade, a gente está falando de gamificação, sim, da jornada do torcedor. É isso que a gente está buscando, porque o game vem sendo aí, sim, esse canal aí que está se misturando com outros tantos canais, com mídias sociais, com televisão, e a gente está trazendo essa ferramenta para dentro. Acho que é esse mundo misturado, na verdade, que faz com que a experiência do fã se torne melhor. Então, queria agradecer muito, Fernanda, valeu mesmo demais pela tua participação. Luísa, brigadão.
Obrigada.
Obrigado pela parceria de vocês.
Obrigada.
Valeu a todos, galera aí. Bom evento para vocês.
Obrigada.
Obrigadão. Passa, né?
Oi, tudo bem? Pode tirar uma foto comigo, por favor?
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil, tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão e faz pix por voz, aperta o botão e extrata multibanco. Aperta o botão...
A gente tem que ir.
Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, pra tudo que você imaginar.
Há muito tempo a música e o cinema somados, né? O entretenimento interativo, ele é a principal escolha hoje em dia para a atenção das pessoas no geral, não apenas dos mais jovens, né? Porque desde que eles começaram a estourar mesmo na mídia, ganhou e hoje em dia as pessoas que eram crianças no passado fazem o presente. No painel de agora, a gente vai mostrar como que dados, comportamento e experiências rápidas e seguras de pagamento estão redefinindo a monetização de hoje nos games e também em outros serviços de entretenimento. E mais, como que isso afeta a fidelidade, os modelos de negócio dentro do universo game. E pra gente apresentar isso pra gente hoje aqui, temos o Andy, da Visa. Uma salva de palmas aqui pro Andy.
Hello.
Andy, seja muito bem-vindo.
Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Obrigado,
muito
pessoal.
Obrigado a você. Prazer. Hey, how are you? Good. Let's go. Visa. Typical confidentiality about us. You will see how we work, but this will be our quest today, okay? We will go through, is it actually something real? That like Visa gaming exists? Why does it exist? Does it make sense? We will see about that. What's for us being meaningful and relevant and why we are working this way. And to finalize, how we fail and learn to win. That's something that we're very used to doing. So let's start. Visa, as you may know, it's the biggest payment method in the world, okay? We are a technology company dedicated to make payments frictionless, easy, safe, secure, and this is something that we do for everyone, everywhere, okay? We've been working as Visa with the world, let's say, to move from a cash world to a cashless world. Let's say 60 years ago with our iconic credit cards and debit cards, long time ago. Then we move forward from a card world, let's say, to a contactless world. Now we are paying with our credentials, with our cards, debit cards, credit cards, by tapping. And we had to update our technologies to the tap to pay newer technologies. But nowadays, we're already moving from a contactless payment world to a cardless, directly cardless payment world. I mean, we started with iconic credit cards 6 years ago, and now we are paying with smartphones, we're paying with our smartwatches. And that's, if you think, something strange for Visa. We've been the brand of the cards forever, and now cards are being used less and less, right? So that brings a new topic for us in marketing. I'm part of the marketing team for all of Latin America. How can we still be a brand that is very visible? We've been always there with people. We are still with people, but maybe if we keep doing our work so well that everything is frictionless and there's no problems with your payments, there is some risk for us that our brand starts being seen less and less. So we have already started shifting our marketing and branding perspective. What's the way to actually become more visible if you're already the most visible brand in payments, the biggest brand in payments? You are already embedded into people's lives, but still your brand has the risk of not being seen. The answer is passion. We started investing heavily in those passion moments, those experiences that make people happy, okay? And that's been a big shift for us. The way we've been shifting in the past years is in this way. We stopped thinking about card holders to start thinking about fans. We stopped working towards transactions to start thinking towards the development of experiences. We have stopped thinking only about maximizing utility to start thinking about becoming a lifestyle brand. And we are changing from the typical branding examples that you've seen all of your lives to actually becoming a truly meaningful, cultural relevant brand, okay? And now we are here at Gamescom Latam 2026, speaking about passion. So I wanted to share this question with all of you guys. What do you think is the biggest passion in the world? What drives more passion in the world? Is it sports? Is it fashion? Is it food, gastronomy? Is it sports again? I mean, is it Is it gaming? What do you think about this? What do you think? Like, are there more football fans in the world? We're proud sponsors of the FIFA World Cup 2026. We've been for many decades. But does football bring more fans to the world, or there are more gamers in the world? Well, the answer with numbers, according to the latest news reports, there are 3.6 billion gamers in the world. That's exactly the same amount of football fans in the world. Gaming is as big as football, and gaming is moving almost $200 billion worldwide. That's the biggest number in the entertainment ecosystem. Gaming is the #1 entertainment vertical in the world, and that drives a lot of passion. But when I show these big numbers to decision makers in the financial business, I usually get the kind of answer that is, how on earth is this possible? If gamers are these kids, gamers is only for men, gaming is only for people who don't work out, gaming is only... So that cannot be so false. Those stereotypes have changed in the past 2 decades completely. There are as many female as male gamers in the world, 50% exactly. What else? Gamers, for example, we as a gamer, we love to work out, we do sports, we connect through many passion pillars. It's not only about gaming. The average age of gamers is 33 years old. Average gaming age in the world, 33. It's true that you have more gamers within the younger generations, but yet the average for a gamer is 33 years old. And if you still don't think that gamers are now the cool people, ask Henry Cavill, ask Superman, okay? This is our biggest gamer ambassador in the world. This guy is super hot, he works out, he does everything well. He's a super nerd and a super gamer. This is gaming, okay, today, and that's why, again, it moves passions all over the place. But more about this, it's not only about the passion itself. We need to make money. We are a business company. Gamers drive a lot of transactions. We pay a lot for what we love. And again, passion is in the middle of everything, okay? A lot. Okay, so this is information directly from our network of data. If we divide gamers and non-gamers from everyone in Latin America, 30 billion transactions analyzed in this very simple photo here, you will see that gamers are spending every month, in average, more than non-gamers. And that's because we are very used to paying on e-commerce and paying subscriptions, and that drives a lot more money than those who don't. So gamers have become one of the most relevant communities for financial institutions as well, okay? And if that's not enough to understand why Visa Gaming has to exist, let's go to the big numbers in our region. According to Newzoo, again, we have more than 370 million gamers in Latin America, driving more than $8 billion every year. And Brazil is so important for us and for everyone because Brazil alone is 1/3 of all of the region. We're speaking about more than 120 million gamers and more than almost $3 billion. More than half of those gamers in Brazil are recurrent payers. They spend money every month in gaming. That's why, again, Visa Gaming has to exist. So now moving forward, in order to become actually a really interesting brand, a really meaningful brand for gamers, a more endemic brand to gamers than Visa has been in the past, we need to invest in them. We need to understand what they like, what are the passions, and therefore develop the right experiences for them. So that's why I will share some of the most important takeaways that we found in the past years. Values and emotional connection are very deeply connected, okay? In Brazil, Gen Zers, okay, are choosing brands today because they share the same values. That's super important. They are already saying that they won't be purchasing certain service or product because their values are not the ones that they share. And that brings the emotional connection. And we know, as a matter of fact, that when there is emotional connection with a community of fandom, they will be choosing you every month over your competition. Other important numbers here are that, for example, more than 60% of the Gen Zers in Latin America are thinking of saving money to get better experiences than actually saving money for their retirements. Sounds weird? I'm in, and I agree. Let's live today, okay? More than 50% of the Gen Zers in Latin America are choosing brands that are present in gaming. Almost 6 out of 10 are willing to get the services and products from brands that are already in the gaming ecosystem. So this is super, super important. Most of them are using finance apps to pay for everything during their usual days, even for investing, even for saving money. So that's why, again, it's super important that we are here sharing the super exclusive experience that we bring to them and developing this empowerment to the specific community. And that's how we've been moving forward with the executions. We know we are a brand that doesn't like to only show our brand at the front. It's nice, it's beautiful. It doesn't matter how beautiful this looks, it's not enough. We need to be part of the community, of the fandom, to create this really cultural relevance, okay? We need to be where it hurts. We need to be also where they are having fun. We cannot stay still because fans don't stay still, okay? We need to follow them on the trends that they are following, and that's why it's very important for us to keep investing in understanding them better. But in the end, we are managing to become part of their lives. We are already embedded in the gaming community in Latin America through the payments method. We are getting to the point where we are really becoming a culturally relevant brand also for the gamers. But we haven't done this by forcing our brand into the community, but by trying to level up those experiences through our XP points, okay? That's what we're trying to do all the time. And we've been listening to the community, and we are trying to give to the community back everything they're asking us. That's why we have developed inclusion programs. That's why we are present in most of the big festivals and gaming events you will see, bringing these differentiated benefits or experiences for gamers, sponsoring those esports organizations that everyone loves. Community tournaments, we bring like real life esports professional tournaments to regular gamers like you and I, and that when you see people crying because they are playing Fortnite in one of our tournaments, that's when we know we are becoming actually meaningful to them. But again, we are all about failure and learning. We can handle failure. We sometimes better, sometimes worse, but we know how to fail, and we always try to learn from that. So what I will share with you now in the last minutes that we have, it's some of the best cases that we had in the past years, since, again, we know that you will not be able to speed run the game before playing it. You will not be able to, you need to learn the right button combination to defeat the boss. It's really difficult to start and hit all the aces all the time. So these are some of the aces that we had after we failed before. First of all, I want to take some time to speak about Visa Valkyria. Visa Valkyria is the biggest inclusive League of Legends and TFT league in Latin America. It's all about inclusion. It's all about females and the LGBTQ+ community having its place, a safe place to play and to expand and to show the world the real potential that they have. In the past year only, like in the past 6 months actually, we had more than 300 players engaged in our tournaments. This goes through all of Latin America. More than 90 games we run throughout the year until we get 2 big champions on the Split 1, Split 2, and then we have a regional Latin American champion in a live final. And we stream all of this. And this has started out of nowhere by Isurus Esports, one of the biggest legacy esports organizations in Brazil, in Argentina, powered by Visa. So that brings us a lot of power also when we stream through all of the content creators. We're getting more than or almost 12 million video views on social media. But this is great, not because of the numbers, but actually on how we impact this inclusive community that still needs its place to happen. We would love this I would love this we don't need this. Actually, at some point, I would love this not to exist anymore. But so far, we need it, so that's why we're investing on that. Second, the Kings League. This year, Visa has become the main payment sponsor in Kings League Brazil. And that's because Kings League is a phenomenon. Kings League is the biggest social phenomenon worldwide. I don't know if you know, but Kings League has a bigger social media engagement rate than the Premier League, than the NFL, and the NBA. Okay? This is crazy because they understood combine three powerhouses: the power of streamers and content creators, the power of the most popular sport, which is football, and the power of the #1 entertainment vertical that I mentioned before, video games. All together gives you this beautiful thing that it's a Kings League. I will run a short video about how we are also trying to help the community understand better Kings League. And we always bring discounts and benefits to every fan that goes every Monday to watch.
Entender porque a Kings League é diferente de tudo. Sejam bem-vindos a Kings Descomplicada, parte 2, onde eu e a Visa explicamos as principais regras da Kings League. O mercado é a fase onde os times montam seus elencos, mas não é contratação livre igual ao futebol tradicional. Funciona com regras específicas, tipo draft, onde os jogadores são escolhidos, e também negociações estratégicas. Os times precisam montar o elenco equilibrado com limite de orçamento e regras da liga. Ou seja, não existe a possibilidade de pegar apenas os melhores. Tem que montar o time certo de acordo com o dinheiro disponível. E se o jogo termina empatado, nada de pênalti parado. Na Kings League tem um shootout. O jogador começa com a bola no centro de campo, corre em direção ao gol e tem 5 segundos para finalizar. É praticamente um duelo 1 contra 1 em movimento. Exige técnica, velocidade e decisão rápida. A Kings League é feita para ser rápida, estratégica e imprevisível. E com Visa, você acompanha a Kings League sem perrengue.
Probably not, but we have done that last year in Colombia in an event with 200,000 people.
Cosplay is a global phenomenon, an industry worth of a $56 billion. And Colombia hosts the most important event for cosplay and geeks in Latin America, SOFA. When Visa became the official sponsor, we took it as an opportunity to connect with the next generation of consumers who are constantly facing more and more new cards and payment methods and knows less and less the difference between the available credit cards. But they certainly know the difference between him, and him. Introducing the Card Cosplay, the world's first card test experience designed for this generation. If cosplay is about giving people the chance to experience a different reality, Visa decided to give them in SOFA a chance to do the same with their cards. That's why we designed different skins, so that regardless of the card they had, they could customize it and turn it into one of ours. Enjoying for 4 days what it feels like to be a Visa customer. And living experiences that connect with them, like meeting the most famous VTuber in Colombia, playing alongside the most followed streamer in Peru, interacting with one of the biggest TikTokers in Ecuador.
Al cosplay no solo soy yo, sino mi tarjeta.
Y con Visa no solo se ve cool, también tiene beneficios.
In achieving that, Visa was the brand with the most interactions during the event, making our cosplays the most popular ones at SOFA, creating over 1,500 new card holders in just 4 days. This way, we didn't just change the way they saw their cards, we gave them a whole new way to see ours. Visa Card Cosplay. At the largest cosplay event in Latin America, we gave other cards the powers of a Visa.
Crazy, right? I bet you have never seen Visa that way. this is what we're doing in Visa Gaming, and this is Latin America. This is in Colombia. It's the same team. We're doing these crazy things all over the place. Actually, I gave an interview all day dressed as a medieval something. Shit happens. We're having a great time doing this, and again, we do this kind of stuff because we love it the same way as you do, guys. We try to be part of the community. And just to finish now, one of our biggest experiences we are the most proud of, which is Team Liquid Visa. So this is a short summary of what we have done in the past year and a half.
Bring it back, 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 bring it, keep it back, 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 look at all this shoulders, bring it. Back, 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 bring it. Look at all this shoulders, bring it.
That was actually everything. I just wanted to mention in the end that all of this is driving real business. Gaming as a vertical in Visa has grown 7 times at a fastest pace than the gaming ecosystem in Latin America. And it's basically for what we have been doing for the past 4 years. We're super proud. That's all. Thank you for your time. Good luck. Have fun at Gamescom Latam 2026. Thanks.
Ei, foi bom lá, painel? É sábado. A gente, cara, tem 40 mil pessoas. O que precisa mudar, eu? Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, viu? Parabéns. Tá bom, beijinho.
Oi, tudo bem? Pode tirar uma foto comigo, por favor?
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil, tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão, faz pix por voz, aperta o botão, extrata o multibanco. Aperta o botão... A gente tem que ir. Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, pra tudo que você imaginar.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Gente, cadê os outros?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho. E tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
A cidade virou um terreno fértil para sofrimento e injustiça. Ela precisa ser destruída. Acho que podemos ajudar um ao outro.
Alguém precisa fazer alguma coisa.
É hora de atacar a raiz do problema.
Sem trocadilhos.
Não tem mais canopla, vai ter alguns com canopla e outros sem. Eu tô indo do 9 é o host, está indo na sequência. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 e 15.
Celebrate gaming with Gamescom. A shared passion unites us across generations, across continents, across every world we explore. From the leading gaming events around the globe to the people who bring them to life. Together, we embrace creativity. We connect communities. We shape the future of gaming. This is where worlds meet. Be part of the heart of gaming.
Menos mal, né?
Hora de série, é hora de Seara.
Play. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time.
Chegou a linha Seara Netflix. A hora de maratonar ficou mais gostosa.
Play. Snack time.
cá, então me ajuda.
Oi.
EUD?
EUD? EUD.
EUD mesmo que eu falo. Tá escrito isso. Só isso mesmo. Todos são... já tá atrasado, na verdade. Era 15 minutos atrás. Essa próxima conversa é para quem precisa de mais do que boa vontade. É para quem quer crédito, política pública, para poder fazer realmente acontecer. E quem vai apresentar essa visão geral aqui sobre linhas de crédito e instrumentos financeiros disponíveis para estúdios, fundos setoriais e políticas públicas de fomento, integração entre as indústrias de audiovisual e games, incentivos à inovação e à exportação, e o papel do Estado na consolidação de um polo nacional de desenvolvimento, é EUD do Amor Cornélio, que é gestor setorial de games da Sebrae Nacional. Pode entrar, seja muito bem-vindo. Marcelo Henrique de Assis, secretário executivo da Secretaria da Cultura, Economia e Indústria Criativa do Estado de São Paulo. Seja muito bem-vindo, pode sentar aqui, por favor. Marcone Viana, gerência setorial, departamentos das indústrias de TI, Telecom e Economia Criativa do BNDES. Uma salva de palmas aqui para os nossos convidados, por favor. Pode sentar aqui, por favor. Joelma Gonzaga, secretária do Audiovisual do Ministério da Cultura. Uma salva de palmas, seja muito bem-vinda. Pode sentar aqui, por favor. Eros Ramos Tomás da Silva, Apex Brasil. E o nosso moderador, Rodrigo Terra, da Árvore Immersive Experiences, para fomento, crédito e futuro. Tudo aqui para vocês no palco da Gamescom. Seja muito bem-vindo. Pode sentar aqui, por favor. Muito obrigado, prazer, novamente. O palco é de vocês, gente. Muito obrigado.
Acho melhor.
Alô, alô. Nos escutam bem? Boa tarde, boa tarde. Quem está escutando aí, levanta a mão. Muito bom, muito bom. Eu acho só que a gente não está se ouvindo. Você escuta? Está escutando? Vocês estão escutando? Ok. Bom, vamos lá. Gente, boa tarde. Acho que, primeiro, bem-vindos aí a mais uma Games com a gente com um painel super importante nesse ano de 2026. Estava falando para os nossos convidados aqui do painel que esse é o painel das boas notícias, né? Enquanto diversos anos a gente foi trazendo os desafios da indústria, como que a gente faz para crescer, o que a gente tem que fazer com o poder público para que o nosso ecossistema de desenvolvimento de games, o nosso sistema, né, o ecossistema de games em geral pudesse desenvolver com o apoio do setor público, né? Então a gente por diversos anos trouxe esses desafios aí no palco, tanto do antigo Big Festival, quanto também aqui da própria Gamescom Latam. E em 2026 eu tô super feliz de estar fazendo um painel sobre o que já foi feito, o que está sendo entregue, o que será entregue ainda na janela aí de 2026, 2027, por conta desse todo movimento e esse entendimento por diversos atores aqui do setor público sobre o ecossistema de games. Então é para a gente conversar aqui hoje, nesse espaço, sobre o que cada órgão aqui dentro das suas esferas federais e estaduais estão entregando para dentro do ecossistema, seja desenvolvimento, seja também para o universo também do consumidor de games. Eu sou Rodrigo Terra, eu sou presidente da Bra Games e muito feliz de apresentar esse painel para vocês. Eu vou pedir para nossos convidados, assim, nas suas falas, também se reapresentarem. Vários de vocês conhecem, mas acho que é importante a gente também trazer rostos às funções também. Eu vou começar com Marconi, Marconi representando BNDES. Vamos lá.
Todo mundo me escuta? Bom, boa tarde, pessoal. Meu nome é Marconi Viana, eu sou... Oi. Melhorou? Eu não estou me escutando. Eu sou gerente de pesquisa e planejamento no Departamento de Tecnologia da Informação e Comunicação e Telecomunicações no BNDES, que inclui economia criativa também. É um conjunto que hoje está sendo repensado mundo afora quando a gente pensa em encapsular os setores. O BNDES tem essa lógica de trabalhar setorialmente. E lá a gente trabalha com o que se convencionou de chamar de tecnologias, mídias e telecomunicações, que estão cada vez mais próximas uma das outras, né? Antigamente a gente trabalhava com o setor de cinema num departamento de cultura, e agora esse departamento, ele naturalmente, as fronteiras ficaram muito diluídas com a parte da tecnologia da informação. Isso é muito sintomático com o momento que a gente vive tecnológico, do streaming, Tá todo mundo escutando? Tô vendo algumas pessoas fazendo uma cara assim de... Tá legal? Mais perto? Tá. É que eu já tô babando o microfone dos outros aqui. E o banco, ele atua já com o segmento de games há algum tempo, né? Mas mais basicamente circunscrito dentro de um contexto mais amplo do setor audiovisual. O banco, ele é um dos agentes financeiros autorizados a operar com os recursos do Fundo Setorial do Audiovisual, que inclui o setor de games, e isso no contexto como o Rodrigo falou, né? A gente está falando aqui das entregas, a gente está falando aqui do que está vindo de novo a partir de todo esse planejamento que teve nos últimos anos. Levantando um pouco a bola para a secretária Joelma, que está aqui do meu lado já, mas o fato do setor audiovisual ter sido trabalhado no âmbito da Nova Indústria Brasil, que é a política industrial do governo federal, isso foi bastante sintomático, isso foi bastante significativo para o setor, porque isso possibilita o setor público enxergar aquele setor de acordo com as idiosincrasias que ele possui. Isso para o BNDES, como um braço executivo do setor público, foi algo muito proveitoso, porque a gente conseguiu traduzir isso numa linha de apoio mais específica, mais bem delineada para o setor. Então, a gente, enquanto agente financeiro do FSA, o segundo agente financeiro é o BRDE, a gente consegue acessar, tem esses recursos de crédito do Fundo Setorial, que a gente trabalha com o setor de cinema, mas também opera com o setor de games. Hoje o BNDES, a divisão que a gente tem hoje com esse segundo agente financeiro, o BRDE, é uma divisão de porte, então acredito que naturalmente o setor de games ele acaba ficando um pouco mais próximo ao BRDE por conta do corte que foi feito a partir de operações a partir de 10 milhões de reais. Então são valores muito expressivos. A gente entende que para o setor de games acaba sendo pegando só um segmento muito específico, muito nichado. Mas, como eu disse, é um conceito mais amplo, é uma medida de governança, de divisão entre dois agentes financeiros para trabalhar uma política pública mais ampla no contexto do fundo. Mas o importante é entender que a gente está agora com um mecanismo que possibilita a gente conseguir trabalhar um apoio mais qualificado para esse setor, né? O FSA, ele é um primeiro recurso, ele não é o recurso, ele não é o único recurso. É importante a gente entender que agora, foi lançado agora o BNDES FSA Audiovisual em 2024. A gente passou longos 8 anos sem acesso a recursos para apoiar o setor audiovisual como um todo de forma mais apropriada, né? Teve uma descontinuidade nos idos de 2016, a gente só conseguiu reerguer essas estruturas próximo agora, começamos em 2023 com a mudança do governo, em 2024 a gente conseguiu de fato operacionalizar. Mas é importante mostrar como é que esses movimentos eles levam tempo para acontecer. E a gente conseguiu, a partir justamente desse movimento coletivo, de todo o ecossistema do setor público, privado, muito conversa que a gente teve com a Abra Games, com outros players também, para conseguir fazer essa costura da forma mais apropriada. A gente conseguir garantir que aquele instrumento ele tenha realmente uma capacidade de resposta que dialogue com a realidade do setor, dos players do setor. Né? Pra gente não fazer aquela coisa estanque, distanciada, que o setor público olha às vezes por cima e não consegue ver aquilo que de fato tá conversando, tá dialogando com a rotina, com o dia a dia de quem tá na linha de frente, no front, matando leão por dia, tentando fazer com que aquele estúdio, com que aquele publisher, com que aquela empresa consiga se desenvolver naquele ecossistema. Então, é um trabalho coletivo de fazer com que, eu repito a palavra ecossistema, que eu acho que talvez seja o grande elo que a gente precisa trabalhar hoje no Brasil, né? Eu olhei aqui para a secretária porque eu sei que ela tem também essa visão muito apropriada de que o trabalho hoje que a gente precisa foi um primeiro esforço que a gente fez de conseguir trabalhar um instrumento. Tem outros tantos instrumentos, o BNDES ele é um braço específico para um fim específico, mas a gente é mais um player no âmbito desse ecossistema muito mais amplo. Outros instrumentos estão sendo pensados, a gente está numa expectativa muito grande, por exemplo, de conseguir um dia trabalhar com fanzines, por exemplo. A gente eu conversei ontem com o Terra sobre isso, que a gente acha que talvez seja realmente um instrumento que vai ter uma adesão mais forte, que vai ter um diálogo, uma assimilação mais apropriada com a realidade do setor hoje. Mas a ideia é que a gente consiga ser um vetor que vai canalizar o adensamento desse ecossistema. Hoje o ecossistema do game, ele é um microcosmo, ele funciona embora ele trabalhe com cifras muito grandes, são poucos números, mas ele está ainda naquela etapa do catching up, ele está subindo. A gente sabe que a gente precisa fazer um esforço um pouquinho mais amplo agora para garantir que cada um desses players do ecossistema, eles consigam entender a sua governança, a sua responsabilização naquilo que lhe cabe, naquela estrutura que ele está condicionando, que ele está conseguindo fazer com que ela flua, para fazer com que esse ecossistema, de fato, ele ganhe identidade. A gente está nessa etapa, o BNDES é mais um player, como eu disse aqui, eu vou passar a palavra para vocês aí, porque tem outros aqui também para poder contribuir, mas é só para, nesse tempinho curtinho, tentando trazer para vocês o que foi feito e o que pode vir a ser feito ainda de forma mais ampla aí nos próximos anos. Obrigado.
Perfeito, Marconi, obrigado. Esse trabalho, vamos marcando aí, Funcine, é uma palavrinha-chave aí também dessa primeira fala também. Vou passar para Eros, representando a Apex Brasil.
Oi, pessoal, boa tarde. Prazer estar aqui de novo, mais um ano na Gamescom. São 4 anos agora que eu estou participando, né, sempre aí junto com a Abra Games. Então, prazer estar aqui com meus colegas aqui do setor público que, né, tanto fizeram e tanto fazem pelo setor. Bom, eu sou o Eros, eu trabalho na Apex Brasil. A Apex Brasil, ela é a agência oficial do governo brasileiro de promoção de exportações e atração de investimentos estrangeiros. Então, a Apex Brasil tem mais de 25 anos, né, que está no mercado brasileiro, apoiando as empresas brasileiras de diversos setores, né, dos setores do alfinete ao foguete. Então, a gente promove produtos brasileiros do alfinete até o foguete. É uma diversidade muito grande de setores e de empresários, né, que a gente tem que lidar no dia a dia para poder, né, levantar o Brasil, projetar o Brasil no exterior. Então, minha função na Apex é de gestor de projetos setoriais, no qual nós temos o projeto Brasil Games aí há 13 anos sendo executado em parceria com a Abra Games. Então, foi um projeto que lá atrás começou na área de tecnologia, que foi adotado por um outro setor, que era de software, e que depois alçou, né, voo aí. A gente está nessa jornada de crescimento por 13 anos e fazendo cada vez mais. Então, o meu papel é ajudar as empresas a se projetarem comercialmente no exterior, né, e de também atrair investimentos. Então, esse é o nosso papel principal e a gente está bem feliz aí com os resultados que a gente vem alcançando aí ao longo do tempo.
Acho que tem um ponto, Eros, também que é importante, né? Primeiro ano da aceleradora, né, debaixo aí do guarda-chuva da Apex, do convênio, né?
Isso mesmo. Então, lá atrás, a gente começou junto com o Big Festival, né? Logo no começo, com 30 empresários, né? Acho que nem eram empresários ainda, a maioria, né? Tinha só um movimento. E a gente vem trabalhando e de acordo com a evolução da maturidade dos estúdios. Então, o assunto acelerador já vem sendo aventado aí por mais ou menos uns 2 anos, mas sempre com com cuidado, né, para não lançar algo que não esteja aderente com a maturidade da maioria das empresas, ou lançar algo que seja só para poucos. Então, a partir dessa versão do projeto setorial, cada projeto setorial na Apex dura em torno de 2 anos. Então, a primeira versão da aceleradora, a gente teve que realmente trabalhar muito em conjunto com a própria indústria para identificar como é que a gente conseguiria atender o maior número de empresas sem perder o principal diferenciador das outras ações que nós temos, que são feiras e eventos internacionais, mas dando um olhar mais apurado para aquele estúdio oferecer os produtos e serviços necessários para que ele consiga realmente acelerar suas vendas, consiga se projetar no exterior. Então, o principal papel da aceleradora é sempre bom informar. O primeiro que ela não é, né? A aceleradora ela não é uma incubadora de empresas, né? Para estar apto a iniciar na aceleradora, você precisa ter pelo menos um produto lançado ou um produto próximo do lançamento para que a empresa possa receber todas as capacitações e todos os serviços que foram desenhados para aquelas empresas. Então, nós começamos até um pouco ousados, né, com 40 empresas, mais do que a gente estava pretendendo no início, mas sempre com o objetivo de atingir uma maturidade, um espectro de maturidade empresarial e de exportação um pouquinho mais variado, porque as empresas menores elas aprendem com as empresas maiores, né, que já estão na jornada. Então, é um processo que a gente começou esse ano, é um processo ainda de aprendizado para nós, né, sobre, logicamente, que eu acho, né, modestamente, falando aí até em nome da Abra Games, que está executando, acho que a gente começou até razoavelmente bem, até estavam comentando agora, né, Terra, eu e você, que o nível de qualidade foi até maior do que a gente esperava no começo, a gente esperava errar mais, não que a gente não esteja errando, a gente vai errar, mas a gente esperava errar um pouquinho mais, mas sempre atendendo, né, com cuidado e com um nível mais personalizado para as empresas. Então, é um produto que foge um pouco, sempre fugiu de tudo que a gente já tinha feito antes, né, no passado, e porque justamente desse caráter mais pessoal, com um olhar mais apurado, mas com o objetivo realmente de fazer com que essas empresas estejam preparadas para que investidores estrangeiros ou próprias publishers se sintam mais à vontade, né, em estar investindo na empresa. E que as empresas também tenham uma segurança maior na venda de seus produtos e serviços, que saibam cobrar o preço certo, né? Muitas vezes a gente cobra um valor que está muito abaixo de mercado e isso atrapalha demais as empresas. Então, é um produto inovador que vai ter duração de 9 meses e que aí está coroando mais uma fase da nossa jornada, né?
Perfeito. Acho que aí também a palavrinha aceleração de empresas é uma outra importante aqui na nossa conversa. Passar para o Eud, representando Sebrae Nacional.
Boa tarde a todos. Muito bom estar aqui com vocês hoje, representando o Sebrae Nacional, a unidade de competitividade. Dizer que essa questão de políticas públicas, né, acesso a crédito e esse fomento, a gente vê enquanto Sebrae Nacional o nosso papel enquanto fomentador do ecossistema, né, do segmento que passa por diversos eixos. Então, durante os últimos anos, nós viemos construindo um plano estratégico, um plano tático, operacional, de acesso a mercados para o segmento de games. Isso baseou a nossa entrega durante esses anos para que a gente acompanhasse os estúdios, entendendo que o crédito ele pode ser dado aos pequenos estúdios, e essa é uma das dores principais, né, acesso a crédito dos estúdios, mas é uma das dores que a gente entende que precisa além de ter o crédito, ter um crédito assistido para qualificar a execução desses gastos. E nesse escopo, o Sebrae Nacional ele pode ajudar os pequenos estúdios, e tem feito isso nos últimos anos, quando assiste o estúdio a entendê-lo não só como desenvolvedor, não só como marketing, não só como produtor, como a arte, né, enfim, mas como uma empresa também. Então, nosso papel passa muito por esse eixo e a gente estrutura a nossa atuação em 3 eixos principais, que é capacitação, acesso a mercados e governança. A gente entende que esse é o tripé principal da atuação do Sebrae Nacional, visando o fomento do setor de games no Brasil. Então, essa capilaridade que a gente tem enquanto Sebrae na ponta, nos estados, ajuda a gente a chegar ao pequeno estúdio, ao pequeno negócio do segmento de games e trazê-lo para a capacitação na parte de gestão. E aí sim, ele vai saber tratar o crédito da melhor forma, saber quanto custa aquele crédito para ele, para que ele aumente seu mercado, né? Acesse suas redes. Tudo isso estruturado com a governança, porque a gente entende que o estúdio sozinho, ele tem um caminho muito mais difícil se ele não tiver essa rede de parceria, essa rede de apoio. E a governança que a gente estrutura no território, ela parte muito das associações estaduais, da própria Abra Games, que tem sido parceira da gente também, de trazer a economia criativa junto com outros atores, secretarias de Estado, secretarias que têm relação com o setor. E a gente vê que isso é a virada de chave, é você ter acesso ao crédito e ter o crédito assistido no sentido de saber gastar da melhor forma o que você teve acesso. Então, o Sebrae se coloca muito nesse papel e tem desenvolvido essas ações. A última delas foi o edital Sebrae Games, lançado esse ano, como resultado das frentes de acesso ao mercado que a gente tem trazido para o Brasil. E que está aberto até agora, inclusive dia 5 de maio, o edital está aberto para jogos em desenvolvimento que vão captar recursos na Games com a Alemanha. A gente vai levar com tudo pago e a gente espera que esses jogos eles tenham, de forma simbólica, esse acesso a crédito e nas próximas etapas também. Além de que o acompanhamento que a gente faz com esses estúdios são, claro, clientes Sebrae, mas eles estão capacitados, eles passam por uma jornada de transformação dentro do Sebrae para que tenham essa noção de gestão, de governança, essa noção de acesso a mercados. E a gente faz isso justamente para poder levar o estúdio para esse novo patamar. E agora um patamar internacional com o lançamento do edital. Mas além disso, a gente tem outras coisas, né? Tem as próprias capacitações presenciais, trilhas online e tudo isso visando elevar a competitividade dos pequenos negócios, seja ela em qual nível for, sistêmica, estrutural, empresarial, mas a gente vê o estúdio pelos 3 eixos de competitividade dentro do tripé de atuação do Sebrae, nessa de acesso a mercados, governança e capacitação.
E o Sebrae, enfim, tem já mais historicamente também muito da organização e da iniciativa do Nacional. Os Sebraes estaduais têm as suas trilhas, né, como você falou, tem as suas trilhas de capacitação bem regionalizadas, ou seja, entendendo a localidade, né, e a realidade do ecossistema de desenvolvimento também local. Então, os diversos Sebraes estaduais acabam também desenvolvendo trilhas, de fato, que tem formatos, inclusive, diversos, né? Incubação, enfim, tem capacitações, etc. Acho que é bem importante colocar. Queria passar a palavra agora para o Marcelo, secretário executivo da Secretaria de Cultura, Economia e Indústrias Criativas aqui do Estado de São Paulo.
Bom, boa tarde. Primeiro, queria agradecer aqui poder dividir esse espaço com tantos parceiros e parabenizar você, Terra, e a Abra Games por conseguir conectar tudo isso e ajudar a reunir essa força que tem nessa mesa em função de um setor produtivo tão importante para a gente, de uma indústria. E você fez uma provocação muito feliz no início, que é para a gente tratar aqui sobre aquilo que está sendo concretizado. Então eu queria primeiro começar dentro desse agradecimento, dizer que a gente, enquanto governo do estado, tem muita satisfação de estar aqui hoje, porque em 2023, acho que a Abra Games foi uma das primeiras entidades a ser recebida na Secretaria da Cultura para que você trouxesse para a gente uma série de reivindicações de um setor. E a gente está aqui hoje na Gamescom, representa que a gente tem conseguido atender isso, muito em função do que foi o nosso trabalho, Abra Games, o Big, para conseguir trazer para o Brasil a Gamescom Latam e nos tornar essa hoje a capital dos games da América Latina, né? Então isso é fruto de um trabalho de parceria, de construção, que eu não tenho dúvida que todos nós aqui temos muito orgulho desse processo, pela construção que foi feita. Eu não podia deixar de agradecer o time da Secretaria da Cultura que está aqui hoje, né? Porque a partir desse diálogo que baliza toda a nossa construção. Eu vou poder trazer aqui como porta-voz uma série de políticas públicas de uma equipe que tem se empenhado. E mais que isso, hoje aqui, a título de informação, a Carol tá ali, ela me corrige, nós temos 350 crianças das fábricas de cultura aqui. Então a gente tem 350 alunos e crianças das nossas fábricas de cultura, da fábrica de games que estão pela periferia, aproveitando esse momento para que a gente possa trabalhar na inserção das pessoas no mercado da indústria de games. Porque o games ele vai trabalhar em 2 pontos, que ele precisa do público e precisa do desenvolvedor. E a gente entende que durante esse ciclo a gente tem 2 momentos muito importantes, que é o avanço do ambiente regulatório, mas a gente precisa transformar esse ambiente regulatório em política pública na prática. E isso se traduz em editais, isso se traduz em programas de aceleração, isso se traduz em uma série de ações que a Secretaria da Cultura tem cada vez mais encampado esses processos. Então aqui hoje eu posso trazer a título de informação que em breve a gente abre os editais com um investimento de 6 milhões de reais para os desenvolvedores do estado de São Paulo, para que eles possam desenvolver os games num compromisso contínuo de aprimoramento. Que nós precisamos olhar é que esses games, para além de ser um produto cultural desenvolvido, eles precisam atingir o público, porque a gente faz política pública para que as pessoas sobrevivam disso e para que a gente possa alcançar globalmente o Brasil de forma que a gente não seja única e exclusivamente um mercado para a indústria de games. Nós queremos um protagonismo dessa indústria. E esse processo ele é feito por um casamento, pela interlocução com a Abra Games, pela escuta que a gente consegue fazer com todos vocês. E dentro dessa estrutura, a gente só vai alcançar esse processo se tiver uma formação contínua. E aí eu trago mais um programa que foi criado ao longo desse ciclo, que é o CUT SP Pro, que teve aqui, o Sérgio está ali no fundo, se alguém tiver dúvida, procure o Sérgio, né, tá aqui com a gente, que é uma escola de profissionais pro setor cultural. Porque a preocupação também, para além de criar mecanismos de fomento, é como nós podemos ser parceiro no aprimoramento da indústria. Então a gente consegue sentar e construir um ambiente de desenvolvimento e de melhoria contínua a partir de uma parceria que é a sociedade civil, com o poder público, com entidades privadas. E em breve nós teremos o nosso programa de aceleração. Se o Douglas deixar, eu dou um spoiler aqui. O Terra é um dos nossos parceiros, mas a gente tem trabalhado muito próximo em um programa com um grande player mundial, para que os estúdios que são objetos dessa política pública possam, junto com a gente, desenvolver um olhar que vão conseguir conciliar o olhar do desenvolvimento cultural, do viés artístico dessa produção, também para como nós vamos ganhar mercado em escala global. Entendendo que dentro dessa indústria nós temos diferentes players e diferentes níveis. E por isso, tanto o processo de formação quanto o processo de fomento, ele precisa respeitar essas diferenças, de forma que a gente consiga fazer com que todos, dentro das suas particularidades, ganhem alcance e conquistem o espaço de mercado que cada um de vocês aqui busca. Então nós, enquanto Secretaria da Cultura e todos os nossos programas, temos essa visão de criar um ambiente favorável para que esse ecossistema da indústria de games possa se beneficiar de um ambiente regulatório e de um ambiente de política pública aplicada na prática e desenvolver essa indústria. E acho que é esse o grande desafio que todos nós temos colocado, um conjunto de iniciativas aqui, que todas elas vão concatenar para esse lugar. E a Abra Games tem feito de maneira muito habilidosa o ajuste e nos ajudando na organização dessas políticas públicas, entendendo as especificidades de cada região, porque a Abra Games tem um alcance nacional. E para além disso, para aquele público que está aqui conosco, das empresas do estado de São Paulo, seja na capital ou no interior, nós temos um programa de internacionalização. O Eros, ele é um parceiro, a gente sempre está junto nessas jornadas por aí, que olha para o mercado internacional, para essas empresas que chegaram num ponto de internacionalização, para que a gente possa alcançar novos voos, que é o Creative SP, uma parceria com a Invest. Nós tivemos na GDC, foi a primeira reunião sobre games com latam, foi na GDC 2023. Depois nós estivemos na Gamescom, na Alemanha, quando a nossa secretária, a Marília, que ela é uma fã, né, Terra? Conseguiu fechar o negócio e, junto com o ambiente privado, atrair a Gamescom Latam para o Brasil. E depois disso, o Terra conseguiu nos convencer a ir para Tóquio, né? Então a gente consegue passar nas principais feiras de games ao redor do mundo, levando aquilo que a gente faz de melhor no nosso estado, que é a criatividade das pessoas, respeitando o profissionalismo e tratando o setor de games como um setor cultural, uma indústria criativa que leva o nosso know-how e leva o nosso soft power pro mundo inteiro. E o que eu queria deixar aqui é, de fato, esse agradecimento para a Abra Games, um agradecimento para o governador que nos deu essa missão tão prazerosa, um agradecimento para a secretária e principalmente para vocês, que são as pessoas que são o motivo da gente fazer essa política pública, o motivo de cada um de nós que está aqui sentado nessa mesa, e a nossa equipe da Secretaria da Cultura, das Fábricas de Cultura, do Cult SP Pro, que aceita esse desafio todos os dias e em conjunto com todos vocês consegue nos ajudar a construir um ambiente de negócio muito mais próspero para São Paulo e para todo o nosso país. Acho que é um pouco esse o sobrevoo do que a gente passou ao longo desse tempo, Terra.
Teve bastante coisa, até obrigado pelas palavras, Marcelo. A gente tem um trabalho, tem, enfim, construção aí de mais de década também, mas a gente tem um compromisso muito grande para que a gente consiga dar essa visibilidade mesmo, né, não só que o setor existe, mas como ele cresce, como é o impacto do setor, tanto no setor, na área de cultura, no impacto nosso de sociedade, né, de formação de sociedade, quanto também econômica, né? Então, obrigado. Assim, literalmente, a secretária Marília botou o pé na mesa ali na Gamescom, foi uma cena divertida. Eu queria encerrar aqui o nosso painel com a nossa secretária do Audiovisual, Joelma, do Ministério da Cultura do Governo Federal, que a gente pudesse também ouvir um pouco sobre o Ministério.
Olá, gente. Boa tarde a todos e todas. Eu vou precisar de mais tempo do que aqueles 5 minutos ali, tá? Bom, queria saudar aqui a mesa e falar da minha alegria de estar com 2 representantes do governo federal, a Apex e o BNDES. Nós vemos trabalhando conjuntamente em muitas das pautas do audiovisual. E em nome deles, saúdo toda a mesa. E vamos lá, para quem não me conhece, eu sou secretária do audiovisual, Joelma Gonzaga, sou produtora também. Joguei muito game na adolescência, fui da turma do Atari e depois Nintendo. O stand está bem ali na minha frente. E na minha fase nintendista, eu tenho o orgulho de dizer que eu zerei o Donkey Kong Country 1, 2 e 3. Meus irmãos não conseguiram e eu consegui zerar os 3. E aí, chegando na Secretaria do Audiovisual, com essa experiência de adolescência e com a minha experiência de produtora, eu me deparo com a dimensão econômica dos games. Né, do quão importante e do quão grande é economicamente e socialmente esse setor. E um dos primeiros encontros que eu tive enquanto secretária foi com a Abra Games, justamente, que teve lá em peso, me trazendo a pauta do game, e naquele ano de reconstrução e de planejamento da secretaria, a gente coloca o game na nossa pauta e passamos a atuar. E eu vou trazer um pouco do que a gente fez até aqui. Vamos lá. Acho que uma das primeiras ações que a gente fez em relação ao game foi trazer por Conselho Superior de Cinema um integrante do setor de game, né? Para quem não sabe, o Conselho Superior de Cinema é o colegiado que constrói as diretrizes macros da política nacional da indústria do audiovisual. Né? Esse membro é o Gustavo Stenberg, que todo mundo aqui conhece. Ele, inclusive, foi reconduzido. E isso é muito importante de dizer, porque esse mesmo colegiado aprovou, há 2 meses atrás, o plano de diretrizes e metas do audiovisual, que é o mapa de navegação decenal do audiovisual dos próximos 10 anos. O que queremos do audiovisual nos próximos 10 anos está nesse plano que chega para a sociedade em breve. E o game está lá contemplado nos 8 eixos, né, estruturantes: financiamento, produção e modo de fazer, regulação. Em todos eles, o game está lá. Então, foi muito importante a gente já ter começado trazendo um membro do setor de game ativo, como o Gustavo, para dentro do conselho. E isso já reflete tudo que é construído dentro do Conselho Superior de Cinema para o audiovisual, já entendendo, mesmo antes do marco legal, não é? Já entendendo o game como audiovisual e como uma potência econômica. E bom, ainda em 2024, isso foi 2023 quando a gente chegamos, em 2024 a gente atua amplamente e fortemente, juntamente com a assessoria parlamentar do Ministério da Cultura, em uma escuta e um diálogo muito ativo com o setor e com a Abra Games para aprovar o marco legal dos games, né, que está sendo regulamentado. Foi meses de construção e o Ministério atuou amplamente, a Secretaria do Audiovisual destacou pessoas, está aqui a diretora Milena Evangelista, que toca a pauta dentro da Secretaria do Audiovisual. Então, assim, teve o Rodrigo Antônio antes, que também abraçou a pauta, outro diretor, e a gente destacou pessoas e um pequeno núcleo para cuidar das pautas do games e para se dedicar muito à aprovação do game, à construção da aprovação do game junto ao Ministério da Cultura, juntamente com a SPA, com todo mundo, com a ministra Margarete, com o secretário Márcio, para que essa pauta avançasse e avançou, de fato, né? E, bom, eu falo um pouco mais do marco regulatório dos games, mas eu quero ir numa linha do tempo. E aí, ainda já reverberando a aprovação do marco legal do game, a gente consegue levar o games para o artigo 18 da lei do audiovisual, não, da lei Rouanet, né? O artigo 18, deixa eu achar aqui, rapidinho. Bom, a gente enquadra o game no artigo 18 da Lei Rouanet. Ele não estava antes, e isso possibilita que o game possa contar com valores mais vultosos. Eu não lembro agora qual é o teto para desenvolvimento, produção e coprodução de games. Isso ainda em 2024, ou foi final de 2024 ou foi início de 2025. E ainda na esteira do marco regulatório do games, a gente começa a trabalhar numa série de diagnósticos, numa série de estudos e de produtos. Deve estar por aqui o Pedro Zambon, que é o nosso consultor de games e que tem feito um trabalho excelente. Nós lançamos algumas publicações que estão todas disponíveis no site do Ministério da Cultura. Uma delas é o manual Game é Cultura, Game é Audiovisual, onde a gente elenca ali os mecanismos federais do financiamento e promoção dos segmentos de jogos eletrônicos, o guia de oportunidade de desenvolvimento após o marco legal de games e o guia de oportunidade de cooperação internacional para o desenvolvimento setorial. Essas 3 publicações, gente, elas estão públicas e estão no site do Ministério da Cultura. E pode acessar por QR Code, mas eles são facilmente encontrados, é só dar um Google. E, bom, voltando ao marco do game, a gente é o MINC quem instaura e quem lidera a regulamentação desse marco legal através de um GTI interministerial que contém, além do Ministério da Cultura, Saúde, Educação, Esporte, Fazenda, a Ciência e Tecnologia, Agência Nacional de Cinema, Ancine, que está aqui presente, com certeza está aqui vendo o painel. O INPI, deixa eu ver se eu esqueci alguém. E a Games.
E a AGU.
A AGU né, representando o setor, a Abra Games. Esse GTI vai ter uma reunião, inclusive, amanhã, aqui dentro da Games. E essa vai ser a 7ª reunião. A gente já passou por muitos dos temas que abarcam o mundo do game, como introdução de jogos eletrônicos e principais demandas de regulamentação, enquadramento de empresas desenvolvedoras, requisitos para desenvolvimento de jogos, isenção fiscal de ferramentas, regulamentação de dispositivos de fomento à pesquisa, desenvolvimento e inovação, apoio e formação de recursos humanos e criação de espaços formativos. E nas próximas reuniões, amanhã a gente faz a 7ª aqui, a gente vai tratar dos fundos e mecanismos internacionais de fomento à coprodução, proteção das crianças e adolescentes nos jogos eletrônicos, uso dos jogos para fins de entretenimento, educação, saúde e impacto social, regulamentação dos dispositivos de fomento à cultura, lei do audiovisual, FSA, FUNCINES, como o Rodrigo já destacou aqui a importância, e proteção de propriedade intelectual e combate à pirataria em jogos eletrônicos. acho que foi o Rodrigo ou foi o Gustavo que falou ontem da importância do game estar nesse GTI e de ter esses ministérios todos participando. É de fato e definitivamente o game na ordem do dia do debate, da construção da política pública. Tenho mais duas ações para falar que eu não posso deixar de falar. Queria destacar como tem sido o game no fomento, mas isso a partir dos arranjos regionais, uma política de co-investimento que nós lançamos e recentemente foi publicizado os planos de ação. Essa linha, para quem não conhece, a cada R$1 que o Estado ou o município coloca, o governo coloca de 3 a 5. E nas contrapartidas desses estados e municípios, muitos deles contemplarão os games. São 14 arranjos regionais, sendo 11 estaduais e 3 municipais. E o valor de fomento da ordem de quase 9 milhões, né, das contrapartidas dos estados e municípios. Isso corresponde a quase 10% do total dos recursos aportados pelos estados e municípios, né? Os investimentos são para produção, formação, preservação, pesquisa e outros eixos estruturantes do ecossistema, e isso é também o game sendo reconhecido como um eixo estruturante da indústria do audiovisual. E, bom, vou tentar fechar. Esse foi um breve panorama corrido do que a gente atuou até aqui. Muito tem ainda para se fazer, mas eu convido vocês a olharem para uma foto geral do game, né, no Brasil, nesse momento que ele já é o principal consumidor da América Latina.
O nosso maior mercado da América Latina. Mercado consumidor.
Maior mercado consumidor da América Latina, mas com essas ações estruturantes, uma lei regulamentada, inovadora e robusta, o reconhecimento do Estado que o game tem potencial, é um importante vetor econômico, nós podemos passar de maiores consumidores para maiores produtores e, quiçá, não só a América Latina, do mundo todo. E está aqui 3 órgãos do governo que têm trabalhado amplamente para isso. Bom, eu tive que correr um pouco, mas é isso. O game é audiovisual e game é cultura, como a gente vem destacando desde sempre. Obrigada.
Obrigado, secretária. Ótimo. Eu queria deixar as palavras aqui que eu não falei. Elevar a competitividade ali que o Eude trouxe, o protagonismo que o Marcelo trouxe e... Não posso deixar que essa frase eu sempre acho ótima. Game é audiovisual, game é cultura. Então, assim, para mim é sempre... demoramos 20 anos para chegar nesse ponto. Eu acho que para mim é mais do que um orgulho a gente poder trabalhar isso. Obrigado. A gente vai estar ainda mais um pouquinho aqui. Acho que é importante também. A gente não teve tempo para perguntas, mas estaremos aqui mais um pouquinho. Acho que, enfim, vale a pena vocês interagirem também aqui. Obrigado. Vamos lá? Vai, porque senão eu vou botar nós pra fora.
Hora de série é hora de Seara.
Play. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time.
Chegou a linha Seara Netflix. A hora de maratonar ficou mais gostosa.
Play. Snack time.
Agora vamos falar sobre videogames e cinema, ou melhor, cinematics, as famosas CGs. Histórias hoje nascem, né, para todas as telas. Os games, os streamings, o telão no cinema, e impulsionado pela infraestrutura digital, hoje amplamente, que pode ser vista aqui mesmo na Gamescom Latam, né? Cada lançamento vira um evento coletivo, com comunidades, conteúdo circulando em múltiplas plataformas. E hoje, nessa mesa aqui, executivos de games, audiovisual, telecom vão debater como que conectividade e conteúdo estão moldando o novo entretenimento multiplataforma. E para falar pra gente aqui hoje, temos Carlos Estigarriba, da OV Entertainment. Seja muito bem-vindo, Carlos, por favor. Sente-se aqui. Pode ser ali na pontinha. Cláudio Lima, da WoW Gaming Ventures. Uma salva de palmas aqui para os nossos convidados. Seja bem-vindo, pode sentar ali. O Rodrigo Terra, da Árvore Immersive Experiences. Meu xará, seja muito bem-vindo. Muito obrigado por estar aqui com a gente. Victor Sato, da Sato Company. Muito bom ter aqui você com a gente. Obrigado. Obrigado, meu querido. Antônio Guaranis, da Hermit Crab. Nosso caranguejo ermitão. Seja bem-vindo, Antônio. Senta aqui, ó. Senta aqui com a gente. E também o Ronaldo Geraidini, da Claro. Muito obrigado, Ronaldo. Desculpa aí, ó. Falei o seu sobrenome, quase errei o seu sobrenome, hein? E para mediar aqui esse papo maravilhoso, ninguém menos do que o nosso querido Pablo Miyazawa, do The Game Era. Pablo, uma salva de palmas aqui pro nosso painel. Pablo, você vai ficar aqui com esse microfone, depois você me devolve, hein?
Tá bom. Boa noite a todos. Peraí, vamos colocar esse negócio aqui, né? Boa noite? Boa noite. Eu quero que acabe. Boa noite. Porra, não almocei. Tá no rolê mesmo. Peraí. Agora... Me escutam? Eu não deveria... Vocês estão me escutando? Então tá bom. Boa tarde a todos. Gamescom Latam, dia 2. 2026, muito bom estar aqui mais uma vez para participar de um debate muito produtivo, porque são cabeças pensantes maravilhosas, representantes de todos os setores do mercado. Eu entendi o que está acontecendo. Eu estou ouvindo outro palco. É isso. Agora eu me escuto. Cabeças pensantes de vários setores da indústria de entretenimento reunidos num palco. É pouco tempo, Eliana, eu falei, é pouco tempo para tanta gente boa para discutir um assunto. É verdade. Então, venham à CCXP também para a continuidade deste debate. Na verdade, esta é a continuidade do debate que a gente fez em dezembro do ano passado, que boa parte desse grupo estava aqui para discutir esse mesmo tema. E o assunto é cutscene, quando o cinema entra no jogo e o jogo invade as telas. E nós vamos discutir essa sinergia maravilhosa que existe entre a indústria do cinema e a indústria dos videogames, que a gente pode chamar de os dois grandes pilares da indústria do entretenimento. Eu sou da música também, mas não dá para competir hoje em dia, né? Cinema e videogames estão sempre na frente de todos os debates e o público abraça cada nova iniciativa, seja no cinema, seja no streaming, na televisão, e os videogames parece que estão onipresentes. São a fonte favorita de conteúdo para as iniciativas da tela grande, não apenas no cinema e no streaming, mas no multimídia como um todo. Produtos baseados em videogames estão aparecendo em todo lugar. Temos aqui representantes de setores diferentes da indústria. Eu vou começar com uma provocação, porque eu já gastei muito do tempo de abertura. Como cada um aqui tem uma especialidade, quando forem se começar a falar, vocês se apresentem rapidamente, só para o pessoal saber por que vocês estão falando o que estão falando. Mas a minha provocação foi a mesma que eu fiz em dezembro. Há muito tempo eu escuto essa verdade, né? Que a indústria dos videogames faz muito mais dinheiro que a indústria do cinema, que Hollywood ficou para trás. A gente escuta isso desde 2006, 2007, mas parece que agora não apenas isso, mas as grandes bilheterias do cinema mundial são filmes, animações baseados em IPs de videogame. Isso é uma loucura. talvez a gente pudesse até prever isso 20 anos atrás, mas é a verdade. Eu queria que vocês comentassem isso, cada um sob a perspectiva do que vocês fazem. E vamos começar por Carlos. Vamos lá.
Obrigado. Primeiro,
pode falar pertinho, Carlos. Não sei se dá para
muito bom estar aqui fazendo esse follow-up. Eu sou o Carlos Chigarribia, eu sou da OV Entertainment. A gente é uma holding de estúdios para de games, mas a gente agora também está indo para essa outra área de IPs, animação e tudo mais. Então a gente está exatamente vendo isso, tá? E do que você falou, eu acho que não é se jogo se vende mais do que se gera mais, né, dinheiro do que cinema ou música junto. Hoje a gente está vendo que é tudo uma indústria só, com várias telas e vários locais aonde esses IPs acontecem. Então, para mim, a gente já está um ponto, acho que acima disso, não é? Se são duas áreas que estão competindo, mas é uma grande área audiovisual, né, de entretenimento, que você pode ir ou para um game, ou para um filme, ou para uma série, ou para um livro, ou para música. Mas então, para mim, a gente já está numa fase 2 agora, que é, sabe, uma única coisa só. IPs, exploração dos IPs.
Olá, tudo bem? Eu sou o Cláudio, sou CEO da UOL Gaming Ventures, né? A gente é uma empresa de marketing com soluções para marcas conectarem com game. E para mim essa é um caminho muito natural, como você falou, por causa de tempo, né? A quantidade de tempo que a gente passa com videogame hoje, né? Claramente ele é dentro desses tempos que a gente vive que a cultura nasce, né? Então é muito claro, né? Quando você passa tanto tempo jogando, lidando com aquele personagem, né? Você começa a criar cultura a partir dali, né? E a gente vê isso em diversas áreas, né? Seja na linguagem, né? No farmar aura, no tancar, né? Coisas que entram no nosso dia a dia, né? No diálogo. E aí, obviamente, né? Quando eu imagino que um roteirista vai sentar para escrever um filme, é claro que ele vai beber dessas fontes onde ele vê que a galera está passando tempo, onde ele está passando tempo. Então é natural e eu acho que vai ser cada vez maior, né? Do tipo, esse caminho inverso, né? De que antes a gente passava muito tempo com esse tipo de conteúdo e isso virava videogame, e agora é o contrário, né? Você passa muito tempo com videogame e aí isso vai virar conteúdo.
Rodrigo Terra.
Muito bem, boa tarde, pessoal. Enfim, Rodrigo Terra, cofundador e Chief Technology Evangelist da Árvore, Experiências Imersivas. Estou também presidente da Abra Games. Para mim é uma pauta, acho que antiga até, porque eu venho de uma escola do audiovisual em que o cruzamento entre conteúdo e tecnologia sempre foi muito presente, né? Então o trabalho de conteúdos transmediáticos, inclusive também de estudos e, enfim, e produções, né? Principalmente aí de quase 20 anos agora. Sempre entendi muito bem esses pontos de convergência, né? Onde a grande construção no entretenimento é a propriedade intelectual, né? E a gente vai dar formas, né? Através de a gente dá formatos, né? A essas histórias, sejam elas filmes, games, quadrinhos, peças de teatro, e entre outros formatos que podem ser culturais, comerciais ou não comerciais também. E para mim esse movimento todo das IPs de games indo para o cinema, agora expandido, tem muito a ver com o que o Cláudio falou e que o Stiga falou, em relação enfim, da sociedade, é o que você consome hoje em dia, que você vai pautando aquilo que você também quer estender o seu consumo, né? Então acho que isso é um ponto importante, mas eu queria trazer alguns fatos, né? Ou seja, dentro da indústria do entretenimento a gente vive de ciclos, né? E esses ciclos, como tudo na vida, existe um momento do esgotamento de franquias, né? Ou seja, as grandes franquias do cinema não mais, né, ressoam tanto a geração Z, Alpha e etc. Ou mesmo nas nossas gerações aí que estão consumindo entretenimento até hoje, aí até 50, 60, 70 a mais. Esse esgotamento de franquias acaba tendo uma certa... traz um certo problema de faturamento, né? Ou seja, claro, a gente pode juntar aí questões óbvias em relação ao avanço do consumo por streaming de conteúdo, além, obviamente, da escassez, né, de vendas em salas de cinema. A gente acompanha todo esse movimento também, mesmo estando aqui da perspectiva do desenvolvedor de games, né? Então a gente vê também esse esgotamento de franquias acontecendo de uma certa forma, e o videogame ele traz franquias novas, IPs novas, né? E mesmo que elas não sejam novas, a gente também vive um momento de nostalgia, que pode ser um indicativo também de que talvez a criatividade esteja em crise em algumas áreas, né? Mas a gente vê a nostalgia sempre quando ela volta, é porque a gente está tendo algum problema de criar alguma coisa nova. Mas o videogame, você vê que ele acaba, inclusive, trazendo dois, porque muitos dos gamers conhecem Super Mario Galaxy, etc. Mas muita gente não, né? E aí você olha, você conhece Super Mario, mas aí você não conhece, enfim, a especificidade exatamente do Galaxy, do World, não sei o que, etc. Aí você pega a Nintendo se entendendo agora como uma empresa maior de entretenimento, usando o videogame como base, apresentando isso para um público muito maior. Ou seja, muita gente que nunca jogou Super Mario, só viu ali a carinha do Yoshi, viu alguma coisa, agora também está sendo apresentada no cinema através de uma outra janela, mas não jogou lá o Super Mario World lá de 30 anos atrás. Então você tem uma reapresentação através de uma linha nostálgica, ou seja, você vai atrair o pai, a mãe, né? Mas você também está trazendo uma propriedade intelectual que é nova para um público novo. Então você acaba matando dois problemas em um, né?
Muito bom. Vitor Sato, que é da Sato Company, que é do outro lado do balcão, né? Mais especializado em cinema, mas seria legal ver a tua perspectiva sobre esse negócio. O que os games estão fazendo com isso aí? Você que está acostumado a lidar com o Japão.
Excelente. Bom, pessoal, prazer estar aqui. Muito bacana poder trocar essa ideia do universo de entretenimento audiovisual e universo de games. Eu, gamer de coração e trabalhando numa indústria de visual, eu tenho um carinho especial de como a gente pode trocar cada vez mais figurinha nisso. Mas acho que o Terra comentou muito bem, assim. No final das contas, apesar de a gente estar numa indústria aqui, Sato, como audiovisual, cinema, streaming, televisão, o business, ele é sobre a propriedade intelectual. Então, na verdade, o produto, ele é a propriedade intelectual, é o criador da obra, e existem várias subformas de explorar aquela propriedade intelectual. Seja ela no modo de livro, seja ela no modo de uma série, no modo de um filme, numa forma de um game, mas o coração que une todos esses elos, ele é, de fato, a propriedade intelectual. Então, vocês, muitos dos criadores criativos aqui, é muito importante entender que o produto, ele não é necessariamente o jogo, ou ele não é necessariamente o filme, mas quando a gente participa de muita feira de conteúdo, a gente vai, compra filme, compra série para poder trazer aqui, para distribuir, a frase que ela é muito falada é que content is the king, o conteúdo é rei. Mas se eu tiver que traduzir, o conteúdo, na verdade, ele é a propriedade intelectual, ele é a história. Boas histórias vão funcionar e ressonar em qualquer modo de exploração daquela história. E como ele comentou, você vai atingir diferentes públicos que consomem uma forma diferente. Tem o público de leitor, que não necessariamente é o público de game. Mas o público de game não necessariamente é o público de filme, de cinema, ou vice-versa. Mas você consegue atingir uma série de diferentes públicos se a sua história for boa, se a sua propriedade intelectual tiver bem trabalhada, você consegue explorar ela de diferentes formas, diferentes camadas, e cada game é um game, cada um tem uma regra, são players diferentes envolvidos. Então, você como dono da propriedade, obviamente, talvez você vai ser especializado em uma coisa, mas talvez você precisa ter parceiros para entender como é que é a regra do jogo de cada um dos caminhos, mas você é o dono daquilo. Então, é muito interessante entender como, na verdade, tudo nasce da propriedade intelectual, da boa história, do bom universo criado, e você tem regras de jogo diferentes para explorar em cada um dos meios de entretenimento. Então, acho que é muito interessante ver isso. Essa nossa troca vem para a gente somar forças para impulsionar aquela criação para chegar ao maior número possível de público, né?
Antônio Guaraniz, um agente duplo aqui, né, representando a Mentorias Game Brasil e a Hermit Crab. Qual é a sua visão, sendo talvez o mais jovem deste palco, acostumado a essas iniciativas multimídia em que as coisas são tudo ao mesmo tempo, não é só game, não é só filme? Qual é a tua visão sobre esse tema?
Opa, então, prazer, Antônio Guaraniz. É uma honra para mim estar do lado de pessoas que eu admiro tanto, que eu já acompanho há bastante tempo. Então, na Hermit Crab a gente tem até um papel bem legal. A gente trabalha com IPs há mais de 10 anos dentro de jogos. Trabalhamos com IPs de esporte, Barcelona, PSG. Trabalhamos com IPs de entretenimento, com o próprio The Walking Dead. Eu acho que puxando um pouco do que o Terra falou e o Pablo trazendo esses grandes hits que aconteceram do Minecraft, do Super Mario, eu acho que ele vem também de ciclos, né? Principalmente a minha geração, a geração Z, ela é uma geração que ela nasce digital. Acho que quando a gente olha para os ciclos dos games, nos anos 90, nos anos 2000, você ainda tinha uma concentração que para jogar você precisava ter um console, você precisava ter um PC que conseguisse sustentar os jogos. A partir do lançamento do iPhone, que chegou a geração dos smartphones,
você democratizou isso de uma maneira absurda. Então, nos últimos anos, hoje, tem pesquisas como da PGB que falam que mais de 80% dos brasileiros são considerados gamers, que eles jogam em alguma esfera, em alguma parte. Então, quando a gente olha para isso, acho que esse último ciclo conseguiu que uma capilaridade, que essas IPs dos games se tornassem ainda mais mainstream. Que antes talvez as pessoas achassem que quem gostava de Mario, quem gostava de Zelda, seriam pessoas consideradas nerds, diferentes. Mas isso foi provado ao contrário de uma maneira muito grande com os lançamentos dessas IPs, né? E acho que uma coisa que o Sato trouxe que eu acho muito legal também é que uma via de mão dupla. Então, o ponto que a gente tem as IPs dos jogos entrando no mundo do cinema, entrando no mundo das séries com os The Last of Us, fazendo um sucesso grandíssimo ali na HBO, a gente tem os filmes voltando e entrando muito nos jogos. O Terra, nem humilde, nem falou, acabou de lançar um jogo incrível com The Boys, usando a IP da Amazon, trazendo ele para esse outro formato. Como Treinar Seu Dragão lançou um grande jogo dentro do Roblox que teve centenas de milhões de visitas. Então acho que é uma via de mão dupla. Você consegue ver as IPs dos jogos se tornando cada vez mais mainstream e entrando em outros e conquistando novos territórios, mas também os filmes enxergando os jogos como um canal, mais um canal para se comunicar com essa audiência, mais um canal para fazer parte, às vezes nem necessariamente para fazer receita, mas para estar ali, para fazer uma integração em jogos. O Wicked fez uma integração no Brookhaven, que é o maior jogo da história do Roblox, milhões e milhões de pessoas que jogam semanalmente. Então, é um pouco isso, assim, a gente cada vez mais entende e a gente olha para o nosso fã em todos os lugares que ele estiver, seja nas redes sociais, seja na série, seja no ambiente dos jogos.
Ronaldo Geraldini, o homem dos games da Claro, você falou que você poderia opinar sobre qualquer coisa aqui. E foi dito tanta coisa legal.
Então, pois é, ficar por último aqui foi meio difícil. Mas assim, trazendo pela ótica da Claro, bom, tô no mercado de games há 10 anos e tô há 2 e pouquinho ali dentro da Claro, tentando transformar a Claro numa marca um pouco mais endêmica, né? Fazendo uma marca dura e que é zero brand love, transformar um pouco e se sentir mais inserida, né? E eu acho que trazendo a parte de filmes, eu gosto de enxergar cinema, filme, série, tudo, e games como 2 mídias de entretenimento que podem ser muito complementares. Então, assim, eu enxergo que games ele tem a capacidade de trazer uma profundidade muito maior, um ponto de contato muito maior, sua relação com o personagem vai ser outro. Você vê agora no Pragmata com a Diana, como a galera tem postado de, tipo, pessoal brincando, é simulador de ter filha, o pessoal tá louco pra ter filha depois que jogou o jogo. Então, eu acho que é o tipo de vínculo que você cria que ele é muito único. Enquanto o filme, eu acho que por meio dos games, ele ajuda muito a gente a furar a bolha. Então, assim, durante o Fallout, eu estava acompanhando tanto do lado da Claro, com a Amazon, porque a gente tem todos os streamings lá dentro, e eu também tenho o GeForce Now com a NVIDIA. Então, eu vi durante o período do filme o Fallout crescer muito, como jogo jogado, ter muita pesquisa, a gente conseguiu ver muita coisa acontecendo lá dentro. Ou seja, é o cinema ajudando games a furar bolha e as pessoas descobrindo uma IP que pra gente já é antiga, que a gente já conhece de muito tempo. E os games ajudando a dar profundidade para novas IPs. Então, eu acho que essas trocas que vêm acontecendo são muito positivas para os dois lados. Porque até esse comparativo que o pessoal coloca, que games fatura muito mais que a indústria do cinema e da música, tudo. Se você olhar só o número, é verdade. Mas se você olhar o quanto custa você colocar um filme de pé, o quanto custa você colocar um jogo de pé, quantas horas um é consumido, quantas horas o outro é consumido. Então, assim, são mundos, ao mesmo tempo que dentro do entretenimento, muito distantes tecnicamente. Então, a profundidade de um roteiro, de um The Witcher da vida, não dá para comparar com outro filme, com Star Wars, talvez. Então, assim, eu entendo muito como formas de entretenimento muito complementares e que de um tempo para cá o pessoal começou a entender que, assim, legal, é uma IP forte, mas eu tenho que respeitar a comunidade daquele jogo, eu tenho que respeitar a dialética daquele jogo. Eu não posso fazer que nem foi o primeiro Mortal Kombat, o primeiro Street Fighter, que todo mundo assiste porque era cringe e você dava risada. Então, o pessoal quer outro nível de profundidade. Eu tô curioso para ver o Mortal Kombat 2 agora. Então, assim, a gente sempre, acho que acabou criando com o tempo muito de querer assistir para provar. E falar, deixa eu ver se é bom. E agora o pessoal vem se provando de maneira recorrente que é bom, né? Então, lá na Claro eu venho muito procurando entender como trabalhar as duas coisas juntas. Então, quando lançou o Star Wars Outlaws em 2024, dentro da parte de TV, eu criei uma cronologia de Star Wars para chegar no exato momento do jogo. E a gente comunicou isso em TV, falando pra galera, ó, estão preparados para jogar Star Wars? Tô a cronologia para você estar pronto para o momento do jogo. Então, lá eu olho muito isso de como tentar unir os dois mundos e convergir como um entretenimento complementar, sabe?
Muito legal isso, é uma coisa inimaginável, né? Jamais aconteceria 10, 20 anos atrás e agora é uma coisa necessária. Você quer acrescentar alguma coisa? Não. Porque eu queria que todos vocês falem, porque foi incrível, olha só. Todo mundo contribuiu de formas diferentes e chegamos na metade do tempo, olha que maravilha. Todo mundo falou e vai falar de novo. Vocês contando, eu fiquei imaginando, que longo caminho a gente passou, os videogames tiveram que aprender tanto com o cinema. Os games foram se tornando cada vez mais cinematográficos, tanto em visual quanto em narrativa e tudo mais. E parece que o jogo virou, né? Hoje a gente fala o que as adaptações de games, adaptações de filmes baseados em games estão fazendo hoje, que estão dando tão certo. Porque a gente tem essa experiência maluca aí, Super Mario de 93, filme do Mortal Kombat, filme do Street Fighter, bombas, né? Que a gente só assiste porque eram ridículos e que hoje a gente aguarda ansiosamente pelo filme do Mortal Kombat e fala assim, não, deve ser bom. Assim como The Last of Us na televisão, o Fallout foram tão aguardados, Super Mario Galaxy batendo o recorde de novo e o Minecraft que foi uma surpresa também. Então são muitos exemplos de coisas que deram certo simplesmente porque os cineastas, Hollywood, sei lá, aprenderam a fazer de modo a conectar com o público que assiste e joga, né? Então eu queria que vocês comentassem esses sucessos nesse ponto de vista de por que essas coisas deram certo agora e se houver casos legais no Brasil de sinergias bacanas, né, empresas brasileiras que estão trabalhando bem o conteúdo do cinema no videogame e vice-versa, eu queria que vocês dividissem também, aproveitando que a gente tem metade do tempo aqui.
Tá, vamos lá. Então, eu acho que o que houve são algumas coisas, tá? Uma é muitos desses filmes ou dessas séries que a gente vê que estão sendo hits e que estão sendo bem feitas, elas usam parte do time, do jogo na série. Quer dizer, não é que você pegou aquilo e falou, é isso que eu acho que é... Não, você pegou o cara que era o criador, o game designer, e o que esse jogo tem, né, no core dele. E como é que eu coloco isso como filme? Então, eu acho que é muito importante usar o próprio time que fez o jogo. Então, a gente viu isso em por várias séries, né? Uma outra coisa os diretores hoje estão na faixa de 40 anos, 50, eles já são gamers. Eu acho que quando a gente estava lá nos anos 80, 90, provavelmente o cara que estava fazendo o filme, isso não era gamer. Então, era como que ele via que era aquilo ali, não tinha esse fit. A gente hoje, o cara sabe, o cara joga. Ele sabe. Então, acho que tem esses elementos. E da parte dos jogos, você pegar o The Last of Us, por exemplo. Poxa, é roteiro pronto ali. Então, quer dizer, também teve meio que um investimento. Tipo, a quantidade de jogos com histórias muito boas nos últimos anos é incrível. Então, acho que tá mais fácil. Mas por causa desses elementos, acho que conspirou tudo para ficar mais fácil de que a gente crie jogos, de que a gente crie filmes que respeitem o jogo e que não sejam só que respeita aquele IP, a propriedade intelectual dentro do filme. Eu imagino que seja nessa linha.
Respeito é a palavra. E você, Cláudio?
Não, eu concordo. Acho que o Carlos falou uma coisa que eu adoro, que é isso que a galera que dirigia esses filmes nos anos 90 não era gamer, né? Então hoje você pede para uma pessoa dirigir o filme do Mario, ela passou a vida inteira com aquilo, ela tá contando uma história pessoal ali, né? Então tem muito mais riqueza. E é isso, né? Eu acho que o lore dos games é muito rico, né? Então, a maioria dos games você vai olhar, né? Tem um lore, tem essas histórias dos personagens, né? Você tem games que tem League of Legends, tem, sei lá, mais de 100 heróis, cada um com a sua história própria, então cada um você tem um potencial. Então, acho que é muito fácil, né? Porque você já tá imerso nessa história há bastante tempo. E aí você vira um diretor, fala, conta essa história, faz parte da sua vida, você consegue contar ela de um lado, né, de um lugar que você vê muito pessoal. Então eu acho que cada vez mais, né, óbvio que a gente tem o caminho ao contrário, né, que os games vão, eu acho que essa troca vai ficar sempre, né, cada vez mais rica. E aí agora, né, com todas as ferramentas de desenvolvimento que a gente tem, com todas as... tanto para filme quanto para game, vai ficar mais fácil a gente entrar nesses mundos mais mágicos também, né, contar essas histórias de outras maneiras. Então mas eu adoro esse ponto da idade da galera, que acho que tem muito a ver, sabe? Por que agora é mais interessante.
Eu assim, concordo também. Acho que tem muito dessa questão da idade do diretor, né? Ou da geração do diretor, né? Ou não vou dizer só o diretor, da produção executiva, do executivo do estúdio que aprovou o roteiro, aprovou a proposta, né? Então, assim, a cadeia, né? Acho que ela tem uma... Hoje o game, ela já participou mais do repertório, né? Daqueles que assumem as cadeiras aí, principalmente dentro dos estúdios. A gente tem falado de estúdio de Hollywood, mas isso é um movimento que eu acredito que tem uma reverberação. Claro, Hollywood tem se aproveitado mais, porque, como eu falei, né, acredito que também é uma das principais indústrias em que o esgotamento de franquias que mesmo foram geradas lá dentro, ali nos Estados Unidos, principalmente Califórnia, onde que está acontecendo. Então, acho que o videogame, ele traz essa nova oportunidade. Eu acho que essa geração, né, de novos diretores, novos roteiristas, novos produtores, trazem o videogame como parte do repertório. Então, são capazes de traduzir, talvez, ou melhor, adaptar, traduzir, reinventar, transcriar, né, que também é uma outra forma da gente colocar, né? De uma tela para outra, de conteúdo interativo narrativo para um conteúdo passivo narrativo, que é, né, transformar dentro de um filme. Então, trabalhar essas questões. Até, o Ronaldo falou, eu fazer até uma provocação, você falou que, claro, não é endêmica, mas quando esse Cinetele está aí, então, assim, não é que não tão endêmica assim, certo? Contribui com o setor e com o fundo setorial também, de alguma forma, então não é exatamente tão fora das telas, né? Mas eu acho que também, um ponto que é legal de pensar, a gente na árvore, né, como o Guaranis falou, obrigado pela menção, a gente acabou de lançar o jogo do The Boys, ou seja, o The Boys, a série de TV, é o nosso primeiro jogo 18+, nunca a gente tinha lançado nada acima de 18 anos, né? Então foi uma experiência, está sendo uma experiência interessante também, mas a gente fez exatamente essa conexão, né, entre o que está sendo desenvolvido na propriedade intelectual The Boys, que culminou na série. Então o nosso jogo é baseado no universo da série The Boys, então não é nos quadrinhos. Então isso já traz um segundo, né, movimento em que a gente trabalha ali com essa propriedade intelectual que é da Sony Pictures e distribuída pela Amazon, e a Amazon também é parte aí da série. E a gente trouxe para dentro do universo de um jogo em realidade virtual, né? Então, ou seja, tem mais um desafio também técnico, que é fazer uma imersão, fazer um stealth action de uma história que é uma das... Na verdade, é a propriedade intelectual ou a série mais vista na Amazon Prime Video, por exemplo, né? Isso considerando praticamente todos os mercados da Amazon no mundo. Então, você fala, uau, né? Enfim, é uma puta de uma responsabilidade. Mas como é que a gente vai traduzir isso para um jogo? Né? A lore, né? O Claudio citou a lore de The Boys, ela é muito grande, apesar dela não parecer, né? Ela é realmente um universo a ser explorado, porque ela já vem de uma fonte de origem, que já é uma fonte de quadrinhos, que tem uma necessidade maior também de criação de mundos e criação de universos, né? Assim como o videogame também. Então a série tem uma lore a ser explorada, por isso que agora tem um spin-off disso, a prequel daquilo e etc. Mas tudo isso faz parte mesmo desse mesmo universo. O que a gente fez foi realmente beber na lore junto aos roteiristas e criadores da série. Então isso deu uma oportunidade para a gente poder trabalhar diretamente com o Eric Kripke, com a mesa de roteiro da série, né? A gente conseguiu trabalhar diretamente com os roteiristas-chefe. E por que isso? Porque é uma coisa que o Stiga colocou. Para você fazer ambos os movimentos, você trouxe, né, Fallout, a gente conversa com o povo da Microsoft, da Xbox, a gente já sabe, fala assim, não, a gente botou o time da Bethesda para ficar junto com o pessoal, com o Craig, com a Amazon e com o Nolan para poder fazer a série. Mas tava lá o pessoal da Bethesda validando o universo de Fallout, né? A mesma coisa aconteceu com a gente também. Então, assim, a equipe de roteiro, os criadores da IP do The Boys para a série de TV, nos ajudando, né, no diálogo, a construção das narrativas que estão dentro do jogo. Mas eles são roteiristas de televisão. Então, eles não sabem fazer jogo. Então, muita coisa a gente tem que devolver e falar assim, gente, tem história demais desse negócio, agora o povo quer ação, entendeu? A gente quer, enfim, botar a gameplay para rodar aqui. Então, houve um trabalho, uma dança que foi feita ali na construção do The Boys, capaz da gente conseguir chegar num jogo, né? Não é uma peça publicitária da nova temporada. O The Boys, ele realmente tem uma temporalidade, porque ele segue a temporalidade da série. Então, o nosso jogo se passa entre a 4ª e a 5ª temporada. É uma história standalone, né? Ela mora num universo que não é um universo cronológico do que você assiste na série. Tem personagem, e aí de novo, né? Eu vou puxar sempre a sardinha para a gente brasileiro fazendo jogo, né, com IP gringa, mas que a gente tem super orgulho de fazer, mas a gente sempre vai botar o nosso tempero, né? Então o protagonista é brasileiro, né, do jogo. Então a gente está colocando ele como sendo, enfim, né, um imigrante nos Estados Unidos, mas ele é um protagonista brasileiro. Tem muitas easter eggs, né, que assim, a gente traz muito também da nossa própria cultura brasileira para dentro do jogo. E por que isso casa também? Porque muito da série faz sucesso aqui no Brasil também. É um dos principais mercados do The Boys, é o Brasil. Então, isso também facilitou muito o diálogo. Esse diálogo que eu vejo que é onde que traz o sucesso. É daí onde que traz, de fato, o sucesso de uma obra bem adaptada, seja do jogo para o cinema, seja do cinema para o jogo, do cinema, televisão, para o jogo também. É você poder trabalhar com os times de ambas as mídias para que você consiga atingir um nível de fidelidade, seja para o fanbase, que já existe, seja também para uma comunidade nova e um público novo que você quer atingir também.
Bom. Vitor, você trouxe uma imagem para mostrar para a gente no telão, é isso? Quer falar sobre isso?
Não, acho que era só para ilustrar um pouco alguns exemplos que tocam um pouquinho do universo de IPs que vieram de outros lugares, principalmente do universo de games, não sei onde é que está aparecendo.
Será que alguém pode pôr essa imagem aí? É isso, ó, vamos lá.
Que tiveram essas adaptações ao trabalho sendo feito em outros modelos, né? Street Fighter, essa aqui é a nossa versão anime, série. Bayonetta também é um game que tem a versão filme. Vampire Hunters também, que é a origem de game. Devil May Cry, versões... Então acho que assim, para complementar, acho que a gente como indústria geral, criativa, entretenimento, a gente foi aprendendo como fazer isso. Eu acho que talvez antigamente, além de ter a questão geracional, tinha a questão de, tipo, beleza, eu licenciei a minha IP, você cuida desse negócio aí, que eu não entendo nada. E eu acho que a gente foi entendendo talvez o papel importante de ter talvez um coordenador da lore, o coordenador do universo, para como que o negócio é adaptado da maneira adequada, que não seja desrespeitoso ou que não converse com aquele universo. Eu acho que é isso que a gente tem visto cada vez mais, com os exemplos que vocês comentaram, até mesmo quando o caso do One Piece, que está fazendo bastante sucesso, que é um anime, está sendo adaptação live action, porque tem um envolvimento, tem um coordenador de quem é o guardião do universo, entender como que aquilo vai ser bem adaptado, vai ser bem trabalhado, vai ser uma spin-off, vai ser um multiverso paralelo, como existe muito nos quadrinhos, né? Beleza, aqui é a linha do tempo desse jeito, a linha do tempo de outro jeito, mas existe um cuidado e uma coordenação da IP de como ela tem que ser adaptada. Porque senão ele fica, assim, dependendo da forma como a IP ela originou, ela vai ter mais profundidade no meio de exploração do que outras. Então, se foi uma IP que originou no livro, o livro ele sempre vai ser mais profundo e mais completo do que a versão do filme, né? É sempre a comparação que a gente faz. Pô, o livro é muito melhor do que o filme porque ele é adaptado, ele vai ser um pouco mais raso. Mas, de repente, é uma IP que veio do universo do game, o game ele é muito mais profundo, muito mais completo do que a versão, talvez, filme. Como a versão de qualquer forma de adaptação. Então, assim, a gente tem que entender também como é que esse papel da IP foi originada onde ela tem mais profundidade, e a pessoa que criou aquele universo, como ele quer coordenar para aquilo ser adaptado em outras formas de consumo, né? Tudo que é filme e game, geralmente, ele tem um universo de tempo de conexão com o leitor, ou o player, ou o usuário, muito maior. Então, ele gera uma conexão mais profunda. Mas a série, ela é muito mais profunda que o filme. Mas, às vezes, a IP, ela originou do filme, então como é que isso é adaptado em quadrinho, em mangá ou em game? Às vezes, você também vai ter um game que ele é mais raso do que é a profundidade de um quadrinho, de um mangá. Então, assim, acho que a gente tem esse jogo de aonde a IP foi criada, aonde ela existe mais profundidade, quem vai ser esse guardião que vai coordenar esse universo na adaptação dele das diferentes formas. Então, acho que isso a gente como indústria, esse papel, esse personagem, ele foi talvez ganhando mais importância, ou sendo descoberto, ou foi tomando forma. Que eu acho que é a beleza da gente cuidar da IP das diferentes formas. Então tem que ter o criador e o papel, né? Até, sei lá, pegar o exemplo de Star Wars, é uma IP de 1000 anos, que foi explorada de várias formas diferentes, mas que existe talvez uma coordenação para aquilo ainda. Pô, tem o Mandalorian e o Grogu agora, que ele entra em algum momento na linha do tempo da história. Então, assim, tem que ter esse cuidado, porque senão ele vai ficar... Você está usando a IP como um carro para chamar atenção, mas ele está desconexo, ele não vai conectar com o fã daquele universo. Então, acho que é muito nesse sentido que eu vejo que a gente, como indústria, está cada vez mais aprendendo a como fazer, conseguindo conectar com os fãs, seja que se envolveram na IP original ou que está entrando agora no universo, na lore daquela propriedade que está sendo construída. Então, acho que a gente está aprendendo a fazer esse jogo de coordenação e como explorar cada um dos meios de conhecer aquela história.
Muito bom. Diga, Antônio.
Acho que trazendo um lado diferente, eu gostei muito que você fez esse paralelo entre os anos 90, o que foram as bombas e o que a gente está vendo agora dos records. Eu me arrisco a dizer que o gamer ele é muito exigente. E quando a gente olha historicamente, os games sempre foram muito vanguardistas a nível técnico. Então, para quem não sabe, por exemplo, a Nvidia, que hoje é a maior empresa do mundo, 5 trilhões de valor de mercado, ela nasceu para fazer especificamente GPUs, né? Porque não existiam computadores para rodarem os jogos. Então, a maior empresa do mundo de hoje nasceu porque os jogos eram tão fortes que a tecnologia da época não conseguia resolver. Então, quando a gente pensa nos anos 90, eu penso que os jogadores estavam acostumados com um padrão de qualidade técnico e eles jogavam ali, eles iam para os filmes e não existia tecnologia suficiente para traduzir aquela excelência técnica que a galera estava acostumado. Então, a gente olha para as séries hoje que deram certo, The Last of Us, Fallout, a gente olha para os estúdios de animação que fizeram, a Legendary, que é do grupo Warner Bros., que fez o Minecraft, a Illumination, que fez lá todo o meu malvado favorito, que fez, então, agora, junto com a Nintendo, os filmes do Mario, eu vejo ali uma excelência técnica e um nível de animação que há 20 anos a gente não conseguiria chegar lá. Então, os gamers sempre estiveram muito à frente de todas as áreas, a nível do que eles esperam, a nível do que eles recebiam, ao nível técnico de uma entrega criativa ali dentro dos jogos, que não conseguia ainda ser correspondido. E aí é o ponto que a gente foi vendo, você mencionou o Mandalorian, que usou uma tecnologia super revolucionária ali, utilizando Unreal para fazer os cenários. Eu acho que grande parte do porquê essa comunidade gamer passou a abraçar e passou a querer mais, passou a pedir mais filmes, passou a pedir mais séries, foi porque a gente finalmente chegou onde as outras indústrias de entretenimento conseguiram acompanhar. E aí a gente consegue, então, finalmente, traduzir o que na cabeça de muitos já era realidade, já tinha essa imaginação, e aí a gente consegue hoje ver essas obras que são o filme do Mario, que são o filme do Minecraft, o filme do Zelda, que vai chegar daqui a pouco no live action, que finalmente são possíveis, né, de serem feitos.
Ronaldo, considerações finais, já que a gente já estourou o tempo e ainda ninguém expulsou a gente. Vou pedir para o pessoal mudar a imagem de novo para voltar para imagem especial. O tempo esgotado, então o Ronaldo vai ter essa honra aí de fechar essa discussão tão rica que a gente poderia ficar aqui umas horas. Se colocasse uma cerveja aqui, é mais que isso
aí
até.
É embora. Não, ainda bem que sobrou pouco tempo, porque depois do que todo mundo falou também, eu fico numa posição ruim. Mas eu acho que é uma ótica também que tem que ser vista, não só o cinema e filmes bebendo dos games, como ao contrário também. Então a gente tem ali Alice in Wonderland, que teve um resultado bom também, que ele vem resgatando a IP. Acho que a maioria aqui não deve ter acompanhado muito nos 90, mas naquela época, quando veio o 007 GoldenEye no 64, naquela época o 007 estava morrendo a IP, porque ele estava no pós-Guerra Fria, muita gente falava que aquilo era batido, não existia mais. E o jogo revolucionou e fez ter tração para ter outro filme. Então, assim, eu acho que a gente tem essa capacidade também do nosso mercado de resgatar, às vezes, o que está estagnado e trazer Quem jogou agora o jogo que é baseado em Memórias Póstumas de Brás Cubas, me ajuda, Antônio, Investigação Póstuma. O jogo é incrível, tipo, é lindo, e eu duvido que alguém ia apostar que um bom jogo do ano seria sobre Brás Cubas, uma obra literária super antiga. O último filme que teve também deve ter sido anos 90, filme nacional tosco. Então, assim, a gente ter um jogo que tem essa capacidade é mostrar que também games não tem limite. O mais importante é aquilo, é ter a narrativa certa e ser divertido no fim. Sempre que eu dou mentoria, tipo, às vezes eu vejo o pessoal muito querendo inovar, pensar no roteiro maravilhoso, algo diferente. Eu sempre falo, pessoal, tá divertido? Se não tá, para aí, volta a pensar, porque é o primeiro passo. E o Investigação Póstuma, eu acho que ele é muito isso, tipo, ele é divertido, trouxe um tema que é extremamente brasileiro, é nosso e que tem que ser valorizado. A gente teve Real Clock no passado, que fala de Guerra de Canudos também, outro jogo incrível. Então, assim, eu acho que games tem essa capacidade de também resgatar vários temas, filmes, séries e rejuvenescer, sabe, isso tudo. É isso, tentei.
Muito bom, foi ótimo. Ronaldo, Antônio, Vitor, Rodrigo, Cláudio, Carlos. A gente podia ficar aqui horas, mas infelizmente o tempo acabou. O debate foi muito legal, espero que vocês tenham gostado. É um assunto muito rico. Aplausos para os nossos convidados aqui. Muito obrigado.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho. E tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
Tem o som que vem da rua, tem cinema no sertão, tem criança no ginásio com talento de montão, tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil em ação.
O governo do Brasil está do lado da cultura, do esporte, do meio ambiente, da ciência, da educação, da inclusão e do povo brasileiro. É assim que o desenvolvimento chega, a oportunidade vira realidade e o nosso país avança. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil.
Alok, oi, tudo bem? Pode tirar uma foto comigo, por favor?
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil, tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão e faz pix por voz, aperta o botão e extrato multibanco. Aperta o botão...
A gente tem que ir.
Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, pra tudo que você
Amigos, agora a gente vai falar sobre a Alemanha, com umas pessoas muito divertidas. Esses caras, eu estava conversando com eles no backstage, são incríveis. Caso vocês não saibam, a Alemanha, ela abriga um dos ecossistemas de jogos mais dinâmicos e conectados de toda a Europa, sério. Além disso, ela reúne estúdios, publishers, hubs regionais e também organizações do setor, né? Não é à toa que um dos principais hubs, né, que é a gamescom, o maior evento de games do mundo, acontece na Alemanha, em Colônia, né? Que é onde os nossos convidados de hoje são. E o país tem um papel central em inovação e conexão internacional por causa disso. Nessa sessão, então, a gente vai falar sobre como os alemães sobem ao palco para impulsionar o crescimento do setor por lá, para a gente aprender como fazer isso também por aqui. E para isso, vamos receber aqui Til Hardy, da New Media NRW. Seja muito bem-vinda. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. And our friend Dieter, Linda, and Christoph. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can please sit here. Vocês podem colocar os fones aqui também para poder ter tradução simultânea. E quem estiver assistindo de casa, tem as informações também por aqui. Okay, guys, the stage is yours. Thank you so much. I'll see you later.
So, it looks like we still need a couple of seconds to prepare ourselves with the equipment here.
Can you hear us?
Mic test? Yeah.
You're a great audience. I know that already. You can hear us and you're responding. You're great!
Yeah, this is our showmaster, Till. And a warm welcome here together. I hope you enjoyed already Gamescom Latam on the second day. Let's start with a short introduction, because luckily I'm not alone here on stage. And would you be my assistant, or let's try it? It looks like it's working. Oh no, it's not working. Let's do it again. It's working now. We have beautiful people here sitting on stage, and I would like to start with Linda. Linda, maybe introduce yourself. What are you doing? Where are you from?
Hi. My name is Linda Cruz. I'm the CEO and founder of The Good Evil. We are a game studio based in Cologne. We do that since 13 years now. And we mainly create, I would say, educational games, or games that have like a meaning or some special information that we try to convey when people play the games. We say that we create games to make the world a better place. We have done a lot of games in the kids and youth segment. We work for mobile, desktop, console, and web. We did a few virtual reality projects as well, and we are an indie developer, and we love the region. So,
and that's the reason why we talk
about. I'll tell more about that later.
Exactly. Well, we'll talk about that later. And next to you, we have this beautiful man in his Hawaii shorts, and he's already kind of in vacation mode, but he's pretty famous in North Rhine-Westphalia, and also one of a close friend since a couple of years. Dieter Schöller, CEO, Head Up. Maybe introduce yourself. What are you doing here?
Yeah, hi. I founded Head Up, which is an independent publisher, in 2009. We've published over roughly 230 indie games over 17 years. The latest one was the last Super Meat Boy game. Company's named after a Deftones song, if anybody knows. But other than that, we just do indie publishing, indie porting, work with smaller teams from across the globe, but very well located within Germany, and it's been quite a ride. So something for that later.
Great. And Dieter, we will talk about your newest hit, which is just out now, Super Meat Boy 3D, later. So happy to get some insights, especially the story behind the IP, and why is it so famous? Because this is something which I still don't understand. I love the game, but it's kind of a history behind. So happy to talk about it. And last but not least, we have Til Hardy, who is the the head of new media and games at Film- und Medienstiftung Nordrhein-Westfalia. So his title is even longer as his name, but maybe introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Christoph. Hello, everybody. My name is Till. I work for the Film and Media Fund North Rhine-Westphalia. This is a regional fund. In Germany, we have those regions, and each region can decide what they want to do. And our region decided years ago that they really like the games industry, and we've been supporting the industry already like for more than a decade. And basically, this is my job. I'm responsible for the games industry in North Rhine-Westphalia, where we are having money schemes, funding schemes, supporting the industry, but also we're doing events and we try to be of help, so to speak, with my team. And this is, I guess, what we're going to talk about later as well.
Sure.
But it's great to be here in Sao Paulo. It's my first time, my first Gamescom Latam. You know, the Gamescom is in Cologne, where we are all from, but it's great to see the Gamescom here in Sao Paulo. It's a great experience.
Absolutely, 100%. I especially have to say, I really love the booth designs here. So it's definitely a benchmark also for us as hometown of Gamescom. When I look over to the Sao Paulo booth, I have to say we have definitely worked on our own booth with Cologne and North Rhine-Westphalia. But let me introduce myself. I'm Christoph. I'm the managing director of Game Syndicate Cologne. If you ask yourself, what is that? That's a game economic association for the region in Cologne with over 40 companies. And the core item is to support games companies in our region, give them visibility, open a network, also reach out to other destinations in Europe and in Germany to give them a space to present their games, their products, and also collaborate with international companies and of course with Gamescom, and which is for us the most important event in Cologne, and since most of you know, also the biggest games convention in the world. And I would like to start with some core facts about the German ecosystem, because I know that a lot of people are interested in the German market but don't know really what's actually happening in Europe. And most people don't know that the German market is one of the strongest markets in the world. And here you can see on the slide with a revenue approximately 3.7 billion euros in 24. And the interesting fact is that nearly over 12,000 people are working already in the games industry, and it's still increasing even through challenging times. New companies was founded, old companies increase their team strengths, and that's also because of the funding. And this is an interesting point, which is maybe slightly different to other countries and also to the Brazilian ones, because you have 3 different funding levels in Germany. You have the governmental funding by the government in Berlin, which is counts for all the regions, all the states, so also for North Rhine-Westphalia, but also in Saxonia, in Bavaria, and so on. And the state government, which is from the regional fund by the Film- und Medienstiftung and Mr. Till Hardy, the best man in town. This is the second level. And the interesting part is that most people forget that these fundings, we will talk about it later in detail, are really, really interesting for most companies, because you have the big governmental funding, which is for companies like Ubisoft, EA, and so on, Calypso, and even for HeadUp. And then we have the state fundings, which is really interesting for example, indie studios who wants to working on a prototype or make a vertical slice or even production. And then you have the regional or local funding, which is for us in Cologne, for example, through the Game Syndicate Cologne. So we offer booth space at Gamescom. We are going to an Indie Game Fest, which is a local trade fair in Cologne, focusing on indie titles. We make delegation travels to the Netherlands, Denmark, or Poland. And so overall, we are really try to support and push the entire games industry, since we believe that Germany, and especially North Rhine-Westphalia with Cologne, is one of the best spots for the games industry in Europe. You want something to add? Later, think?
No. I'm just looking at these slides.
Yeah.
Sorry for disturbing.
No, totally fine. And I mean, I'm the guy from Cologne, so of course I want to push Cologne, and I hope let's try something out. If the people are just had their headphones, but they're not hearing what we are currently saying. So, who's been ever traveled to Gamescom in Cologne? Raise your hands. We definitely need to change that. Even only one person, really? Man.
Yeah, Tim.
Tim, and he's the owner of Gamescom in Cologne.
And he doesn't travel, so it doesn't count.
So
he's a cheat.
Okay, we definitely need to change that, but no worries. So the Gamescom in Cologne is the biggest games convention and trade fair in the world. Tim, hopefully I remember it correctly. Last year, over 350,000 visitors on site. I would say you can add another 50,000 in the city, doing business, inside events, hotels, going on delegation meetings. And the reason behind why Cologne works so perfectly for such a huge convention, with its own, by the way, it's under the top 3 of all exhibitions and trade fairs in Germany, it's a location by itself. So as you can see, Cologne is well located, and we are also a million city. If you combine that with the region, you'll reach 1.7 million people. I mean, I know it compared to Sao Paulo, it's like, what did you just say? It's like a fisher town, right? So you can't compare that, of course, against Sao Paulo region, but so we have in North Rhine-Westphalia also the Ruhr area, and so we have a lot of cities in around Cologne. So we always say, for example, Cologne is a metropole in a metropolitan region, since we have a lot of different million cities around us. And another point is that most people forget that you reach over 70 million people within an hour, and we have a really good public transport system and train system. And that gives us a lot of advantages. So if I have a meeting, for example, in Frankfurt, I just hop into the high-speed train and can reach 300 kilometers within an hour, which is really, really helpful also for companies to work together with international companies. In Frankfurt, for example, we have Konami, Nintendo, and all these kind of companies. And last but not least, of course, we have 3 international airports in our area, which is also really helpful, especially for Brazilian friends, which they will come over to Germany, to Cologne. They can just use one of our direct flight connections. And that's also the reason why Cologne is a great games cluster. So we have nearly 100 companies in our region, from the solo dev up to the big, huge companies like, for example, Ubisoft in Düsseldorf, EA Electronic Arts in Cologne, and so on. And that brings us also to another big point, and I assume it's really helpful that you explain that maybe, Till, because NRW is maybe not so famous globally, but it's pretty strong, right? The answer is yes.
Yes, the answer is of course yes. It's that's always a joke. It's like NRW. It's NR. Where is it? Because no one really knows it. It's not like Berlin, which has a name. It's just around Berlin. You can go for like 100 kilometers. There's nothing there. It's just woods. But with North Rhine-Westphalia, there's one city just going into another city, and it's going on. So basically, for us, and with the good public transport, it's like whether you're in a big city and the companies in Cologne, for them it's the same basically to go and visit other companies in Düsseldorf or Essen or wherever, as it is for you in Sao Paulo, depending on where you're living in Sao Paulo and who you're going to visit in another area. So it's basically all the same, and it's you have this huge knowledge base, you have this huge consumer base all around, which is also very great, of course, for the Gamescom. And what I'm supposed to say, yes, we have... I never like those numbers. 210 games businesses, yes, might be true. The main fact is that there's great companies there, all sizes, whether it's single devs who are still able to make millions and creating great games, or whether it's bigger companies like Ubisoft and EA. Basically, whatever you're doing, whether it's mobile or indie or whatever there's someone around who's doing similar stuff as you, so you will find useful connections. And things that we also do besides giving money is like we have a Discord server for the whole community, for all the people in North Rhine-Westphalia, so they can interconnect. We are running events where you can meet, have meetups, so it's a very nice place. People are friendly, look at us. Don't laugh at me, they're so mean. Forget that about them being friendly, they are so mean, they always laugh at me. No, it's a very great place. If you come, it's very international, and people always accept you, and you can easily enter the community and find people to hang out with, people to work with, so it's a great place.
Absolutely. And maybe you also, some of you know that Cologne is pretty famous for Carnival, which is also similar to Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. So we have our own dedicated time, which starts from November until end of February, March, where we celebrate every weekend and have a lot of different parties. And then we have the street carnival with millions of people coming to Cologne. So if you're interested in it, just Google it. It's just crazy. And it's really lovely place. And that's one of the big advantages, I would say, compared to other regions within Germany and in Europe. The people in the Rhineland, so the river, Rhine, and the Rhineland, is that we are very liberal, very open-minded, very friendly. And these items reflects also the items and the ideas behind the entire games industry. And so that's definitely a big benefit. So we have companies from the US. We have find a new home in Cologne and in the NRW area, and say that was definitely the best decision. And another point is the second box is networking. Networking is pretty important. We have two big networking associations in North Rhine-Westphalia with the Games Syndicate Cologne and Games NRW. The Games Syndicate Cologne is for the Cologne area, and Games NRW is for the entire state, and reflects the entire NRW region from Bonn over Cologne up to the Münsterland, which is more like a, I would say, suburban area with agrar infrastructure, and so we are supporting each other. And yes,
I somehow broke the game. I don't know, it doesn't really work. What did you say? We were talking about the Münsterland.
Yes, the beautiful Münsterland.
Also suburban area. I mean, this is where cows live. This is just pastures and everything. So, what? I don't know. Okay.
All good.
But one question: can you read this? Is this readable for you?
Not really.
Okay, so we have to talk about it. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Then we know what to do.
And the last box is about the international events which are happening in Cologne and in North Rhine-Westphalia. So we have one of the biggest games conventions, of course, and he immediately react. Well, that's kind of service which we like. And but we're also pretty famous in esports. So I think most of you know that Electronic Sports League, it's also a Cologne-based company. And one of the biggest esports tournaments in the world is happening in Cologne every year, called IEM Cologne, the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. And to give you some numbers and to get an understanding how important esports is in Germany, we fill up a multifunctional arena with 19,000 people every day, 10 hours a day, 4 days in a row, and they're watching Counter-Strike with the best teams, the best players in the world. And this year it will happen again as a major. So it was celebrated together with Valve. And that makes us really, really proud. And since I'm also working for the city of Cologne, I can tell you the entire games and esports topic is for us pretty important, since we count it as cultural industry. So it's a culture and creative industry which it's worth to support. And it's also a transformation engine. And so that's the reason why we also spend money and time in corporations and also in visibility. And that's also, let's be honest, one of the reasons why we're here as part of the German delegation, to show you, for the case that you want to expand to Europe, an opportunity where you can find your home with your family or also with your company. There's also kind of regional funding. We already talked about it a bit. So since the people can't read it, so maybe Till, as big babo and boss of the Film and Media Stiftung for New Media and Games, why should I invest and come to NRW?
Now we come to the good and interesting part. It's about the money, but no, just kidding. Thank you, Christoph. You did a great job selling the region, and it's a nice place. It's really great. Please come to the Gamescom. Use it as a pretext to visit the region. Really nice people, in a really nice area, great companies. But yes, of course, you always, if you want to make games, you need to see how you can get it funded, how you can get the money to get the game going. And I need to get up because I need to read as well. Sorry for that, but yeah, basically what we are doing, we are a regional fund. We give out money to companies. The bad thing for you is you need to have a company registered in our region. So for you, you cannot get that money. But the good thing is you could be doing it as a co-development or something like this. You find a regional company, you co-develop a game with them, and they can get their share of the game. They can get our funding, and this could make it maybe a game that is you're able to finance together with them in a sense. Or also you can, of course, set up a subsidiary and open up a company in our region, have people working there, and then you would be able to access our funding. So what are we doing, and how are we doing this? Basically, we are supporting you as companies in 4 stages with money. First is an early phase, then we do the vertical slice funding, and then we do the production funding. Then we have a 4th scheme, which is for presentation. So companies could come to the Gamescom latam, and we could also support that. For the early stage, it's a grant. You can get up to 50, and normally it could also be up to 80% of the funding, and up to 50,000 euros. And I think if you think that you have a budget of 100,000 euros, which is like 600,000 reais or something like this, you can do a pretty decent early prototype and really show what you have and have like a proof of fun, proof of concept for yourself to see is this really working. I mean, you have the greatest ideas and everything, you're really good at executing, but sometimes it does really work. It's not really fun, or there's a problem you never thought about, and so they get stuck. And this is why we support you in the early stage, to give you the artistic freedom and the worry, take away the worry, so you can really try something out, try to make a really great game, try to make a difference with it. And then later on, if you have proven to yourself that this is really working, you can come back to us and go for the vertical slice funding. There's also normally about 50% that you can get. It could also be up to 80 depending. And this can be up to 200K. And I will also say this is a pretty decent amount to get a decent vertical slice going, which really gets you where you need to go, depending on your game, depending on your further scheme, what you want to do with the game. Do you want to go to a publisher? Do you want to talk to Dieter? He always says, yeah, I need to see something playable. And of course, he doesn't really want to pay that much, so he wants it to be as advanced as you can get, which means you need a vertical slice for guys like him to really say, yeah, this is great, I'm going to help you with the rest. So basically, this is where we put you in the position. Or maybe you want to put out a demo on Steam and generate lots of wish list entries and really prove to someone that this is really working, or you want to self-publish. We don't really care, it just has to make sense that this is a sound business plan as well as a great game. And we always use a jury from the industry itself. Of course, it's taxpayers' money, so there's someone from the state in there as well, but the majority is people of the industry. People that really know what they are doing, what you are doing, who understand you, who can feel you, and who can have a validated opinion on your game. And also, if we decide that you are not getting support for the game, we can also give you feedback and tell you what is wrong with your design in the opinion of the jury, so maybe you can rethink. Because these are really senior people, so maybe this is of help for you and you can try again with another scheme, or maybe you rework your game. Maybe you just say, screw them, they don't know what they're talking about, and you land a big hit, and then we always celebrate with you, because people are people and you can always be wrong. So don't get disappointed at that point if someone doesn't like your game. Maybe you're on the right track and they just doesn't see them. But we help you to prove that you're right by giving you the early stage funding and also by enabling you for the vertical slice. Yeah. And then you have a vertical slice and you're on the way that you can make it on your own, or you can make it with a guy like Dieter or another publisher or wherever they're based. Then you can go back even for production money. They can get up to 300K.
Maybe one question. Since you are talking about the different stages, how do you feel as Film and Media Stiftung about co-development, since we are in Brazil?
Sorry, I cannot really hear you. What?
What do you think about co-production, since we are in Brazil as a Film and Media Stiftung? You like it? Is that fine for you?
Yeah, co-production, it has to make sense. I mean, it's an additional worry, additional overhead. Who are the other guys on the other side of the ocean or whatever? But there's cases where it really makes sense. Because it helps you to understand the other market, opens up another market opportunities, might be a way to finance the game, might be a good fit from the skill set of the companies. So, of course, we are allowing co-production. And you cannot come and apply for funding without talking to us first. And the people who are working with me, they're really cool people and they really know games as well. And so we always try to be of help already at that stage, and then we can together decide what is the best way forward for your game and what's the right approach and how can we be of assistance, because we are enablers. We are there to support you. And this is what we're doing. So, yeah, we like co-production, but it has to make sense. But feel free, come to Cologne. We are already setting up some schemes also with Abra. Rodrigo's over there, doesn't know about it yet. To facilitate this, because we think this is a way into the future, especially with the markets being as they are. It can be a way of sharing the risks, not downsizing, but spreading and building up a portfolio, opening new markets. So it definitely has some good points that say, yeah, maybe some games should be co-produced, and so we support that, of course.
So yeah, but I think the message is, if you're like not willing to move to Germany yet, you can, come. Meet people here or come to Cologne, have meetings, meet other German studios, and then maybe, create a project with a co-production and get a bigger budget, and then, split the risks and be more successful in telling stories for both markets or for the international market. And I think it's a really good opportunity. So that's what you're allowing, so to say. Oh.
100% agree, and Till already teased it in a sentence. So we are in really good talks and negotiations with Abra Games to set up a webinar series. Also, of course, with a focus on Gamescom and the Brazilian and German games ecosystem. And there we will also explain in a more quieter, calm round about the funding program. But there are the opportunities, and as you can see, there's always a chance also to connect both continents and both states. And this is really, really helpful, especially when it comes to the vertical slice and prototype funding. And that brings us to two cases. I mean, Dieter, Head Up, Sugarfly, Super Meat Boy 3D. Until now, what did you match the expectations? Are you happy about the current flow? Tell us something about this game and the history behind, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to cut this game short because people should know it if they're coming from indie. But it's basically based on one of the big indie IPs from 10 years ago. I was able to secure the IP for a new part. Then I had a German studio actually work on the IP. So even though the first Meat Boy was created by Tommy and Edmund in the US, we got the IP for the third 3D part, moved it to a German studio, which is not normal. Usually IPs remain, especially in the indie field, where they're created. And we launched the title. It was funded by the North Rhine-Westphalian Film- und Medienstiftung in the prototyping stage. So we couldn't have done it without governmental funding. But what I think is the most inspiring thing while I'm here, and I've been to Gamescom Asia and so forth, I work with developers from all across the globe. We have Philippines, Korean, Japanese, a lot of American, Canadian partners, but I have not yet worked with a Brazilian studio. And that's because the exchange is just starting right now. It seems that it's the perfect timing to start opening the conversation. I see a lot of people, for example, on the cultural level. I have the feeling that Brazil loves heavy metal. Cologne is all heavy metal. It basically is. So.
True, he's not bullshitting you.
I mean, the company is named after the song with Max Cavalera. So basically, yes, it's hometown. But no, I feel I've seen one game, for example. I think it's Climb to Hell. It's at the indie booth over there. I will definitely try to talk more with those guys. But I've seen so many great games from younger studios here already. But there hasn't been the exchange. So the talent is here, the kindness. People are humble, being moderate. It's respectful and polite. So I think there's really something to build up, and I really hope that a lot of you will have the chance. I know it's expensive, but maybe your government can help you to come to Gamescom Cologne, because it's mind-blowing, inspiring to have the exchange on the international level. And that's why I really like the whole Gamescom brand expanding right now over. I mean, this is the third one, and Asia is the fifth, I think. And I think it's really good to grow that brand internationally, so developers and people like us can talk together. Yes, we do cross collaborations with other studios on our productions, be it governmentally funded or not. But I think we all speak the same language in games. Games are just universal. And that's why it's so good to come here and meet all of you. And I'm convinced that if you come to Cologne, I mean, the only thing is Germans have no humor at all, so be prepared for that. We're not funny people. And we're very direct, as you have seen in this polite exchange. So, but as long as you know the word beer, everything is good. And basically, it's...
Dieter, your time's up.
My time's up, yeah. No, but it's... please approach us. We're very open people. And basically, I don't know how it's from a developer perspective, but from publishing indie perspective, there's something to build together. That's basically what I'm saying. Linda.
Lovely words. Thanks, Dieter. One last question before we hop on to the next project and the developers' view on this entire thing. So you funded your games with state and also with the governmental funding by the government in Berlin. And what was your current feeling on that? I mean, even through the last years with struggling times, challenging times, is this kind of instrument still worth? And is it still helpful also for indies and small, mid-sized enterprises?
It's very helpful. I mean, if you go to the page right now now I'm talking about federal funding, not state level funding. State level is awesome for younger studios, smaller studios, and coming into the market. But for example, right now, for the rest of this year, there's an amount of 80 million euros not even applied for in Germany. And that's a matching fund where you pay $1 and the German government pays the other $1. And we don't even have enough companies to tap into that money. It's 80 million, that's times 6. I'm bad at math, I need Excel, but yeah, 480. Yeah, 480, would it be a million here? So there's just, it's the perfect time to start something on collaboration level. But yes, I mean, I've built about 95% of my titles without governmental funding, and even that was possible in Germany. So it's basically, it's good for startups, it's good for established companies, it's good for everybody right now.
Because it's a perfect bridge which you just built, and I want to cross it over to Linda. So don't be afraid to look into the European, especially to the games market in Germany. I had conversations and meetings where the people told me, wow, Germany is so expensive, everyone is rich, you need to be rich to start a company there. And I would say that's not possible, that's not true. And especially with the funding, with the network, with the support, you get an opportunity, so use that. And Linda, I mean, you are kind of a games veteran based in Cologne, and you follow a path strictly out of Cologne for a decent amount of time, but you also work together with Film- und Medienstiftung and the federal government. And I mean, tell us something about Cologne, maybe about your company or about your current project, which is really, really lovely. You should definitely check it out. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Before I go into to talk about Rascal's Escape, I really want to emphasize the.
Let's clap for the others.
Yeah. No, I definitely want to emphasize the scale of the region because I mean in Brazil is like super huge, and Germany and Europe is like tiny compared to that. But that's an advantage, I would say. Because if you drive an hour from Cologne, you can go to the Netherlands, you can go to Belgium, you're quick into France, and that as well helps, you know, to really collaborate with other European people. So that's really an advantage as well for an indie developer to be there very close with the others. As you mentioned, we founded the studio in 2013, and we were able to do that with a first grant from the Film- und Medienstiftung that helped us build our first mobile game. And from that, we were able to build up the team and grow to now 6 to 7 people, and continue in growing the games that we develop. So we did our latest game is Rascal's Escape, which is available for mobile, desktop, and then on Nintendo Switch. And you can explore Europe in the game. So it's for kids and family, kids starting 6 to 14 to play with either their older siblings or their parents, or you can as well play it with friends. So it's a single player and a co-op. And you play a bear and a squirrel, and they are chasing through Europe after like a sneaky badger that's gone rogue. And you need to follow them through all of the European cities. And the interesting part is that you hear all of the languages inside the European cities. So it's you speak like in France, they speak French, and then there's like a translation part happening, and you can really explore the cultural diversity of Europe with the game. And it's really fun. It's 10 hours of playtime, and we won several awards that were awarded to us by kids, so they really like the game. And as well, it wouldn't be possible to build such a game for that audience without the funding that we received.
Thanks, Linda. And 100% agree, a beautiful game. You just shared a bit of your history in Cologne. I mean, after all the years, the up and downs, you're still in Cologne with your team. And why is Cologne such a lovely place for a game developer and maybe not another region? Or is it because of the funding, or is it a mix of events, network, family, area? Not sure. So.
Yeah, I think the main thing is really that the city of Cologne, as you already mentioned, is like very friendly. I mean, the people are very open-minded. They're very kind and helpful, and you really can, whenever you need anything, it's easy to find help and support. And of course, then there's attached, the funding is great. I mean, I studied in Cologne. I really love the city. We have this beautiful cathedral, and I think that's really a plus. But then the networking events and gamescom is really what makes us special and a really good city to start developing games. And I mean, even if you don't live in Cologne directly, if you live in the area around it, it's really a quick journey to come and visit and talk to people in Cologne or in the area. So that's great. Weather is great.
Great, yes.
So I can highly recommend the city as well. But yeah, the networking events, it's really a lovely community growing there.
Since the time is nearly over, I would like to, of course, want to share this beautiful picture from Cologne. And by the way, Cologne has the biggest train station, or one of the biggest train stations in Europe. So there are over nearly 3,000 train connections every day in all the destinations to Europe, even to London, Paris, Brussels. And so really, really great, especially for young people who want to explore the region and Europe. And before I forget it, so we are all here, the entire Gamescom Latam. So when you want to talk to us, if you have another question, because normally there's not a Q&A planned, but I know that some of you may have now questions, so we will be here later on. So just come to us, ask us whatever you want. And of course, we can stay in touch with you. I mean, with some of you already had a meeting today. And so we want to show you a great place for your personal, for your maybe work life in the future. And we want to connect these both dots with Brazil and with Germany, since it's much more important to collaborate and to play in the same team as work against each other. And especially during these special times, it's always great to have some friends and partners let's say, over the sea. And especially Brazil, the Brazilian games market is really, really lovely, and it's currently booming and interesting. And we are here to assist, to support, and be your partner in crime in Europe. Some last words from you, too, maybe. Anything you would like to add?
I mean, we have nearly 5 minutes left if this is a correct clock, so I don't think that this is going to be last words, but yes, I mean, you asked Linda why she's still in Cologne, basically, and I think
in Düsseldorf.
Yeah, the answer is not. Let's not get into that because you're going to lose it. I mean, you want to live in a place that you like, right? That's the basic. You don't want to be where you don't want to be because there's people discriminating against you, or because the weather is shitty, or whatever the reason. The croissants are not good, or whatever your reason, whatever takes your fancy. That's like a baseline. And then, of course, if you want to do business there, then you need a good surroundings, a good infrastructure for your business. You need to have a support scheme. You have to have universities, where people coming out of the universities you can employ as juniors. You have to have other companies that can help you. All that stuff, and all that stuff you have in our region, basically. But the main thing is, of course, you have to like it there, and you have to be in a place where you like the mentality. Other places of Germany, they're rather uptight or whatever. I mean, I've lived in different places in Germany. I've lived abroad, and I like it where I live right now. It's not Cologne, it's close by. It's a little bit of a problem always for Christoph, but
no.
It's not going to be your problem.
It's a lovely city. I even call it's Düsseldorf. And back in the days, there was always a fight between these two cities.
Did you see that there's people nodding in the audience? Düsseldorf. Why did they say they're from Cologne? They're from Düsseldorf. No, whatever. But basically, as I said, the main thing has to be you have to like the place where you live. And that depends on the mentality of the people. But they're nice people depending on your view of the world. Who's nice is you for to decide. And from what I've seen so far from Brazil and being here in Sao Paulo and talking to all of you guys, I think that's a quite mix. It's a match in mentality. You all seem very nice. So that's a good thing. So I think that's a match. And so this is why we can maybe work together. And of course for that, it has to be, I don't know, a match of skill sets on the games you want to do maybe together, or it has to be all kinds of stuff that's important on the business side. But the main thing is you have to want to work with the people, you have to like the area. That's why you are there, but that's why you are living wherever you are living in Brazil or from abroad. So that's like the main outline. But I want to give a last fact, because I never told you, because we are spending like 5 million euros a year in our regional fund. I never said that, I think.
No. Good.
It's not all going directly to project funding. We're also doing stuff with it, like having a good space, booth at the gamescom for our companies, supporting other events. But it's a huge support, and our politicians, they're really into it. Our minister for the country is really into it, and we have an always dialogue with the prime minister once a year, who's talking to the industry to get a feel of it, what is needed, and then we try to make it. So it's a good place. But I wouldn't be doing this if the mentality wasn't there, because that's nice people. Don't judge them by what they said so far. I'm really sorry that they gave the wrong impression, but they're really nice people, trust me.
Wow.
Especially the guy on the left side.
Wow. Okay. Thanks, too. Thanks. Dieter, I mean, you've been to different places around the globe. You said you lived in the US, you traveled around in Asia, in nearly every corner of the world. And you came back to the, let's say, to the gates, living in front of the gates of Cologne in Düren, and your company is still there. And
yeah.
Why, and do you think there is a future for making games big in Germany?
Okay, I'm going to be really short, because I think the point is empathy is what is a really trait of the people where we live at, and it's what you need for game development as well. Be empathetic, be understanding, know how hard it is to make a game, how hard it is to sell a game and to make a living of it. And I think just Cologne is the most liberal town we have Christopher Street Day. We have the biggest gay community in the whole of Germany, and it's diverse, inclusive, and it's just empathetic. Because empathy for me is just key word for everything. So, and it's just 25 seconds left. So Linda, here you go.
I have stickers, so if anybody wants stickers, you can come and find me and get stickers. Yeah, and I can really, I know that when people come to Germany, they're like, oh, they're like really close, and maybe it's difficult to get to know Germans, but that's for the other cities, but not for Cologne. The Cologne people are really nice. Yeah, thanks for listening to us.
I also just want to say thank you to the entire crowd, and thanks to the panelists. And that's just crazy. 45 minutes, like a clap, and that's it. And do you wanna say something? No, I just want to say thank you. Thanks for this beautiful event. Thanks for here. And whenever you have questions, just reach out to us. It's a great honor to be here at Gamescom Latam in Sao Paulo, and also thanks to the organizers for this opportunity and that we can be part of the delegation to present our lovely place. Goodbye.
Meus amigos, eu vou falar hoje de uma coisa inovadora aqui para vocês. Microdrama. Vocês já ouviram esse termo? Bom, as plataformas de microdrama, muitas delas começaram com games, né? Vários dos mais populares começaram assim. E essa sessão que a gente vai ouvir agora vai explorar como que o formato evoluiu dos jogos narrativos mobile e passou a competir de verdade com os games, né? Por público, por aquisição e também por receita. E para isso, com um olhar especial para a América Latina, a gente vai analisar mecânicas, monetização e os impactos estratégicos dessa nova categoria. Quem vai fazer isso com a gente é o nosso querido Patrick Wilkins. Uma salva de palmas aqui para o nosso convidado. Thank you so much, Patrick. It's great to have you here. Ele é da The Soul Publishing. Is that how you pronounce it? The Soul Publishing?
For publishing, yes. The Soul Publishing and the Mornival Consulting. Yep.
All right. Well, the stage is yours. Thank you so much. And I'll be seeing you backstage.
Perfect. Appreciate
it. Yeah, you have yours over there. Okay, thank you so much.
I'll just trust. Is it working? Can somebody give me a hand sign? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's get it started. Really appreciate being here. It's my second time in Gamescom Latin America 2025 with the first one, and then I was also speaking at CCXP. Today I'm going to be speaking about microdrama and why microdrama is also relevant for the game community. Let me see if the clicker works. Perfect. Probably going to stand up. So I'm going to start with a little bit of self-promotion. Then I'm going to give an introduction into microdrama. I'll also be talking about the numbers and why it is relevant for the games community. And towards the end, I will also explain a little bit of what you can do when you own a studio, when you own IP, in order to not see microdrama as a competition, but as an opportunity to grow your own business. That's me, almost the same suit. I've been doing that for almost 20 years now. I've been starting back in the days when there were still feature phones, so basically pre-iPhone. Then did the whole iPhone, web games, Facebook, console games, and the last 5 years I'm doing movies, audiovisual content, and I'm the founder of Mornival Consulting. I also host networking events regularly, so if you're attending any of the large conferences, you know, try to check out the events. And I'm currently advising 3 companies. The Soul Publishing, which is one of the largest digital publishers in the world. MediaCube, which is an MCN running multiple creators. And also Rainbow, which is a large Italian-based company producing content and owning IP distributed on Netflix and Hollywood. That's one of the networking events that I've been talking about. We've done that in Jagins. I hope I pronounced that right. 2 days ago for the Brazilian gaming community. I see some of you are in the audience. Really appreciate you being here today. The next one's going to be in Las Vegas for the licensing expo. So if you're in town, send me a message on LinkedIn. $11 billion. It's not as large as the gaming industry, to be fair. At around about $200 billion. But how old is microdrama? Not more than 3-4 years old, right? So it is a massively fast-growing market that we are seeing here. And maybe by show of hands, so I kind of like know the audience I'm talking to, who knows what microdrama is and who's watching microdrama regularly? That is very interesting. Couple of guys raising their hands. I would have expected women between kind of like 18 to 45 to raise their hands, which is like the main target demographic. But again, good to see also guys representing here. Microdramas, I'll explain a little bit more about it. Microdramas are basically vertical video content. Yeah, if you think about Friends, if you think about whatever, The Simpsons, if you think about any kind of like, show that you've been watching over the years, now you would be watching it on your mobile phone. You would scroll vertically, and most importantly, one episode is no longer the standard 22 minutes or the standard 11 minutes. One episode for microdrama is basically 60 to 90 seconds. 60 to 90 seconds means the entire story arc of that episode is within this short time period. And it's perfect for mobile consumption, and it's also perfect because all of our attention is rapidly decreasing, right? I've seen a presentation from Google 2 years ago. They said that our attention span is around 8 seconds nowadays, and I think they made a picture of a goldfish, said a goldfish has 9 seconds. So I think as humanity, we are on a very interesting trajectory. So I really appreciate it if no one of you is falling asleep during my 20-minute talk. I'm aware that I'm asking for a lot of attention here. The Soul, the company that I'm worked for 5 years, the company that I'm still advising, also produced the microdrama. So again, this is how a microdrama usually looks like, right? Similar to Netflix, you have your landing page. Obviously, the operator, the live operations team can optimize the landing page according to your own data, like what kind of content you're gonna be most likely to watch. In the beginning, those microdramas are free, right? Your gamers here, free to play is certainly something that you're aware of. Microdramas in the beginning are free. The usual discovery channel is this. You're gonna go on TikTok, you're gonna go on Instagram, you're gonna go on Snapchat, you're gonna go on YouTube Shorts, and you're gonna discover microdrama content, which is perfect because again, 60 to 90 seconds is exactly the YouTube Shorts format, the TikTok Shorts format, right? Most microdrama companies will then release the first 10 episodes, so the first round about 15 minutes of a microdrama to those platforms for free. So you can watch it, you can consume it. And then at one point, the content is no longer available. You need to go to the microdrama app. You can continue a little bit for free, but then you're gonna be drawn into a subscription model most of the time, and then also into an in-app advertising model in sometimes. Yeah, I'll explain about that a little bit later as well. And then obviously, you're gonna consume the content. And does anybody have an idea in Europe and in North America what the average price point per month of a subscription is? $39.99. So you pay almost $40 for this video content. You pay more than your Games Pass, you pay more than Netflix, you pay more than most of your internet providers. It's $39.99 per month. That's what you're gonna pay for those applications. Needless to say, the churn is high, conversion is shit, but it's still working. And how well it's working is visible here. It's a little bit small text, but you can see it's going upwards. I already mentioned it's an $11 billion industry. It's growing significantly compared to gaming, which is a little bit stagnating, right? Only like 3% year over year compared to SVOD and AVOD, which is not doing too well. Microdrama is, exploding at the moment. It's comparable to mobile games 1 or 2 or 3 years after the iPhone released, right? So it's a really interesting market. And then again, you can see that here on this side, the downloads are also increasing rapidly. All of that, by the way, is available from Sensor Tower. I'm not sponsored by them, but I thought since I used their content, I might as well give them a shout out. I'm really pleased about that picture, by the way, because I AI generated that one with Gemini. Worked out almost perfectly. So Latin America is at the center of the microdrama space. Why is that? Because so many apps are soft launching in Latin America. I'll go a little bit more into details later on, but around 27%, it's the largest single market for microdrama business. There's a problem, to be fair. The monetization of users in Latin America is a problem. It doesn't work that well. So it's only 5% of the global revenue is coming from Latin America, while 30% of the install base come from Latin America. Another really interesting point, you guys have amazing talent here. There's a lot of production, not just in the gaming space, but also in the movie production space. There's a lot of really original and great content coming onto Netflix from Brazil. And what we're basically seeing is that some of those companies in Brazil and in Latin America are now switching to microdrama production. By the way, microdrama production, to give you an idea, for an entire microdrama, depends a little bit on how you negotiate, but I would say on average, $175,000 to $300,000 for 90 minutes. You don't get a Netflix show for that price. You not even get a Netflix episode for that price, yeah? So it's really quantity more than quality, yeah? But the good thing is with quantity comes quality. Why? Because you get data, right? You get tons of data. Also, by the way, because unlike YouTube, unlike Netflix, unlike Snap, the apps, that's going to be your app, right? At least if you're the app developer. So it's going to be your app, it's going to be your data. So data is king. Therefore, it's a smart move to do it this way. I have a few more data points for you. The first one is, and I mentioned that already, the revenue is obviously the strongest in the United States. I don't know if you can kind of like see it in Latin America. Still, it's growing with 27%. So if you take the 27% revenue growth in comparison to your gaming growth right now, you see that this one is significantly outperforming games today, right? Another really interesting aspect when you look at the downloads, it's the largest market right now in terms of downloads already, and it's one of the fastest growing markets in terms of downloads as well. So we're going to see that trajectory carrying on over the next couple of years. And now allow me to try to make this curve into, why am I talking about this during a gaming conference? Because I think all of us, in one shape or form, are getting fucked by user install costs, right? It's incredibly expensive. Making a game a couple of years ago has been 50% of the equation. Nowadays, it feels like making a game is like 20, 30%, and the rest you need to allocate to marketing. The rise of microdramas and the move of microdramas into the same audiences that you go for, into the same install channels that you're going for, yeah, is not making your life easier. So what you basically see is there's a company called Dreamwave. It's a rather new company. They made their soft launch in Latin America. They're spending close to 100% of their budget on Unity, which is where most of the people that I know in the gaming industry also allocating their budgets, right? So microdramas and games competing for the same audiences. If you know those games, Monopoly Go, Royal Match, there are 2-3 others, right? Those ones are the largest spenders for user acquisition. If these guys increasing their advertising spend, your CPIs will go up, yeah? What we've now seen is that other companies, for example, Real Shorts, I'm going to talk a lot about Real Shorts. I'm not affiliated with them. I don't have any insights there, but they are the most kind of like publicly available data sources, so that's why I'm using them. Real Shorts right now makes $1.2 billion a year. $1.2 billion a year. That's the equivalent of the largest games on mobile that we have out there at the moment. And you want to know what the crazy part is? There were some rumors that Monopoly Go is not making any money. I think Scopely dispelled those rumors. I don't believe in them. But there's verified reports by Real Shorts telling them that they're not making money. So if they make $1.2 billion a year and they're making zero in revenue, then they're probably spending a ton of that on user acquisition. So again, user acquisition from those companies is crazy. To give you a bit of an idea from a background point of view, I don't know who remembers those games like Episodes, like Choices, which are basically narrative games, right? Back in the days, you played on mobile, you play a game, it gives you a couple of opportunities, you go on a date, you go on a football match, whatever, you meet a person, you have 5 options, right? The more interesting those options are, the more you have to do microtransactions for them. Those are narrative games. Choices, Episode, Chapters are some of the most well-known ones. Funny that Chapters, at least, comes from CRL Group. CRL Group is the same company that basically owns Real Shorts, right? So you have a very natural transition from gaming into the apps business. And there's one really, really, really important point that I highlighted in yellow. We're going 360 now. Real Short started by taking the most successful narrative games and bring it to microdrama. Now microdrama is taking the most successful microdrama shows and bringing it back to the game sector, right? Bringing it back to narrative gaming. So it's a full cycle. It's great. It's really the definition of transmedia IP. It's also the definition of trying to recycle users as much as possible, because if the CPIs are so high, right, the cost of user acquisition is so high, you need to keep the audience in your network. I go through this one a little bit faster. It's basically the same models. Monetization model, live operations model between microdrama and an average RPG has a lot of things in common. I have 5 more minutes, so I'll jump through that one. Well, I think most of you know what the whole slide should say, although it's truncated, ads everywhere. This is, by the way, something, if you take one thing with you, that's probably the most important slide. Wherever you go nowadays, ads are the main drivers of revenue. When you look at the reason why mobile gaming is not as strong for the first time in my lifetime as applications, it's mainly because applications are doing so well in in-game advertising and games have neglected that. Today, though, even companies like Scopely with Monopoly Go, with like really top 4K games, they would have never done ads 5 years ago, 10 years ago, are now doing ads as well, right? Netflix, remember the company that did original, non-ads funded programs? Yeah, good luck trying to not watch an ad in advertising on Netflix nowadays. They're growing in some markets 113% through ads. It's not really microdrama specific, but ads is gonna mess with your life more than anything else. So if you're a game developer that hasn't thought about ads yet because they are commercial, because they are disruptive, it's all true, but it's also true that those ones are the revenue drivers, so you better look into that in one shape or form. Anyway, ads right now will mess up the microdrama business. Why? Because I've seen the reaction of some of you people when I thought $39.99 for subscription, yeah? $39.99 is a ton of money. It's a crazy amount of money. Now you have Pine Drama from TikTok. It's basically AVOD, right? Advertisement supported video. Or advertising video on demand. You have a few other rumors right now that other companies, other large social media platforms are also coming out with advertising supported content. What does it mean? It means that all the monetization models that are subscription based will basically bleed users. Why? Because nobody would pay a subscription of that price if they also could pay and watch advertising, right? Plus, by the way, it's a little bit unfair. TikTok is where most of the user acquisition goes when you talk about microdrama space, and now TikTok develops their own apps, so it's a little bit, it's smart, but it's difficult for anybody else to compete. Very quick, and I have 3 minutes left. Some people are younger here, but believe me when I say the 2010s were the age of Marvel, right? Marvel brought out everything they had, Green Lantern, fuck it, bring it on the big screen, who cares? Everything was out there. This decade that we're in, the 2020s, is going to be the decade of gaming, which is great. because it means that transmedia is not just a trend, it's a strategy now. And if you're a game developer that has a great IP, in Brazil, for example, right? And you think about working together with another company that develops microdrama, seasoned serial content, right? Talk to them, figure out like a business model. There are some opportunities. I have 2 minutes left. There are a few opportunities to basically collaborate. One is license, which is if you're a large IP holder, it's probably the easiest way, right? You ask for 5 to 35% licensing fee. Your capex is extremely low. You have almost zero costs, right? The risk is usually with the people that takes a license. On the other hand, you lose the upside, right? If that really goes through the roof, surely you're not participating as much. There's another one which is co-production, right? Sit down with microdrama companies, figure out a way to co-produce content, go both ways, because microdrama is also looking forward to expand and find additional revenue sources, right? You can build it yourself. There are 4 components that you need. You need an app. If you have a development team, they can build the app. You need to have a back end that can basically in-source and take video content. You need to either produce video content, it's a little bit more difficult, or you can license it. Licensing of video content is incredibly easy. It's a commodity. It's cheap. You don't even have to pay upfront fees. It's not even a minimum guarantee because there's so much content in the market that you can basically get content for free. So if you think about it, build can be an opportunity. Or you can acquire. I do believe that 50% of the companies that we're seeing in the microdrama space today are not going to be there the next time that hopefully are going to be speak here again next year. Because of the changes that I mentioned, right? It's the subscription model is not sustainable at that price point. The advertising video on demand strategies are going to significantly shift. And then again, the competition, many of them are loss leaders, right? They're not making profits today. They're spending more money on advertising than they're actually making revenues from the games. So again, not everybody will be able to afford it. And then you're going to be there and can basically collaborate with them. I've come to the end of my presentation. I wanted to say my heartfelt thank you to the people backstage. They've done an amazing job helping me to get the presentation on stage. I've been a little bit late sending it over, so I really, really appreciate it. It's an amazing setup. It's an amazing crowd here. I'm always happy to be back in Brazil. Thanks for having me. Thanks for listening, not falling asleep, and I hope to see you again next year or maybe after the show. If you have any questions, I'm here. Feel free to ask me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A cidade virou um terreno fértil para sofrimento e injustiça. Ela precisa ser destruída. Acho que podemos ajudar um ao outro.
Alguém precisa fazer alguma coisa.
É hora de atacar a raiz do problema.
Sem trocadilhos.